Chapter 1675. One in the open and the other in the dark represented a secret competition between two great Thunder Dao geniuses. No one expected that an outsider like Xiao Chen could actually attract 100 lightning bolts to light up the plaza in this Thunder Flame Plaza. This was tantamount to declaring war on Shangguan Lei. Everyone felt a terrifying aura spreading in the plaza. Oh no! Shangguan Lei is angry. This white-clad person is really bold. To think that he dares to clash with Shangguan Lei in the Thunder Flame Plaza. Everyone was shocked. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chen would not be able to resist Shangguan Lei's strong aura. Who knew, not only did Xiao Chen withstand it, but he even pushed back this pressure. This resulted in a situation where both sides competed against each other. Shangguan Lei revealed a cold smile as he unleashed an indistinct killing qi. In an instant, everyone felt a chill spreading through their bodies. Hua Yunfeng thought to himself, oh no. Just as he was about to make a move to stop this, he discovered that it was already too late. The opposing Xiao Chen and Shangguan Lei suddenly unleashed their thunder domains. Rumble. Resplendent electric light immediately burst out of the two. Countless electric lights flickered on their bodies, crackling endlessly. A formless electric field spread out in all directions from the ground. Retreat. Hua Yunfeng's group, who was behind Xiao Chen, quickly retreated. At this moment, they could no longer interfere. Once they did, they would suffer the attacks of the two's thunder domains. The consequences would be dire. Even Hua Yunfeng would not have a good time. Of course, he would not take this risk. Hua Yunfeng was a very realistic person. As long as it was within his capabilities, he would have no problem taking care of Xiao Chen. However, it was not worth it for Hua Yunfeng to take the risk when it was beyond his capabilities. At the very least, in Hua Yunfeng's opinion, Xiao Chen was not worth his full help. The true inheritors of the various sects all stood up at this moment with grave expressions, clearly shocked. However, Shangguan Lei himself was even more shocked. To think that a half-step primal core brat could clash with him in the Thunder Dao and not be defeated. Interesting. Let's see how long you can hold on for. Shangguan Lei roared ferociously as he endured Xiao Chen's thunder domain. Then, he took a step forward and threw a palm strike. He did not add much of his cultivation to this palm strike, only the power of lightning to deal with Xiao Chen. He did not believe that his Thunder Dao could not suppress the other party. Boom. The supreme tribulation lightning in the sky sent down 1,000 lightning bolts at the same time as Shangguan Lei's palm strike. With a thought from Shangguan Lei, thousands of lightning bolts gathered and turned into a lightning ferocious beast that bared its fangs and claws, covering half the sky. The might of this palm strike caused the world to change color, and the wind to blow and clouds to surge, bringing with it an enormous pressure. Just by using his Thunder Dao cultivation, the strength that Shangguan Lei displayed was already so terrifying. Everyone felt a deep fear in their hearts. He was truly worthy of being the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain. With such strength, no one present could compete with him. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness flared up, raring to go. This made Xiao Chen feel like he could no longer suppress it. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen did his best to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, drawing out the power of the lightning tribulation that he could fully control. Whoosh! Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and did his best to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, drawing out the power of the lightning tribulation that he could fully control. Whoosh! Xiao Chen also threw a palm strike. 1,000 lightning bolts descended from the sky as well, looking very intimidating. The lightning bolts gathered and turned into a ferocious flood dragon. It did not fear the lightning ferocious beast that Shangguan Lei gathered. The lightning flood dragon and the lightning ferocious beast each covered one side of the sky, plunging the entire plaza into a storm of lightning. Bang! The two palms clashed, and the two formally clashed. A resplendent and dazzling white light burst out from the two palms, piercing the eyes. The berserk lightning-attributed energy kicked up a strong wind. Strands of uncontrollable lightning-attributed energy wreaked havoc in the plaza. Bang! 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 Aside from the ancient stone pillars that had existed for an unknown period of time, everything else in the Thunder Flame Plaza shattered and blasted into nothing. Without exception, the true inheritors of the various sects immediately brought out their veritable essence energy shields to protect themselves as though they were facing a great enemy. When the electric light slowly vanished, two figures stood in the boundless dust cloud. Everyone was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen did not move back at all, but Shangguan Lei did. That's impossible. In the clash of the Thunder Dao, in Thunder Controlling Peak's home ground, Xiao Chen actually knocked back Shangguan Lei in that earlier palm strike. Shangguan Lei's expression turned sullen. Although his strong cultivation prevented him from getting injured, he simply could not accept that his Thunder Dao cultivation was weaker than Xiao Chen's. However, he simply could not accept that his Thunder Dao cultivation was actually weaker than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen paled, and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Although he had defeated the other party, he had not expected this. Although he had defeated the other party, Xiao Chen did not have it easy. Shangguan Lei's Thunder Dao was exceptionally tyrannical and ferocious. If not for Xiao Chen having a good foundation and a physique comparable to that of a major primal core venerate, that earlier palm strike would have taken away half his life. Cultivation. It was still cultivation that was lacking. If Xiao Chen's cultivation were equal to the other party's, the other party would not have just taken a step back. Xiao Chen would have been instantly sent flying. Shangguan Lei, what are you trying to do? If you want to find an opponent, just look for me. Why the need to bully a half-step primal core venerate? Just at this moment, Hua Yunfeng's cold voice rang out. Hua Yunfeng could no longer stand by and watch. Based on Shangguan Lei's expression, it seemed like he really wanted to make a move. That was Hua Yunfeng's bottom line. He absolutely could not just watch as the other party made a move. Hua Yunfeng was very clear on how strong Shangguan Lei was. Earlier, the other party only brought out his Thunder Dao cultivation, his late-stage major primal core realm cultivation, and his terrifying saber technique. If Xiao Chen used his full power, given his current cultivation, he would not be a match for Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly. Humph. Don't worry. I, Shangguan Lei, will not go to the extent of making things difficult for a half-step primal core cultivator. However, there are some things that need to be resolved today. He is in the wrong for interfering with my junior brother's duel with someone else. If I, Shangguan Lei, do not seek justice for my junior brother, will everyone be able to bully the disciples of my Thunder Saber Xiong Tian's line in the future? The true inheritors of the various sects discussed in whispers. Given this, Shangguan Lei did indeed make sense. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to rebut. He was not a 3-year-old child. The truth of the world was always in the hands of the strong. If Xiao Chen were strong enough, then the truth would be another matter altogether. Hua Yunfeng entered deep thought. What do you want? Just say it. Good, I've been waiting for you to say that. Let this brat fight my junior brother fair and square. As long as he agrees, I will not use this matter to make things difficult for him. I will also not make a move on him in the fiendish demon battlefield. The moment Shangguan Lei said that, Hua Yunfeng and Xiao Chen revealed doubtful expressions. Could it be that this Shangguan Lei did not know that Xiao Chen forced back Feng Yu with one saber strike? Whoever loses will have to give up and enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Shangguan Lei showed a sullen expression as he added another condition, the stakes. Xiao Chen, don't tell me that you do not even dare to accept this bet. That would make me look down on you. Shangguan Lei revealed a smile on his face, not afraid that Xiao Chen would not accept it. Everyone exclaimed. This bet seemed somewhat big. The fiendish demon battlefield opened once every 20 years. Just a small gain could change a person's life. If Xiao Chen could not enter, then the loss would be too great. These people had gathered here to discuss the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen said calmly, if you insist on doing this, there is nothing I cannot accept. At most, I will just defeat him again. Are you sure that you can defeat me? Whoosh. Just at this moment, a figure soared through the air. The little thunder saber Feng Yu suddenly appeared and landed on top of a stone pillar. Bathed in the light of the thunder flame, Feng Yu showed a stern expression. His entire being gave off an unfathomable aura. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party had already broken through to peak minor primal core realm. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat Xiao Chen with just this. Hua Yunfeng's expression changed slightly. Then, his gaze fell on the saber in Feng Yu's hand. There is something wrong with that saber. Xiao Chen, use my saber, then. A purple flame sect true inheritor took out his saber, wanting to hand it to Xiao Chen. This true inheritor's saber was a superior-grade treasure tool forged from divine materials. It was incredibly sharp and could provide the user with many other wondrous uses. Thank you. Xiao Chen rejected the other party's help. Then, he leaped into the air and landed on a stone pillar, facing the little thunder saber Feng Yu. How could he borrow someone else's saber for his final battle? Chapter 1676. There were a total of 108 ancient stone pillars in the Thunder Flame Plaza. An everlasting thunder flame burned at the top of each stone pillar. The stone pillars were both decorations and part of the lightning guiding formation. Xiao Chen and the little thunder saber Feng Yu each stood on a stone pillar. Both of them were excellent cultivators of the lightning Dao. Not only did the thunder flame not injure the two, but it even benefited them. Normally, they could just sit on it and cultivate. As the little thunder saber Feng Yu looked at the nearby Xiao Chen, his heart raced slightly. His senior brother had deep intentions in arranging this duel for him. Feng Yu had to pick himself up from where he fell. Only by defeating Xiao Chen could he truly get rid of the mental barrier in his heart. For the sake of this duel, his senior brother, Shangguan Lei, had put in a lot of effort. Not only had he sought medicinal pills from his master to raise his cultivation to peak minor primal core realm, but he had also fought with Xiao Chen with the lightning Dao. Before the duel, he had even fought with Xiao Chen with the lightning Dao, exhausting and injuring Xiao Chen. Most importantly, the saber in his hand. I have to win. I have no way out of this duel. When Feng Yu thought about the consequences of losing, his gaze slowly calmed down. In contrast, Xiao Chen appeared calm. However, the thunder flame around him flickered, making his expression look somewhat unsettled. Shangguan Lei showed a sullen gaze, having high hopes for his junior brother. Xiao Chen stood casually on the stone pillar, in no rush to come out. He did not feel any psychological burden in the first place. Furthermore, he happened to be slightly injured and could not exhaust the lightning-attributed energy. On the other hand, Feng Yu kept observing Xiao Chen's openings. At the same time, he raised his aura. As his aura rose, the thunder flame under Feng Yu's feet burned even more fiercely. After 15 minutes, it turned into a 30-meter-long, blazing thunder flame. A strong fighting spirit spread in Feng Yu's heart, and the ground trembled slightly. Everyone could feel his desire for victory and his determination to win. One was a peak minor primal core realm, and the other was a half-step primal core realm. Originally, the victor should have been obvious. However, due to the clash of the lightning Dao between Xiao Chen and Shangguan Lei, everyone sensed Xiao Chen's strength and knew that he could not be underestimated. On the contrary, this made it hard for others to judge who would win and who would lose. A person who could surpass Shangguan Lei in the Thunder Dao definitely could not be underestimated. I won't wait any longer. From the beginning to the end, he could not detect any flaws in Xiao Chen's aura. He felt that the other party was like a pool of stagnant water, unchanging even after 1,000 years. Feng Yu lost his patience and leaped out of the raging lightning fire. In the eyes of the many true inheritors, that lightning-fast figure was like a bolt of lightning. They could not see Feng Yu's figure. Hua. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Feng Yu drew his saber. The might of the great path of thunder swept out from his body, shocking the surroundings. Everyone was shocked, and quite a few people revealed stunned expressions. This was actually a Dao tool. No, it was a fake Dao soldier, not a real Dao soldier. What was a Dao weapon? It was naturally a weapon that contained the great Dao. At the very least, it contained a complete great Dao. It could allow the owner of a Dao tool to grasp great Dao energy in advance. If it contained the Thunder Dao, then the person wielding the saber would be able to bring out the complete great Dao energy of the Thunder Dao and control the Dao might. To forge a Dao tool, aside from requiring extremely harsh materials, it also required a person who had attained the Dao to nurture and protect it. This would take a long time. If one slacked off, all their previous efforts would go to waste. The saber in Feng Yu's hand was not a true Dao tool. The Dao in it was incomplete. The true inheritors present were all outstanding talents of their sects. They could tell with one glance. Even so, this saber had been nurtured for at least 100 years. Although the Thunder Dao contained in it was incomplete, it was compatible with the cultivation technique that Feng Yu cultivated. Furthermore, given Feng Yu's cultivation, he might not be able to grasp a true Dao tool. Such a fake Dao tool could be perfectly grasped. Controlling it would be easy, making it easier for him to bring out his full potential. Xiao Chen is going to lose. The moment this saber appeared, many people immediately came to this conclusion. They shook their heads slightly, finding it unfortunate. Even Xiao Chen revealed a surprised expression when he saw a Dao tool for the first time. Unexpectedly, a Dao tool was so miraculous. When Feng Yu saw the surprised expression on Xiao Chen's face, he revealed a sinister smile. Using the speed of his charge, he exuded a vast aura. Feng Yu swung his saber at Xiao Chen's head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the saber light landed, the strong saber technique caused cracks to appear in the stone pillar under Xiao Chen's feet. Several rocks fell off. This saber technique was as heavy as a mountain. Not only did the stone pillar under Xiao Chen find it unbearable, but it also compressed the air, making breathing difficult. Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and did not hesitate to swing it. This saber strike arrived first despite being launched later. The saber flickered with an autumn water-like luster. Although the light was not bright, it was still very dazzling and eye-catching. For the sake of blocking Feng Yu's saber strike, Xiao Chen did not dare to underestimate it, using his full power. The Taiji diagram formed by yin essence energy, yang essence energy, and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian spun slowly. Shadows flashed in the surroundings, forming an even larger Taiji diagram. Dang! The two sabers clashed, producing a startling clang that shook everyone's eardrums. It was even louder and crisper than thunder. Feng Yu took a step back. He felt his palm go numb, and his internal organs trembled. His qi and blood surged, and he nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen was not in a good state, either. After all, the other party's cultivation was high. Furthermore, Xiao Chen controlled the Thunder Dao's Dao might. Without using his Saber Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Chen had to use his full power to block this saber strike. Kaca. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber broke in half. That earlier strike already surpassed the limits of what it could endure. Xiao Chen immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled slightly. When the sword is broken, the man is king. When the saber is broken, the man is king. Swordsmen and bladesmen were independent from cultivators and had their own titles. This was because they had a far greater affection for their weapons than other cultivators. Although the description of a broken sword and a broken saber 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 were exaggerated, they were not far off. With their minds connected, it was hard to avoid severe injuries. Seeing this scene, the Purple Flame sect's Hua Yunfeng's group immediately paled, and they quickly stood up. However, just as they stood up, a strong wind containing tyrannical killing qi surged over. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly as he looked at them without saying a word. His threat went without saying. Ha 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 ha. Before my Dao tool, a medial grade treasure tool is indeed worthless. Indeed, you cannot withstand a single blow. Xiao Chen, it looks like you are destined to die today. Feng Yu, who originally thought that Xiao Chen would be tricky to deal with, laughed loudly. Heaven is helping me. As he spoke, he charged forward again with a monstrous aura. He simply did not give Xiao Chen any chance to catch his breath. All he wanted was to take advantage of Xiao Chen's weakness to take his life. Buzz. Suddenly, the half-broken lunar shadow saber buzzed endlessly. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The great Dao might that Xiao Chen had been suppressing for a long time burst out in an instant. The Dao disc behind him quickly condensed into a point and extended 3 meters. Xiao Chen's great Dao might was unleashed to its peak in an instant. The complete Dao Might smashed apart the Thunder Dao Might that Feng Yu forcibly put up in an instant. His overwhelming aura vanished. The half-broken lunar shadow saber chopped down with the saber Dao's great Dao Might. A huge force surged over, and Feng Yu's pseudo-Dao tool flew out of his hand. Whoosh! At some point in time, Xiao Chen's left hand grasped the remaining half of the saber. Blood gathered at the tip of the saber as he ferociously thrust it forward. Nearly the instant Feng Yu's pseudo-Dao tool left his hand, Xiao Chen stabbed it into his chest. Then, he used the momentum to hack it down with a palm strike. Holding the half-broken saber in his hand, Xiao Chen leaped into the air. When he landed, he stomped on Feng Yu's chest. By feigning weakness, Xiao Chen made the other party lower his guard before ending the battle with a lightning-quick strike. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen ended the battle, which should have been a fierce battle, with one move. It was so fast that before many people could react, Xiao Chen had already stepped on Feng Yu, preventing him from getting up. Seeing Feng Yu's unresigned gaze, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I said you don't understand, so you don't understand. How can you change your saber at the last moment before a great battle? So what if I give you a Dao tool? You will not be able to hold it, either. Xiao Chen, you are seeking death." Shangguan Lei roared, enraged. Wind and lightning appeared, surging with thunder and boundless hurricanes as they charged over. "Shut up!" Xiao Chen raged in his heart. He quickly turned his head back and could not be bothered to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness. Then, a loud sound rang out. That horrifying tribulation lightning in the sky sent down a thick bolt of lightning, striking Xiao Chen. The 108 ancient stone pillars in the Thunder Flame Plaza collapsed. The entire Thunder controlling peak turned chaotic. Electric light flashed everywhere, startling the countless major characters of the Divine Firmament sect. The core of the tribulation lightning that the Thunder controlling peak relied on to survive actually started leaking out uncontrollably. Within the thick pillar of tribulation lightning, Xiao Chen's expression turned exceptionally terrifying. At this moment, Shangguan Lei's strong aura appeared extremely laughable before him. Xiao Chen was like a river before the sea, scaring Shangguan Lei into stopping in his tracks. 6 purple petals spun quickly in Xiao Chen's right eye, locking onto Shangguan Lei. This caused the other party to tremble and feel a pressure of death enveloping him. Right now, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning was no longer under his control. Even Xiao Chen feared the consequences of executing the divine lightning eye. Furthermore, this Shangguan Lei did not dare to take even half a step forward. "Shangguan Lei, I am not here today because I did something wrong to apologize to you. Furthermore, it is not because I, Xiao Chen, am afraid of you. I only want to tell you one thing. Don't treat me, Xiao Chen, as a pushover that you can squash at will. If you anger me, I will kill both of you." Chapter 1677. Xiao Chen stomped on Feng Yu's chest and shocked Shangguan Lei with his lightning-like aura. Then, the tribulation lightning enveloped Xiao Chen. No one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. Right now, Xiao Chen was like a thunder god, inspiring fear in all the true inheritors present. No one knew what was going on with the terrifying lightning-attributed energy in Xiao Chen's body. To think that it actually triggered the lightning core of the Divine Firmament sect's sovereign tribulation lightning. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen felt the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning slowly absorbing it. More accurately, it should be devouring, slowly swallowing up the tribulation lightning. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary tribulation lightning but a lightning core, the core source of the tribulation lightning. Under the stimulation of this lightning core, the bottleneck of Xiao Chen's cultivation loosened somewhat. Xiao Chen's body did not explode and die as he expected. Although this was a good thing, he could sense many of the Divine Firmament sect's major characters flying towards Thunder controlling peak. Xiao Chen did not dare to go overboard. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to leave. Xiao Chen used his greatest willpower to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning once more. Aside from fearing the Divine Firmament sect star venerates, Xiao Chen also feared that his physical body might not be able to endure absorbing too much tribulation lightning. After a while, The pillar of electric light encasing Xiao Chen vanished. Then, Xiao Chen kicked Feng Yu, who was on the ground, and took the other half of the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. After a while, the pillar of lightning enveloping Xiao Chen disappeared. Xiao Chen kicked Feng Yu, who was on the ground, and took the opportunity to pick up the other half of the saber. Feng Yu was severely injured, but his foundations were not damaged. He would recover after some time. Shangguan Lei stepped forward and quickly caught Feng Yu. Then, he checked on Feng Yu's injuries. But after this battle, it would be hard to get rid of the shadow in Feng Yu's heart. His future might be ruined. Feng Yu was defeated by a broken saber. Furthermore, he held a false Dao tool. No one would be able to accept such a result. As Shangguan Lei looked at Xiao Chen, rage burned in his eyes, nearly spewing out. However, he did not dare to act rashly. Earlier, Xiao Chen already revealed his strength. At the very least, Shangguan Lei could not clash head-on with him in this thunder-controlling peak. Most importantly, Xiao Chen's last words caused his heart to palpitate. Xiao Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. The reason why Xiao Chen dared to come to the thunder-controlling peak was not because he wanted to apologize or resign himself to humiliation. Xiao Chen wanted Shangguan Lei to understand that he could not rely on his higher cultivation to do whatever he wanted. He wanted to point out and humiliate Xiao Chen by name. Impossible. Xiao Chen exuded a spirit that said he would rather die in glory than live in disgrace, and it caused the hearts of every true disciple present to tremble. If anyone wanted to hit on him, they would have to think twice. I was too heavy-handed and offended you. Shangguan Lei, remember your promise. Farewell. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no need for Xiao Chen to stay any longer, nor was he willing to stay any longer. He turned around and flew back. Looking at Xiao Chen's departing figure, every single one of the true disciples felt a wave of disbelief, and they did not dare to imagine it. Just a half-step primal core cultivator trampled on the little thunder saber and clashed with Shangguan Lei, and he could still leave safely. After this battle, Xiao Chen's name would definitely shake the three blessed lands, attracting the attention of the true inheritors of the various sects. Furthermore, Shangguan Lei's WeChat would definitely suffer a huge blow, no longer as famous as before. Hua Yunfeng smiled faintly. Now, he discovered that he was completely wrong. This Xiao Chen did not need his protection at all. Xiao Chen did not come here to resolve the conflict between him and Shangguan Lei. This was because Hua Yunfeng knew that there was no way to resolve this. Shangguan Lei was a vengeful person, proud and arrogant, not letting Hua Yunfeng see his strength. When Shangguan Lei looked at you, he would always look down on you, treating you like a soft persimmon that he could squash at will. Xiao Chen only wanted to prove one thing by coming here: do not provoke him. If you provoked him, you would not have a good time, either. No one would care about the pleas of the weak. Only the rage of an expert could deter others, instilling fear in the other party, preventing them from acting rashly. This was the truth of the world, it had never changed. Not long after Xiao Chen left Thunder Controlling Peak, he discovered that he could not move. Several invisible wills of soul directly locked down the entire space. Xiao Chen froze in the air, unable to advance or retreat. In front of him, there were several old men with blurry figures in midair, looking at him coldly. How bold of you! You nearly destroyed the foundation of my divine firmament sect, yet you want to leave just like that. Speak. Who sent you? What method did you use to destroy the lightning core of the King Tribulation Lightning? Cold, ferocious roars entered Xiao Chen's soul. His mind buzzed in extreme discomfort. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. To think that this group of Cloud Sea old fogies actually attacked him. Just as Xiao Chen was at a loss, a thunderous voice rang out in the sky. Let him leave. Since when did my divine firmament sect fall to such a level? The moment this voice rang out, the several old men blocking Xiao Chen showed somewhat unsightly expressions. But Marshal Uncle Xiong, he destroyed the lightning guiding formation and absorbed a lot of tribulation lightning cores. Humph, are you trying to embarrass Yi Zifeng? That person coldly snorted, and the few old men immediately felt waves of fear. Their scalps went numb, and they didn't dare to say another word. Xiao Chen immediately felt relaxed. After some analysis, he realized that the person who spoke was the Thunder Saber Xiongtian. This Thunder Saber Xiongtian truly lived up to being one of the Grave Sea's 10 great bladesmen, equal to senior brother. Just this boldness alone was much greater than that of these star venerates. As his body moved freely, Xiao Chen didn't say anything and directly left this place of trouble. When he saw the peak of the purple flame sect, he completely relaxed. Fortunately, he did not absorb too much of that lightning core. Otherwise, the Thunder Blade Xiongtian might not have shown himself. Landing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Chen reported his identity. After a quick check, he was let through. The red-clad administrator whom Xiao Chen had met when he first arrived personally came out to welcome him. Haha. Brother Xiao. No. Martial Grand Uncle, we meet again. Administrator, he appeared exceptionally warm. After the matter, Yi Zifeng had indeed given him and that white-bearded old man a big gift. Even the sect master personally instructed him to take good care of this junior brother of Yi Zifeng. Martial Grand Uncle, did you fight? Administrator, he asked casually when he saw Xiao Chen go out. Xiao Chen did not hide it. I went to the Divine Firmament sect's thunder controlling peak. The red-clad administrator revealed a doubtful expression. Thunder controlling peak? I heard that Shangguan Lei is gathering the true inheritors of the various sects today to discuss the alliance in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am one of the people invited. The red-clad administrator recalled the recent news of Xiao Chen defeating the little Thunder Saber. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen's travel-weary appearance. He thought that Xiao Chen would not have a good ending if he went to Thunder Controlling Peak and faced Shangguan Lei, so he immediately dropped this topic. Xiao Chen was rather relaxed and did not mind. The battle of the lunar shadow sealing the saber was over. Xiao Chen had tossed aside all the burdens of the past and set out on a lighter journey. The most important thing was that although the earlier battle only lasted 2 moves, it was delightful, achieving his goal. Oh, right. Administrator, do you know where most of the inner sect disciples cultivate? I do. I'll bring Martial Grand Uncle there. There's no need to be so polite. I'll go over myself. As the opening of the fiendish demon battlefield approached, Xiao Chen recalled that he still had an agreement with a certain girl. He was going to bring her to the fiendish demon battlefield and work together. Halfway there, Xiao Chen happened to see a group of inner sect disciples walking over. When he looked up, he happened to see Yang Qing among them. Xiao Chen immediately felt that this was a coincidence. Just as he was about to look for the other party, he ran into them. When Yang Qing saw Xiao Chen, she showed a stunned expression. She greeted Zhu Wei and Zhu Wei's senior brothers and sisters before quickly walking over. I thought that you were no longer in the Purple Flame sect. During this period, I asked around among the outer sect and inner sect disciples, but there was no sign of you. Where did you go? When Yang Qing saw Xiao Chen, she found this strange. Then, she rejoiced. Me? I have a senior brother here. During this period, I've been staying with him, Xiao Chen said directly, not hiding anything. Yang Qing asked doubtfully, senior brother? What senior brother has such a high status that he can directly take in an outsider? Oh, I understand. Yang Qing's voice stopped. She thought that Xiao Chen might not have passed the test and was forced to stay in the sect to do odd jobs. She had heard that true inheritors in the sect could take in servants. Those servants' treatment was no worse than that of outer sect disciples. Finding this strange, Xiao Chen asked, I haven't said anything yet. What do you understand? Yang Qing feared hurting Xiao Chen's sore spot. She smiled and said, it's fine. I understand. I'm already in the top 10 of the inner sect and obtained the right to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Will your senior brother bring you there? Xiao Chen shook his head and said, my senior brother will not go, but he managed to obtain a spot for me. Upon hearing that, Yang Qing was even more certain of her guess. For him to be able to obtain a spot for Xiao Chen, he had to be a true inheritor. It looks like you are doing well. In that case, I can rest assured. The agreement of alliance still stands. When you go to the fiendish demon battlefield, senior sister, junior brother, and I will take care of you. Yang Qing saw that Xiao Chen was still a half-step primal core cultivator and that she had improved rapidly in the sect in the past 2 months. Yang Qing felt that her strength already surpassed Xiao Chen's. However, she still remembered the agreement and had no intention of giving up on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. In that case, many thanks for your care. You can go first. I think your companions are getting impatient waiting. All right. See you in the fiendish demon battlefield. Chapter 1678. 3 days later, the matter of Xiao Chen defeating the Little Thunder Saber at Thunder Controlling Peak and calmly leaving in front of Shangguan Lei spread throughout the 3 Blessed Lands. The various sects in the Blessed Lands all knew of this white-robed bladesman who dared to tyrannically trample on the Little Thunder Saber before Shangguan Lei, not giving him any face at all. What was even more terrifying was that Shangguan Lei actually let Xiao Chen leave, not daring to make a move despite his anger. Who was Shangguan Lei? He was the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain, a late-stage major primal core cultivator just 1 step shy of breaking through to peak major primal core. Even an ordinary star venerate might not succeed in killing Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei was tyrannical and arrogant, seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. However, he was such a ruthless person who had been famous in the Grave Sea for a long time. Shangguan Lei watched as Xiao Chen left, not daring to say anything at all. This was simply inconceivable. This piqued everyone's curiosity about this white-robed bladesman's identity. Back at the Purple Flame sect, Xiao Chen did not know that he had already caused a huge commotion in the 3 Blessed Lands. Xiao Chen was currently making one final push to enter the fiendish demon battlefield, continuing his preparations. Back then, after Xiao Chen said his goodbyes to Yang Qing and the others, he formally sealed the lunar shadow saber away. From then on, he would no longer care about any of his past glory. He would only bury his pride deep in his heart. The tribulation lightning he absorbed at Thunder Controlling Peak not only loosened his bottleneck but also raised his Thunder Dao cultivation by another level, reaching the peak of the Thunder Domain. The next step was to break through and grasp the Thunder Dao. More importantly, Xiao Chen's Divine Lightning Eye was about to break through the 3rd layer and reach the 4th layer. This was an unexpected joyous matter. The cultivation of the Divine Lightning Eye was abnormally slow. With every increase in layer, its might would undergo a tremendous change. This was especially so after the 3rd layer. The 3rd layer of the Divine Lightning Eye could only overlap 6 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. However, the 4th layer could overlap 10 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. Its might would undergo a tremendous change. For the past 3 days, Xiao Chen had been anxiously trying to make a breakthrough. If he succeeded, he would have a chance to enter the fiendish demon battlefield and show off his abilities. He would no longer fear a head-on clash with the top 10 true inheritors of the 3 Blessed Lands. Meanwhile, in the heaven-shaking mountains Blessed Land, a door plate with the words Confucian Institution flickered above the clouds of the 2 main peaks. It was faintly discernible, like a courtyard in a fairyland. The memorial tablets of many Confucian predecessors and sages stood in the Confucian Institution's imperial ancestral temple. A portrait of the martial epoch's Confucian sage hung on the wall. Yuming, in this fiendish demon battlefield, if you want to obtain the fortuitous encounter left behind by that divine vein expert, you should go to the fiendish demon battlefield. Your chances should be very high. However, if you fight Shangguan Lei head-on, your chances of victory are still only 50%. As for that profound light temple's Zhen Yuan, I have to admit that this little monk is the strongest of the 3 of you. In the study of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, an ethereal voice that contained a righteous aura came from outside. A young man dressed like a Confucian scholar was in the study. He exuded a righteous aura and wore a carefree scarf on his head. His temperament was free and easy, giving off an ethereal feeling. He was holding a book and calmly reading it. When he heard the words outside the room, he slowly put the book down. This person was the strongest true inheritor of the heavenly shaking mountain, Wang Yuming. The righteous aura on Wang Yuming's face turned into a proud sharpness that spread out. Mister, although that Shangguan Lei is the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain, it is undeniable that he is bold but not astute, arrogant and conceited. However, I am more concerned about the purple flame sects who are Yunfeng. This person is the one who truly hides his strength. There is also our heavenly shaking mountains Cloud Mountain Academies by Yu. Her righteous aura is no weaker than mine. However, the hardest to shake would still be that group of people from the Potala Mountain. The Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques are a greater deterrent to fiendish demons than the supreme techniques of my Confucian sect. Haha. You are rather open-minded. Recently, a newcomer appeared in the Purple Flame sect. He defeated the Little Thunder Saber in one move and even left calmly before Shangguan Lei. You have to pay more attention to him. Wang Yuming entered deep thought. There are really a lot of newcomers recently. Not long ago, I heard that there was a disciple with the Yang cohort in the Potala Mountains Profound Light Temple. In a debate about Buddhist principles, he defeated a senior monk with the Xian cohort. Although these people are not strong enough, they might still be variables. You have to be careful. As Wang Yuming spoke, the old man outside silently walked in. Whoosh! The old man stretched out his hand, and a folding fan silently landed in Wang Yuming's hand. Wang Yuming was startled. The instant the folding fan entered his hand, he found it incredibly heavy. With one look, he could tell that the ribs of the fan were not ordinary wood. It even contained a profound aura. However, it was not a Dao tool or a Dao tool. Wang Yuming gently opened the folding fan and saw two simple lines of a poem written on it: a loyal heart for all eternity, bright like the sun and moon, a body of righteousness writes the spring and autumn. Master used 20 years to write these words. With this aid, you will definitely be able to gain something in the fiendish demon battlefield. Wang Yuming's expression turned grave. He immediately knew how precious this folding fan was. His teacher had spent 20 years on it. Every word contained his teacher's spirit, qi, and spirit, containing the purest righteous aura of the Confucian sect. Divine Firmament Sect, Thunder Controlling Peak above the Thunder Flame Plaza, Shangguan Lei looked at the majestic figure in front with his back facing him, not daring to raise his head. Everyone says that the disciples of my line are bold but not astute, arrogant and conceited. No matter how strong they are just boorish men. However, they do not understand that if one cultivates the Thunder Dao like others, considering everything carefully and acting cautiously, how can one comprehend the true meaning of thunder? The Thunder Dao should be arrogant and proud in the first place. Only then can one bring out the tyrannical true meaning of thunder to its fullest. 3 days ago, the lightning guiding formation was broken, and the Tribulation Lightning's lightning core was destroyed. Someone left a heart demon in your junior brother. I do not blame you, Shangguan Lei. I only blame you for not having the courage to charge up at the very end. The Thunder Saber Xiong Tian enunciated every word. Every word struck Shangguan Lei's heart and soul, making him feel exceptionally unbearable. Master, Shangguan Lei knows his mistake. Where is the mistake? Afraid of death. Shangguan Lei lowered his head and whispered, feeling somewhat sullen. At that moment, when Shangguan Lei faced Xiao Chen's questioning and the power of the lightning tribulation, he had indeed felt death approaching. If Shangguan Lei forced himself to attack, it would definitely end in mutual destruction. He could not accept that. In that case, you can die now. Bang! The Thunder Saber Xiong Tian turned around and struck Shangguan Lei with a palm strike without any warning, sending him flying and landing in a sorry state. This startled Shangguan Lei. He felt a horrifying and terrifying lightning restriction planted in his body. When other people's disciples go to the fiendish demon battlefield, their master will give them all sorts of tools. I will only give you one restriction. The moment you enter the fiendish demon battlefield, it will activate. If you cannot break through to peak major primal core realm in half a month, you will explode and die. Every night, before your cultivation improves, you will suffer from the torture of lightning. Xiong Tian continued, if you are not willing, I can remove the restriction now. Shangguan Lei did not hesitate to fall to one knee. This disciple understands Master's intentions. I will definitely not let you down. The Thunder Saber Xiong Tian nodded slightly. Before you go and check on your junior brother. It is just a heart demon. If he can walk out of it, his accomplishments will be even greater. He possesses the bloodline of the great desolate Eon's 10,000 races and is innately compatible with the Thunder Dao. It would be a pity to cripple him. Yes. The opening of the fiendish demon battlefield approached. The top 10 true inheritors of the 3 blessed lands all received instructions from their masters. However, Xiong Tian was the only one who directly gave his disciple a life-ending restriction. Time flew. The opening of the fiendish demon battlefield drew closer. Xiao Chen finally broke through to the 4th layer of the divine lightning eye. With a thought, 4 purple petals spun rapidly in his right eye. I did it. Joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He felt even more confident about his trip to the fiendish demon battlefield. He also vaguely anticipated it. Once the fiendish demon battlefield opened, the inner sect elites, core disciples, and true inheritors of the 100 peak rank 3 sects of the 3 blessed lands and several rank 4 sects would all pour in. In the blessed lands, any 3rd grade sect's inner sect disciple could stand on their own and be comparable to the elders of other sects when they traveled outside. However, the fiendish demon battlefield would welcome hundreds of elites to kill and obtain fortuitous encounters. The intensity of the competition made one's blood surge just thinking about it. Who in the martial Dao did not desire to stand out among the elite outstanding talents, obtain fortuitous encounters, and rise up? Chapter 1679. There were only 2 days left before the fiendish demon battlefield opened. Xiao Chen asked Ling Yu about the situation in the fiendish demon battlefield. The two of them had their own expectations for the fiendish demon battlefield. Since his martial uncle asked, Ling Yu naturally told him everything he knew. Martial uncle, I have never been to the fiendish demon battlefield, either. However, some of the senior and junior brothers in the sect who have been there left detailed information. First of all, this fiendish demon battlefield is an independent world, boundless. Even now, the fiendish demon battlefield has not been completely explored. Based on what we know, there are a few places with the greatest attraction. The first is the 10,000 weapon pavilion. The 10,000 weapon pavilion contains all the weapons that the divine vein powerhouse collected. There are profound weapons, treasure weapons, Dao tools, and even eternal divine weapons. The divine vein powerhouse has lived for who knows how long. Even now, he has collected many weapons. The weapons that he collected, be they profound weapons or treasure weapons, are all peak quality. As for Dao tools, even the most inferior ones are Dao tools. In the outside world, Dao tools are priceless, supreme treasures. Xiao Chen understood now. A Dao tool contained a complete Dao. It would take 100 years or even several hundred years to nurture one. The value of any Dao tool was inestimable. Even rank 4 sects did not have many Dao tools. Being able to obtain a Dao tool in the 10,000 weapon pavilion was indeed a great fortuitous encounter. It would be of great help to raising one's strength. However, in the past 1,000 years, only 2 Dao tools have been circulated. It is simply too difficult to obtain a Dao tool. The restrictions left by the divine vein powerhouse are always like this. The higher the value, the more horrifying the restrictions. Ling Yu paused for a moment before continuing. Next is the 10,000 flower garden. There are all sorts of herbs and immortal flowers in there. Spirit plants that are thousands of years old or even tens of thousands of years old can be seen everywhere. There is also the 10,000 book pavilion, which contains all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques that the divine vein powerhouse collected in his lifetime, including the Buddhist, Daoist, and Confucian sects. These 3 great lands of fortuitous encounters have always been the favorite places of true inheritors. The competition there is the greatest, and the fortuitous encounters there are also the greatest. Aside from that, there are also many places of fortuitous encounters, such as the Buddha Seeking Platform, Dao Comprehension Mountain, Black Flame Mountain, Frost Lake. The treasures hidden in those places are all different. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This fiendish demon battlefield was much larger than he imagined. Indeed, this was an independent world. The means of that divine vein powerhouse were truly incredible. Right, there are still some forbidden areas that martial uncle should pay attention to. The forbidden area was not to be barged in. 9 out of 10 people who went in never returned. How about this? I'll help Marshal Uncle get a jade slip. I'm afraid I'll forget some important information just by relying on my memory. To be cautious, Ling Yu felt that it would be better to thicken his skin and ask for a jade slip for his martial uncle to look at. He had always been an impatient person. Once he made up his mind, he hurriedly left. This stunned Xiao Chen somewhat. Just as he wanted to ask what was going on with the fiendish demons in the fiendish demon battlefield, he disappeared. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the fiendish demon battlefield that the 3 blessed lands had anticipated for 20 years finally opened again. Boom! The region of sea where the 3 blessed heavenly lands intersected gave off a world-shaking, boundless might. No matter which sect was in the depths of the blessed lands, they all saw an island rising from the sea and hovering in the sky. The island itself was shrouded in pitch-black fog. However, the multicolored light above the island was very colorful. Spiritual energy spread out, forming a strong contrast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless figures soared into the sky and rapidly flew toward the island. All of them had extremely excited expressions on their faces. There were 30-odd people from the Purple Flame sect qualified to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. There were 5 true inheritors, 20 core disciples, and the top 10 elites of the inner sect. The fiendish demon battlefield was extremely dangerous. Although there were many fortuitous encounters, those who were not strong enough would just be sending themselves to death if they went. There was a total of 33 sects in the entire Black Cave Mountain. That was about 600 or 700 people. With the 3 blessed lands added together, there were about 2,000 disciples participating in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen's group had gathered at the summit long ago. With Hua Yunfeng in the lead, they flew to that island together. The island in the sky looked very close. However, when they set off, they discovered that it was actually quite a distance away. After leaving the Black Cave Mountain, the group continued flying for 1 hour before arriving near the island. Fortunately, these were all sect elites. Under the influence of the Starry Sea's gravity, flying for 1 to 4 hours was nothing. Xiao Chen casually sized up the place and happened to notice Yang Qing. She found it strange that he was in the middle of a group of core disciples. Xiao Chen gave her a friendly smile as a greeting. Then, he shifted his gaze to the black foggy island. The entrance to the fiendish demon battlefield was there. Although it looked like an island on the outside, it was astonishingly large. The island hidden in the fog was somewhat illusory at first, giving off the illusion that it was a mirage. However, the dense black fog slowly thinned, and some scenes on the island started to appear. The most eye-catching thing was naturally the entrance to the fiendish demon battlefield, the ancient and mysterious gate. It was unknown what the gate was made of. It was covered in rust and appeared very ancient. A statue of a great desolate Aeon holy beast stood on each side. Although it was a statue, it gave off a very lively feeling, appearing very realistic. It gave off a dignified aura. Everyone waited patiently. Once the time was up, that mysterious gate would open automatically. "Why are those monks not here yet?" Ling Yu muttered in a soft voice. Only the sects of the Black Cave Mountain and the Heavenly Shaking Mountain had arrived, each in a different location. Xiao Chen also felt curious. He wanted to see how strong and dressed the orthodox Buddhist sects of the Great Thousand Realms looked like. "They are here," Ling Yu said softly as he looked into the distance. He saw a group of bald monks in the distance, wearing Buddhist monk robes. Under the lead of a monk with bronze-colored skin, a square face, and a serious expression, they were rapidly approaching the island. These monks stood on golden lotus platforms, flying in the air with exceptional ease. Now, all the elites and outstanding talents of the 3 blessed lands had gathered together. "That monk is the Profound Light Temple's Zhen Yuan. I heard that he is the strongest true inheritor of the 3 blessed lands. He is even stronger than Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming. That is what the rumors say. However, no one has seen them truly fight before." Ling Yu, who was beside Xiao Chen, whispered, "He cultivates the Diamond Prajna Sutra and already condensed an Arhat Dharma body many years ago. His Diamond Prajna palm is extremely tyrannical." Xiao Chen secretly paid attention but could not make out much. That Zhen Yuan did not smile, and his expression was stern. Zhen Yuan did not leak any of his aura, looking like an ordinary novice monk with nothing special about him. However, Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming cast their gazes on this Zhen Yuan monk at nearly the same time. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yuming, the strongest true inheritor of the heavenly shaking mountain. As he held a folding fan in his hand, he exuded a graceful air, appearing scholarly and otherworldly. This fan seems to be extraordinary. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he muttered to himself. As they were about to enter the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiao Chen carefully observed the true inheritors of the various sects. If there was anything he needed to pay attention to, he would secretly memorize the appearance. Who is that person? Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered a white-clad monk not far away from that Zhen Yuan monk. This monk had delicate features and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, giving off a gentle and casual feeling. The two looked at each other. That person smiled faintly at Xiao Chen, confusing him. Do I know him? Doubts filled Xiao Chen's heart. There did not seem to be such a person in his memories. He had never interacted with monks before. Strange, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. However, he kept an eye out for this person. At the same time, Ling Yu introduced the strong true inheritors of the various sects to Xiao Chen, focusing on the top 10 of the 3 blessed heavenly lands. KACA. The ancient and mysterious gates on the island automatically opened. An ancient and desolate aura came from within, accompanied by terrifying roars. The fiendish demon battlefield officially opened. Chapter 1680. Xiao Chen came to this conclusion because a male purple flame sect disciple was currently trying to persuade Yang Qing to join his team. Who are you? The destination was the same. This was really a coincidence. This would save them a lot of trouble. There were all sorts of complicated environments. Of course, most of the places were ancient and desolate. However, that was true. Yang Qing stood up and walked over to Xiao Chen's side, explaining softly. Xiao Chen showed shock on his face. The other party's way of thinking was rather unique. However, it was rather compatible with Xiao Chen. If not for the fact that he had agreed to the other party before entering the sect, it would not be wrong. It would be true that fiendish demons could be seen everywhere. Never mind, I'll put these minor details aside for now. Xiao Chen asked, do you intend to move with just the 2 of us? Bang! The 2 palms clashed. Senior brother Wu paled and took 3 steps back. Someone behind him caught him. The moment Xiao Chen stepped through the door, he immediately felt a vast, mighty force everywhere. The space here was clearly of a higher level than that of a blessed land. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. I couldn't tell that you're quite popular. The danger was clear. After the other party was far away, Xiao Chen smiled and said, your charm is really great. If I were not capable, I might have fallen earlier. These were the 3 most popular places. The temptation was the greatest, and the competition was the most intense. Yang Qing felt that she had good judgment. Xiao Chen also believed that she would not be wrong in recognizing people. You as well. Now, Xiao Chen verified his guess. This Yang Qing hid a lot of her strength. After giving instructions, Hua Yunfeng led the true inheritors away, leaping up and disappearing from where they were. The fiendish demon battlefield was fraught with danger. Immediately, Ling Yu fell heavily to the ground, his bones nearly shattering. He lay on the ground in agony, moaning in pain. Martial uncle, given our physiques, there is no need to waste time here. Ling Yu possessed a great desolate Eon bloodline in the first place. Furthermore, he had refined the golden life juice source. His physique was no weaker than a true inheritor's. You are going to the Buddha-seeking platform as well? Yang Qing asked curiously when she saw the expression on Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, preparing to knock Xiao Chen unconscious. After entering the fiendish demon battlefield, there were no rules. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't travel with you. I have to go to the Buddha-seeking platform. The inner sect disciple who was addressed as Senior Brother Wu turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked in confusion. A place that contained fortuitous encounters, treasures, and inheritances would definitely be accompanied by many dangers. Indeed. With one more person taking care of this fiendish demon battlefield, it will definitely be safer. Xiao Chen sweated in his heart. The other party really thought too much. If Xiao Chen wanted to obtain a Dao tool, he would have to clash with the peak true inheritors. Now was not the time. Go. Half-step primal core? So that was how it was. No matter who you found to open the back door, just stay here properly. You have no right to speak in the fiendish demon battlefield. Ling Yu smiled and said, I haven't thought about it yet. However, it will definitely be the 10,000 flower garden, the 10,000 book pavilion, or the 10,000 weapon pavilion. I'm waiting for martial uncle to decide. Yang Qing was not surprised at the strength Xiao Chen displayed. She smiled and said, I just knew that my judgment would not be wrong. You probably evolved by becoming a true inheritor's servant and just endured it for a while. As for Xiao Chen, that went without saying. Naturally, Xiao Chen's first choice for practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was the Buddhist holy land of the fiendish demon battlefield, the Buddha-seeking platform, to improve his saber technique further. Furthermore, he had the support of the Buddhist Surya pearls. Compared to ordinary people, his chances of finding fortuitous encounters in the Buddha-seeking platform were much greater. Hua Yunfeng gathered all the Purple Flame sect disciples and looked at them expressionlessly. Yang Qing smiled and rejected, Thank you, Senior Brother Wu, for your kind intentions. Ling Yu showed an expression of pity. In that case, I'll leave with the other junior brothers. Martial uncle, take care. Their physiques were much stronger than those of the core disciples and inner sect elites. After sensing for a while, they could barely adapt to the environment here. There was no need to waste time meditating. Xiao Chen stood up and acted as if nothing had happened. Then, he went to where the Purple Flame sect's inner sect disciples gathered. The 20-odd inner sect disciples had formed groups, and only one group had not left yet. Xiao Chen nodded and waved the Buddhist Surya pearls on his wrist. I have a fate with Buddha. Although many years had passed since the Buddha-seeking platform, some Buddhist might still lingered on it. As Xiao Chen looked at Yang Qing, who could keep up with him, he entered deep thought. The first time he saw her, he felt that she was extraordinary. Xiao Chen said with a smile as he walked over. Whoosh. Senior Brother Wu, whose arm was already completely numb, felt a chill when he saw the smile on Xiao Chen's face. Then, he quickly led the other inner sect disciples far away. However, this was no wonder. Xiao Chen's confrontation with Shangguan Lei and the news of his fight with the Little Thunder Saber only spread among the true inheritors and a small portion of the core disciples. Only the true inheritors and a small portion of the core disciples knew about it. The inner disciples still did not know their names. Yang Qing did not know much, so it was hard to avoid making a mistake. Yang Qing nodded. What's wrong? Are you afraid? The human heart is hard to fathom. Even in the same sect, having too many people will only result in delays and all sorts of trouble. With these lessons, the latecomers all sat down on the ground and adapted to the might and pressure of this place first. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. His expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, On account that we are from the same sect, I'll overlook this palm strike of yours for now. Quickly scram. Ling Yu was raring to go at the side, clearly excited. His strength had improved greatly, and he had high hopes for the fiendish demon battlefield. Martial uncle, let's go as well. The ancient and mysterious doors opened, and the disciples of the various sects immediately rushed to the island. Junior sister Yang Qing, come with us, then. In this fiendish demon battlefield, Xiao Chen would definitely choose to travel alone. Senior Brother Wu revealed an expression of understanding. He thought that Xiao Chen was a relative of an inner sect elder and that Yang Qing had taken a liking to him because of this relationship. To think that Xiao Chen had hidden so much of his strength. Where are you going? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Chen and Yang Qing traveled side by side. As they rose and landed, they moved quickly, moving at a high speed. After bidding each other farewell, Xiao Chen sent off the other party with his eyes. At this moment, many disciples could no longer hold themselves back. They forcefully endured the might and pressure and left the safe zone, preparing to adapt to the environment as they traveled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fiendish demons filled the place. Every time the fiendish demon battlefield ended, less than half of the disciples returned alive. After arriving at this fiendish demon battlefield, junior brothers will have to search for fortuitous encounters. I will only say one thing. The Purple Flame sect does not like killing its own sect members. If we are discovered, I will personally make a move. He is my companion. Before we entered the main sect, we agreed to work together to roam the fiendish demon battlefield. Let's go, then. The ferocious beasts and fiendish demons in that place would more or less be a deterrent. Rest well for now. We will make further plans after we adapt to the environment here. Xiao Chen hid his strength from her, and she hid her strength from him as well. Could she be thinking the same thing as him? However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, Yang Qing did not team up with anyone else. Xiao Chen nodded, and the two followed the crowd and passed through that mysterious door. I'm not afraid. Don't worry. Where are you going? I do not need too many good companions. One is enough. Two is already heaven's blessing. If they went to the 10,000 weapon pavilion, all Ling Yu needed was a good treasure weapon. How could Xiao Chen care about a good treasure weapon? Yang Qing nodded and said, let's go to the Buddha-seeking platform first. We definitely cannot go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion now. There are people everywhere. Even if we obtain fortuitous encounters, it will not be easy to get away. On the other hand, this kind of place that people tend to overlook is safe enough. Even if they had a bad start, they could still put it this way. However, there was a large portion of people who remained calm. Although the fortuitous encounters in this fiendish demon battlefield were great, they were not in a rush. The fiendish demon battlefield sounded like a boundless, desolate battlefield with fiendish demons everywhere. In reality, the depths of the battlefield was a small world. Several cries of pain rang out. It turned out that many sect disciples soared into the air after entering. In the end, they were caught off guard. Unexpectedly, the pressure of the world here was so great. Most importantly, Xiao Chen's goal was different from Ling Yu's. Chapter 1681. After leaving the safe zone enveloped by the mysterious gate, the entire environment immediately changed. A dense ancient aura surged over, desolate and ancient. There was also a weak but omnipresent fiendish qi. That fiendish qi looked ordinary. However, if one breathed it in for a long time, it would make one irritable, bloodthirsty, and murderous. Xiao Chen did not know where that divine vein powerhouse found such a place and made it his resting place. Everyone could find information about the fiendish demon battlefield. As for how much they knew, it would depend on their position in the sect. The jade strip that Ling Yu obtained would definitely be more detailed than what Yang Qing could find. For example, Yang Qing only knew the rough location of this Buddha-seeking platform. However, Xiao Chen knew the specifics. Xiao Chen took out the jade strip and sent his spiritual sense into it. A blurry three-dimensional map appeared in his vision. Then, he continuously compared the three-dimensional map and finally matched the fiendish demon battlefield with the real world. Xiao Chen muttered the words Buddha-seeking platform in his heart. A flickering red dot immediately appeared in the distance on the three-dimensional map, looking incredibly clear. This was a special map that the Purple Flame sect's senior brothers had drawn over a long period of time and integrated into the jade strip. Only rank 4 sects could make such a jade strip, and only core disciples could obtain it. Of course, the map was not omnipotent. Most of the places were covered in black fog, places that had not been explored before. Come with me. After confirming the direction, Xiao Chen led Yang Qing forward at full speed. Along the way, the two occasionally ran into elite disciples of the other holy lands. After exchanging cautious glances, they carefully left. There were no rules in the fiendish demon battlefield. One had to be wary of fiendish demons, but so did the disciples of the other sects. Bang! Suddenly, the sounds of intense fighting came from a small hill not far in front. Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and immediately saw clearly. It turned out that a few disciples had discovered a stalk of strange grass that could raise one's physique. Elite disciples of the various sects continuously joined in to fight the ferocious beasts guarding the natural treasures. Xiao Chen casually glanced at it before ignoring it. He had the life juice source and did not care about this strange grass. As for young Qing, she only glanced at it indifferently before ignoring it. They continued on their way. The two purposely increased their speed. However, everyone was restricted in this fiendish demon battlefield, unable to move at full speed. Half a day later, a towering skyscraper surrounded by countless Dao wheels appeared in the duo's sight. Myriad Weapon Pavilion, young Qing exclaimed softly, and a hint of passion flashed in her eyes. No one would not be tempted when they saw the countless beautiful Dao wheels. By grasping a Dao tool, one would be able to sense the existence of the Dao in advance. It also had boundless benefits to one's comprehension of the Dao. Owning a Dao weapon was the dream of every disciple. Most importantly, a Dao tool that could catch the eye of a divine vein powerhouse would definitely be of superior grade or peak grade. Perhaps a Dao tool might grasp 2 or even 3 Daos, mutually nourishing each other. Rumor had it that 800 years ago, a disciple of the Divine Firmament Gate obtained a Dao tool that contained 2 Daos. To this day, they were treated as treasures, placed in the Divine Firmament sect's Divine Weapon Pavilion and not easily shown to others. As for that disciple who obtained a Dao tool, he advanced to the Cloud Sea realm at a young age, possessing great fortuitous encounters. Over the past 10,000 years, there were many similar legends left behind, attracting the people who came later to the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion. Right now, at least 100 people had already passed by the two, rushing to the Myriad Weapon Pavilion. "Let's go," Xiao Chen urged indifferently. Confused, Yang Qing asked, "You don't have the desire to go to the Myriad Weapon Pavilion?" "Naturally, I do. However, not now. Once I go, I have to take out a Dao tool." Xiao Chen's tone was relaxed as if he was speaking the truth. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Take out a Dao tool? That's too difficult. Not to mention the competition among many peak true inheritors, even without competition, subduing a Dao tool would not be easy under the suppression of the Myriad Weapon Pavilion's Dao might." Xiao Chen smiled and did not argue. 4 hours later, a mountain range appeared before the two. According to the map in the Jade Strip, the Buddha-seeking platform was at the summit. This was the only place in the fiendish demon battlefield that had anything to do with Buddhism. The Buddha-seeking platform produced all sorts of wondrous items with a connection to Buddhism. For example, the famous 5 trees and 6 flowers of Buddhism could be found here. Those were wondrous flowers and fruits that were hard to find in the outside world. They were incredibly precious. Be it monks who cultivated Buddhism or those who cultivated the martial Tao, they would receive great benefits after consuming them. However, it was not easy to go up. The flowers and trees in the mountain were boundlessly messy. Dangerous, ferocious beasts hid everywhere. The way to the summit was on the mountain path. Without any other choice, the two could only follow the mountain path to the summit. Several people walked on the mountain path. They all opened their eyes wide as they carefully looked into the depths of the forest. Xiao Chen had the heavenly eye. With a sweep of his gaze, he could easily see every blade of grass and tree in the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the Buddhist Sarira beads on Xiao Chen's wrist gave off a faint heat. Xiao Chen understood. This was the Buddhist Sarira beads forming a strange connection with some kind of wondrous Buddhist flowers and plants. Their Buddhist natures were connected, so there was a connection between them. "Wait for me for a while." After saying that, Xiao Chen followed his senses and entered the forest. The connection intensified, and the Buddhist Sarira beads gave off a weak Buddhist light. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on a white flower. 5 petals spread out gracefully. There were large patches of pale yellow on the petals. The alternating yellow and white gave off an exceptionally refreshing fragrance. White jasmine flower, one of the 6 flowers of the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. This flower grew on trees and could be consumed orally. Of course, it could be used to brew tea or refine medicinal pills to bring out its effects to the fullest. The white jasmine flower tasted elegant and refreshing. After consuming it, it could directly increase one's cultivation. 1 petal was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. Of course, the effects would decrease as time passed. However, even if it could not increase one's cultivation in the end, It could stabilize one's cultivation and condense veritable essence energy. To cultivators, this was simply wondrous. To Buddhist sect people, it was even more useful. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but it could also allow one to understand Buddhist principles, increase one's affinity with Buddhism, and strengthen one's wisdom. Any one of the 5 trees and 6 flowers was innately connected to Buddhism and could strengthen one's wisdom. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and stretched out his hand to pluck this white jasmine flower. However, he sensed that something was wrong. Xiao Chen casually looked around and saw many pairs of scarlet eyes staring at him from the darkness in the depths of the forest. Dodge! After plucking the flower petal, Xiao Chen immediately flashed, fleeing into the forest. Kai! Kai! Sharp cries came from the forest. 4 or 5 small, scarlet macaques bared their teeth as they gave chase. The macaques were astonishingly fast in the forest. Furthermore, they were more accustomed to the environment of the fiendish demon battlefield. Their speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Fearing that he would startle some other ferocious beasts, Xiao Chen did not make a move. He executed the new fish dragon art, and a layer of purple flames covered his entire body. Xiao Chen moved like a phantom, knocking down many trees as he charged out of the forest and appeared on a small mountain path. The bloodthirsty macaques that had been chasing him immediately stopped their pursuit. They stood on a tree branch and roared at him endlessly. Xiao Chen had long discovered that this mountain path contained remnant Buddhist might. It was much safer than the forest. In the past, there were believers who bowed with every 3 steps and knelt with every 9, sincerely worshipping Buddha. Indeed, when Xiao Chen arrived on the path, those bloodthirsty macaques immediately stopped chasing. One bloodthirsty macaque was as strong as a late-stage minor primal core cultivator. If Xiao Chen got surrounded in the forest, he would be in some trouble. White jasmine flower. Seeing Xiao Chen appear, the fragrant white jasmine flower in his hand, which was filled with a Buddhist nature, immediately attracted the attention of many people on the mountain path. Damn! What a fellow! He actually managed to escape the bloodthirsty macaques without getting injured at all. He is really lucky. He just arrived, and he already found a white jasmine flower. When they noticed that Xiao Chen was unharmed, many of the people with ulterior motives immediately withdrew their thoughts. It was definitely not as simple as luck for Xiao Chen to emerge unscathed from the forest. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao Chen wasted this treasure, munching on 3 petals of the white jasmine flower. It tastes pretty good. You should try it as well. Before the envious gazes of the crowd, Xiao Chen gave the remaining 2 petals to the somewhat stunned Yang Qing. Yang Qing ate it just like that. Although the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers could be consumed directly, this was a wondrous herb. Who would be so ungrateful as to consume it directly? Furthermore, it was so careless. Chapter 1682. Unlike those cultivators who risked their lives in the dense forest and searched everywhere, Xiao Chen only needed to rely on his senses to easily find his target. Fortunately, the strange smell would disappear with a gust of wind. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Compared to the other nervous expressions, it formed a sharp contrast. Only true experts could reap some benefits. Actually, this principle applied everywhere in the fiendish demon battlefield. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. After saying that, he shoved it into Yang Qing's mouth. All right, I'll go and meet him. I can't just watch as he destroys our opportunity. Right at this time, a miserable cry attracted Xiao Chen and Yang Qing's attention. Suddenly, something strange happened. A heaven-shaking roar came from the depths of the forest. Countless trees were uprooted. A grade 3 monastery's monk suggested. Xiao Chen continued walking forward. Soon, he felt the Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist heat up. He revealed a smile and quickly entered the dense forest. Buddhist cultivators were not all kind-hearted people. For many people, Buddhist cultivators and martial cultivators were only a method to become stronger. The white jasmine flower truly had boundless wondrous uses. The profound light temple was different. The largest temple of the Potala mountain did not fear the purple flame sect at all. I can cultivate Buddhist cultivation techniques and martial techniques to become stronger, But I don't have to abide by the precepts and respect the precepts. Xiao Chen smiled. Take it. This is just the beginning. Senior brother Yang Feng, you are a disciple of the profound light temple. You are no weaker than the purple flame sect. That kid's main strengths are his body movement technique and his strong body. Senior brother Zhan Ding cultivates the greater teleportation body technique and the Vajra indestructible body, which completely restrains him. If he went to the 10,000 flowers garden, the 10,000 weapon pavilion, or the 10,000 book pavilion, he would not be able to do so. This MT-seeking mountain has always been our exclusive property. It's him again. Where did he come from? Seeing that Xiao Chen's harvest was increasing, their dissatisfaction intensified. As they looked at Xiao Chen and Yang Qing's backs, rage flashed in their eyes. What made Xiao Chen even more happy was that his Buddha heart was also strengthened further. The Buddha light between his eyebrows was hidden and not emitted. If not for his long hair fluttering in the wind, one might even mistake him for a monk from a temple. The loss outweighed the gain. For the sake of a white jasmine flower, the strongest of the three, senior brother Ma, ended up half dead, losing the chance to continue obtaining fortuitous encounters. Poochie. Whoosh. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. The environment of the jungle was complicated. It was too risky to search inside. After a while, Xiao Chen walked out again with a jasmine flower. After swallowing all 3 jasmine flower petals, the Taiji Yin-Yang True Essence diagram in Xiao Chen's Dantian expanded by 20%. It's a major primal core realm ferocious beast, a black iron demonic ape. Just like that, he walked along the main path towards the Buddha-seeking platform at the peak of the mountain. His harvest alone was more than enough to surpass everyone combined. 5 bald monks were gathered together. Then, he snatched the white jasmine flower from the unconscious man's hand and stomped him to death. Once he succeeded in breaking through, he would be able to make up for it both internally and externally, and his strength would definitely increase by another level. A giant black ape that was 30 meters tall appeared with a roar. However, Xiao Chen did not care. He casually swallowed 3 flower petals and left the remaining 2 for Yang Qing. However, it was not easy to obtain it safely. With a moment of carelessness, he was bitten by the bloodthirsty macaque. His blood immediately flowed out of his body at an alarming rate. Even major primal core venerates could only try their luck outside and see if they could discover the strange plants in the forest on the main road. The eyes of the yellow-faced monk called Yang Feng flashed as he made up his mind. The effect of increasing his cultivation base was not very good. Xiao Chen felt that his cultivation base had only increased by about 20%. Apart from that, Xiao Chen also discovered another effect. After consuming the jasmine flower, his Buddha heart became even stronger. But to Xiao Chen, this place was too interesting. His Surya Buddhist beads were like a cheat. There were the 5 trees and 6 flowers of the Buddhist sects in the depths of the forest. There were many natural spirit herbs, and the jasmine flower was just one of them. Quick, quick, go and save senior brother Ma. These 2 were late-stage minor primal core cultivators. Facing this black iron demonic ape was somewhat taxing. They executed their martial techniques at the same time and quickly struck the black iron demonic ape. This was far weaker than the legendary 10 years of cultivation increase. This had a lot to do with Xiao Chen reaching a bottleneck in his cultivation. In senior brother Ma's hand, there was only a single jasmine flower. The 2 people who came to his rescue had dim expressions on their faces. The life juice source cleansed Xiao Chen's physical body and strengthened his physique. The jasmine flower strengthened his cultivation and cleansed his veritable essence energy. The 2 complemented each other, one internal and one external, greatly benefiting Xiao Chen. Aside from those who cultivated beneficence, monks who focused on cultivating grand aspirations and incense had very few restrictions in the first place. Firstly, it was a waste. Secondly, it could not be digested quickly. Where did this evil Buddhist monk come from? Xiao Chen showed an angry expression. This was forcing him into a dead end. This strange flower melted the moment it entered his mouth, continuously cleansing his veritable essence energy. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the other monks all nodded in agreement. Yang essence energy and the principles of yin and yang slowly circulated in his body, giving off a faint glow. His entire body was filled with energy. In the dense forest, a young man about 500 meters from the main road was captured by 50 bloodthirsty rhesus monkeys, entering a bitter battle. Yang Qing put away the jasmine flower. However, she did not dare to eat it like Xiao Chen. Jasmine flower. However, there were still several bloodthirsty rhesus monkeys behind. Finally, the remaining two fled to the main road and watched as the black iron demonic ape went far away. Aside from the jasmine flower, Xiao Chen harvested all sorts of strange Buddhist flowers and herbs. This was a rewarding journey. Of course, Xiao Chen still focused on the jasmine flower. Xiao Chen was different. He possessed a great desolate eon bloodline, and his physique had reached the level of a great primal core venerate. Following that, the two seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll through the mountain road. However, every once in a while, Xiao Chen would obtain a strange flower or herb, feeling relaxed and satisfied. Buddhist sect cultivation focused on merit, aspirations, and incense offerings. Actually, this was easy to understand. If monks were monks, they would truly be a group of ascetic monks who did not eat the food of the mortal world. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, there was no way for them to survive. His companions guarding the main road immediately charged in to save him. The two moved very quickly. However, by the time they arrived, senior brother Ma had already fainted. His face was pale, and teeth wounds covered his entire body. When Yang Qing saw Xiao Chen's changes, she muttered in her heart, not understanding what was going on. Ah! Raw. As a result, Xiao Chen's body started to emit a strange and unpleasant smell. These were all impurities that flowed out of his veritable essence energy. As Xiao Chen consumed more jasmine flowers, he felt the effects of his veritable essence energy becoming increasingly obvious. As his veritable essence energy was continuously cleansed, it became increasingly clear and crystalline. The impurities were slowly removed. More importantly, his injuries were not something that could be easily healed. What a fellow! A half-step primal core veritable personage actually monopolized 80% of the strange flowers and herbs in this Buddha-seeking mountain. Be careful. Just as Xiao Chen obtained another white jasmine flower and prepared to leave the forest, a strong Buddhist might suddenly appeared on the main road. This Buddhist might merged with the strong wind, containing the rage of a guardian deity, wanting to force him back. No matter where one went, a rank 4 sect would have a strong deterrent effect. If the Buddha-seeking mountain came to settle the score, the monastery they were in would not be able to endure the pressure. Xiao Chen could only say that he had chosen the right place to go to the Buddha-seeking platform. Xiao Chen had only entered the fiendish demon battlefield for slightly more than a day. His current harvest could be said to be one of the best. The black iron demonic ape's scarlet eyes shone with a spiritual light. Its two palms smashed over like two mountains, sending the two flying. Xiao Chen easily obtained another white jasmine flower. This made the eyes of the other sect disciples searching hard on the main road green with envy. Being able to obtain this white jasmine flower before breaking through to the primal core realm was like heaven helping them. However, the effects of condensing veritable essence energy were very obvious. That Taiji veritable essence energy diagram became more tangible. Clearly, no ordinary person would be able to reap benefits from the forest. Yang Qing shook her head and said, "I did not do much for this white jasmine flower. I don't want it." Xiao Chen had already traversed 2/3 of the mountain road. His harvest was bountiful. This trip was not in vain. However, the black iron demonic ape skin was as tough as steel. The two's attacks could not break through its defense at all. Chapter 1683. Where did this evil monk of the Buddhist sect come from? To think that he was so sinister, sneak attacking Xiao Chen at his most crucial moment. Xiao Chen did not think too much. He faced the other party's Buddhist might and gathered 4 cauldron force before throwing a punch. With a deafening bang, the two fists collided, creating a boundless shockwave that rolled out in all directions. Xiao Chen clearly saw that monk's face. His complexion was yellowish, and his skin was bronze. With one look, it was clear that this monk cultivated the Buddhist Vajradharma, giving him an incredibly strong physical body. Indeed, as expected, you are not an ordinary half-step primal core cultivator. The strength of your physical body is really startling. Yang Feng smiled coldly and shouted, however, now, scram back. Yang Feng shouted, and the energy in his fist light increased significantly. Surging vital qi surged out, pressing over like it could topple mountains and flip seas. You are seeking death. Enraged, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. Then, he merged his veritable essence energy and vital qi and pushed hard. Amid a loud rumble, Xiao Chen pushed Yang Feng back like he was a mountain. After pushing Yang Feng away, the bloodthirsty macaques behind him charged over at this moment. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen could only expose his strength. He used his body as a saber and released the great Dao's might. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen threw 6 punches, his fist lights like sabers. The wind howled, looking like resplendent saber lights blossoming in the depths of the forest. After 6 punches, Xiao Chen knocked back the bloodthirsty macaques. However, such an intense battle attracted the attention of the many ferocious beasts in the depths of the forest. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars came from the depths of the forest. Xiao Chen sensed several major primal core ferocious beasts rushing over. He did not dare to linger. With a few flashes, he arrived on the mountain path protected by the Buddhist might. On the other side, Yang Qing was surrounded by a group of bald monks. They did not use any killing moves on her, just holding her back, not letting her come over to support Xiao Chen. On the path, Yang Feng looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had just landed a heavy punch on him, but his body seemed fine. However, his body seemed to be completely fine. He was completely unharmed, and his expression was cold. Benefactor, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. You have to leave him a way out. If you monopolize all the resources of this Buddha-seeking mountain, what will happen to us, the people who entered the fiendish demon battlefield, who worked so hard to enter? Hearing the other party's reasoning, Xiao Chen smiled and said, according to you, what should I do? When Yang Feng saw that Xiao Chen seemed to have the intention to negotiate, his expression turned much warmer as he said, give us some of the white jasmine flowers and other rare Buddhist herbs you obtained. Let's work together on the Buddha-seeking platform. With the help of us Buddhists, we can give you more opportunities on the Buddha-seeking platform. You should also know that compared to the fortuitous encounters on the Buddha-seeking platform, the flowers and plants in this dense forest are completely not worth mentioning. Xiao Chen did know that there was an ancient temple in the Buddha-seeking platform that was completely preserved. There were many Buddhist weapons, Buddhist treasures, and even perfectly refined Buddhist pills. In the depths of the monastery, there was a kind of wisdom tea. After drinking it, it could condense a cultivator's soul force. It could increase a major primal core cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. In the past, there was a legend that a Black Cave Mountain disciple obtained the wisdom tea and broke through to the Cloud Sea realm in less than 10 years. However, the Buddha-seeking platform was now occupied by a group of fiendish demons. Fiendish demons were not like ferocious beasts. They were life forms that existed before the martial epoch was formed. They were born after the destruction of the Immortal epoch. After the heavenly court collapsed, the immortal qi went out of control, and all sorts of objects manifested themselves. For example, stones, trees, flowers, and even ordinary livestock. There were all sorts of strange things here. After they manifested themselves, they turned into monsters. They were neither human nor ghost, neither immortal nor demon. They were known as fiendish demons. However, after the destruction of the Immortal epoch, the immortal qi of the heavenly court became impure. Hence, most of the fiendish demons had violent tempers and were bloodthirsty. Before the birth of the martial epoch, fiendish demons had wreaked havoc in the world. Fiendish demons slaughtered the various races. This lasted until the sage ancestors of the Buddhist, Daoist, and Confucian sects appeared and fought with the fiendish demons. Only then did they gain the upper hand, killing the other party and ushering in the martial epoch. In this age, one could no longer run into fiendish demons in the ordinary world. Even if one ran into them in this special place, the bloodlines of the fiendish demons would be diluted, no longer having the might of their ancestors. However, ferocious beasts could not compare to them. Be it in intelligence or strength, ferocious beasts could not compare to fiendish demons. If Xiao Chen wanted to enter and obtain fortuitous encounters, he would be of great help. With the help of the Buddhist sects, it was indeed a great help. The Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques and martial techniques were very effective against fiendish demons. However, based on Yang Feng's expression, it seemed like Xiao Chen had something to ask of him, wanting to hand over the white jasmine flower and the other Buddhist sect herbs. Was that possible? Xiao Chen said coldly, "You are overthinking. If you are willing to work together, I can share some of the benefits from the Buddha-seeking platform with you. However, you can stop dreaming if you want the natural treasures that I obtained along the way." Yang Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. I will soon show you who is the one living in a dream." Whoosh! Yang Feng's figure turned around, and a Buddhist light flowed. Then, he suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. His skin gave off a metallic glow. This was the Profound Light Temple's indestructible iron body, a cultivation technique for the physical body. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He gently stomped on the ground, and a boundless killing chi surged out together with his aura like a tsunami. Under the suppression of such a strong aura, Yang Feng's speed immediately slowed. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he attacked at lightning speed. A melodious saber hum resounded in the surroundings. Dang! 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 Xiao Chen sent out 3-hand saber strikes at the same spot, giving off metallic clangs. Yang Feng grunted as he got knocked back 100 meters. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Look! The Profound Light Temple's true inheritors are fighting with the Purple Flame Sect's people. It's him, that white-clad person. He gained a lot on this Buddha-seeking mountain. He is very strong. I just guessed that someone would be jealous. Indeed, the Profound Light Temple's people could not resist making a move. Furthermore, it is an early-stage major primal core true inheritor. This is going to be a good show. Xiao Chen was a celebrity in Mt. Ask Mountain. His every move would attract a lot of attention. Previously, every time he came out of the forest, he would always have a harvest, and it had already caused a commotion. However, due to the Purple Flame Sect's reputation and Xiao Chen's strength, they did not have the courage to do so. Now that they saw Xiao Chen fighting with the Profound Light Temple true inheritor, they were not surprised. This Buddha-seeking mountain had always been the exclusive property of that group of monks. I wonder who will win. What else is there to say? It must be that bald monk. After all, he is a true inheritor of the Profound Light Temple. For him to have such a high cultivation base, he must have cultivated his way up. You should know that it is the hardest for a Buddhist to improve their cultivation base. Right. This white-clad bladesman is merely a half-step primal core cultivator. Although his physical body is astonishingly strong and his movement technique is terrifying, he is not a primal core cultivator. However, this Profound Light Temple monk not only has a higher cultivation, but his physical body and movement technique are also no weaker than the white-robed bladesman's. It's hard to say. The white-robed bladesman has not drawn his saber yet. Indeed, only now did the crowd notice Xiao Chen, who was fighting an intense battle with Yang Feng. Even now, Xiao Chen still had not drawn his saber. No one could think of a reason. Why? After Yang Feng was knocked back by Xiao Chen again, he patted his clothes and smiled. Interesting. However, I have already cultivated my indestructible iron body to the 5th layer. With your cultivation, you can forget about injuring me. As long as I land one punch, you will be finished. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party's physical body combined with the indestructible iron body was indeed difficult to deal with. Indeed, none of the true inheritors of a rank 4 sect were easy to deal with. If Xiao Chen's cultivation was higher, he would not have to put in so much effort. However, it would only take a little more effort. The other party was not Shangguan Lei, so he would not find it difficult to deal with. Right after Yang Feng spoke, Xiao Chen shot over. He stretched out his hand, and 7 beams of light shot out from his clothes. These were the 7 deadly sins that he had not used for a long time. The 7 sabers each gave off a different state. Under Xiao Chen's control, they merged into one. Then, He stretched out his hand and grasped them tightly. Dao Might appeared. With the saber in hand, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed, becoming boundlessly tyrannical, swallowing mountains and rivers. The great Dao Might immediately put Yang Feng in an extremely difficult position. What saber is this? Yang Feng was somewhat startled. When he saw Xiao Chen's aura change, it felt like he was holding a Dao tool. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. First, there was a saber god. Then, there is a divine saber. The saber is not important. What is important is the person holding the saber. Don't think that I can't do anything to your body of metal. Chapter 1684. With the saber in hand, Xiao Chen's attacks immediately turned sharp. Holding up his saber, Xiao Chen did not dodge. He directly chopped at the opening at the left rib of the profound light temple's Yang Feng. There was nothing special about this move. It was just fast, so fast that everyone seemed to see a mottled afterimage. It was as fast as lightning. First came the electric light, then came the thunder. This reminded everyone of what Xiao Chen said earlier. First came the saber god, then came the divine saber. The important thing was not the divine saber but the person who grasped the saber. Xiao Chen compared himself to the saber god. Originally, everyone looked down on him. Now, they no longer dared to underestimate him. It was just an ordinary move, but it was an eye-opener for everyone, causing them to cry out in surprise. Facing Xiao Chen's careless saber strike, Yang Feng hesitated. He had purposely revealed the opening. Yang Feng had many openings. However, he did not care about them earlier. The indestructible iron body made Yang Feng's physical body incredibly strong, suppressing Xiao Chen's physical body. Yang Feng did not feel any pressure when clashing head-on with Xiao Chen's fistlight and palm saber. As Yang Feng said, he could not injure him at all. However, Yang Feng no longer felt confident when facing this saber strike. Open! Yang Feng shouted. Suddenly, a scripture shining with resplendent golden light flowed on the surface of his skin. His Buddhist might increased greatly, and his indestructible iron body improved further. It was like he truly had the golden arhat protecting his body. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Everything was within his expectations. Suddenly, he raised his saber and chopped down at the speed of lightning. Then, he suddenly stopped. The saber move changed, like a sudden turn of a mountain peak. However, it flowed smoothly, looking wondrous. As Yang Feng raised his saber, it turned into an unending chain of huge waves. The saber light spread out, looking like the huge waves of a long river, one wave after another. By perfectly merging the ferocious mysteries and the chain of attacks, the might of this saber strike appeared boundlessly tyrannical. Even an outsider bladesman could tell that this was extraordinary, indescribably wondrous. Good. Many people cheered in unison. There was practically no one here who could send out such a saber strike. Yang Feng's face immediately sank. He, who was immersed in Xiao Chen's saber technique, felt it even more deeply. All of a sudden, it was as if the wasteland had been struck by lightning. Suddenly, it was as if they were in the middle of the ocean, facing the monstrous waves that were thousands of miles long. He was like a lonely boat in the night, looking around without anyone to rely on. Retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Yang Feng decisively chose to retreat. He also could not let Xiao Chen's saber strike his weak point. The consequences would be hard to predict. He only took one step back, and in that one step, he formed a seal with both hands. Between his fingers, a sacred flower bloomed, and 7-colored light filled the air, bringing with it a gentle Buddhist light. As long as the angle deviated, it would not be able to dodge Xiao Chen's saber strike. As long as Yang Feng did not strike at his weak point, he was confident that he could block Xiao Chen's attack and instantly counterattack. Change. Xiao Chen laughed loudly, and his saber technique changed again. He materialized the boundless surging wave to its limits. Then, he pulled it back, not even a splash of water spilling out. This was another perfect move. The spectators even forgot to praise him. It was indescribably wondrous. Breaking 1,000 armies. Suddenly, a heavy crashing sound rang out in the air. The crashing sound made everyone's heart beat faster, wanting to leap out of their chests. Yang Feng felt like he was in a bloody battlefield amid thousands of soldiers as Xiao Chen swung his saber. He wanted to use this saber strike to chop apart thousands of soldiers and sweep away the boundless dust. Breaking the stars. Then, when the saber light was about to chop down, Xiao Chen gently pulled back the saber tip. The aura of breaking 1,000 armies was completely absorbed into the saber tip. Starlight filled the sky, and the saber tip became boundlessly resplendent. It gave off a light even more dazzling than the stars, flickering among the stars in the universe. It seemed like this move of the saber could sweep away the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around and destroy the stars in the universe. This startled Yang Feng. Suddenly, he could not keep up with Xiao Chen's change in moves. In other words, Xiao Chen used his startling talent in the saber Dao to forcefully take the lead by one move. Breaking the world. Breaking 1,000 armies, breaking the stars, breaking the world. After stacking 2 moves, Xiao Chen changed his move to breaking the world and chopped down while Yang Feng's expression changed to one of shock. When the saber descended, it was like a lone knight galloping alone, carrying a momentum that could sweep through the world. Xiao Chen pointed at Yang Feng's initial opening. "I admit defeat." While he was surprised and bewildered, Yang Feng suddenly gave up resisting and shouted loudly. Buzz! The saber that swept through the world suddenly stopped when it was about 2 centimeters away from Yang Feng's opening. The saber trembled continuously, buzzing endlessly. The saber intent that Xiao Chen emitted spread out in the surroundings. Yang Feng's heart pounded heavily. He wanted to say something. Pa! Xiao Chen raised his saber horizontally and slapped Yang Feng's face, sending him flying. After he landed on the ground, he bounced off into the distance. On the mountain path of Mount Inquiring, countless people were watching this scene in the open and in the dark. Who could have imagined that a profound light temple true inheritor would end up in such a state when facing Xiao Chen? Everyone could see the situation of the match very clearly. When Yang Feng admitted defeat, anyone with a discerning eye could see the reason behind it. Only by admitting defeat could Yang Feng survive. After Xiao Chen attacked with his saber, his inconspicuous flaw became a fatal flaw after Xiao Chen changed his moves continuously. This was a fatal opening that Xiao Chen had forcefully created with his exquisite saber techniques. If Xiao Chen struck Yang Feng, he would definitely be crippled. Although everyone could tell that Yang Feng had left behind so many openings because of his carelessness, it was not easy to tell. However, everyone knew that even if he hadn't been careless, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated by Xiao Chen. There was no other reason other than the fact that the saber art was simply unbelievable and superb. Damn, he can't be that person, right? Who? It's that mysterious expert that spread through the various sects, the top core disciple of the Black Cave Mountains Divine Firmament sect. I heard that this bladesman defeated him in one move right in front of Shangguan Lei. That is really possible. He happens to be from the Purple Flame sect, and his saber techniques happen to be startling. Furthermore, we are not familiar with him. There are too many coincidences. This is the truth. Immediately, startled cries rang out. The person who dared to anger Shangguan Lei into trembling but did not dare to make a move was the idol of many people. Who would have thought that they would meet here? It's you. As Yang Feng lay on the ground, he revealed an expression of relief when he heard everyone's discussion. Yang Feng had heard of the Black Cave Mountains' mysterious bladesman as well. However, he had not taken it seriously. Yang Feng was very clear on what kind of person Shangguan Lei was. He did not believe that a nameless nobody would force Shangguan Lei into not daring to make a move. There had to be more to the story. However, after exchanging moves with Xiao Chen, Yang Feng started to believe it. The white-robed bladesman before him might not be without trump cards that even Shangguan Lei feared. I am not being merciful with this saber strike. The venerable Xian Bei once saved my life, so I will not kill someone from the profound light temple. However, if you keep mocking me, don't blame me for being merciless. Xiao Chen snorted coldly as he looked at Yang Feng, not saying anything more. He had always been decisive when it came to killing. This Yang Feng had already crossed his bottom line. If it were someone else, even if that person begged for mercy, Xiao Chen would still chop down his saber. However, Since the other party was from the profound light temple and chose to admit defeat, Xiao Chen could spare his life. However, there was only one chance. If there was a second time, Xiao Chen would not be polite. After a while, Yang Qing looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression. No matter what, she could not have imagined it. Xiao Chen would be the person who charged into the Divine Firmament sect and was viewed as a legend by the many inner sect disciples of the Purple Flame sect. Yang Qing's first impression was that she had always thought that Xiao Chen had become the servant of a true inheritor. Furthermore, because she was too familiar with Xiao Chen, she had never thought that Xiao Chen was the mysterious bladesman who fought with Shangguan Lei. Yang Qing looked at Xiao Chen and said seriously, "Young Master Xiao, you really hid yourself deeply." Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. "I have never hidden anything from you. I already said from the start that I came to find my senior brother. It is just that you did not believe me. However, my senior brother is indeed Senior Yi Zifeng. He is fully capable of obtaining a spot for me." Right after Yang Qing spoke, Xiao Chen paused for a moment before continuing. "You, on the other hand, have been hiding very deeply. Even now, I cannot see through you." Yang Qing appeared slightly startled, somewhat surprised. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Back on the ship, I already paid attention to you. At that time, I thought that I already saw through you. Only now do I realize that I cannot see through you completely, never before. However, what does that matter? I only need to remember that you once shielded me without any hesitation. That is enough." Chapter 1685. When Xiao Chen came out, he would definitely have a stalk of the Buddhist sect's strange plant. Xiao Chen suspected that he had run into a mutated black iron demonic ape. "I can't care anymore. If it is not mature, so be it. It is better than someone else taking it away." The white-clad monk was none other than the Black Lotus Church's holy son, Ming Xian. Right now, he had another identity, Yang Shi, a newly advanced disciple of the profound light temple. He was like a pool of lightning, shocking the various ferocious beasts in the forest. Peak Major Primal Core. "Young Master Xiao, how did you escape unharmed? People like Shangguan Lei, Zhen Yuan, and Wang Yuming definitely would not come. They would definitely go to a land of greater fortuitous encounters." After a loud sound, frost covered that black iron demonic ape's entire body. Yang Qing's peak palm strike knocked it back into the forest. The two smiled at each other and continued heading for the summit. Yang Feng's strength could not be considered at the peak among the true inheritors of the three blessed lands, but there was no need to underestimate him. Even if he could not rank in the top 10, he could still make it into the top 30. This seemingly simple action actually exhausted a lot of mental and physical strength. Fortunately, he did not disappear completely. I can still sense his general direction. After Xiao Chen and Yang Qing went far away, the group of monks from the Potala mountain gathered together again. With one final leap, a faint purple flame covered Xiao Chen's entire body as he dodged that black iron demonic ape's strike. Then, he landed firmly and heaved a sigh of relief. Based on this trend, it really might be possible. Even senior brother Yang was defeated by him. Who else could stop him? When Xiao Chen looked over, he saw a black wall appear. When he looked up, he discovered that it was a 30-meter-tall black iron demonic ape. Right after the figure vanished, this black iron demonic ape smashed the tree that Xiao Chen had just stood on into powder with one palm strike. Bang! When Xiao Chen turned his head back, he saw a horrifying scene. The black iron demonic ape had actually followed him silently, right above him. "Young Master Xiao, are you all right?" Yang Qing's complexion paled somewhat, and her voice sounded somewhat weak. Clearly, the rebound from her earlier palm strike made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Just as Xiao Chen was about to make his move, a few voices suddenly rang out in unison. Waves of righteous qi spread out in all directions and soared into the sky. Xiao Chen, who was fully focused on fleeing, felt a little tired after a short while. Damn it! How did this black iron demonic ape manage to hide its aura so well with such agility? The black lotus mark on Xiao Chen's body was now immeasurably weak because he had taken the snow lotus. Strange, the black lotus mark left by Master has become so weak. However, This Yang Feng seemed to have forgotten Xiao Chen's final warning. If there was a next time, he would not be lenient. There's no rush. My senior brother Zhen Xian will come later. We already made an agreement. At that time, my senior brother will definitely be able to take down this white-robed bladesman. This was something that could only be done after one's control over one's strength had reached the pinnacle. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he had guessed correctly. This was a mutated black iron demonic ape. The black iron demonic ape was crystalline and flawless. The holy son Ming Xian, who originally thought that after entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he could easily find Xiao Chen by sensing the Black Lotus mark. The holy son Ming Xian entered a berserk state, and the ice on his body fell off. Unyielding might. To the people of the Buddhist sect, no one could endure Xiao Chen monopolizing so many strange flowers and herbs. How terrifying. Young Master Xiao, be careful. Every time Xiao Chen dodged, he would be in danger. This mutated black iron demonic ape was ridiculously strong. Even if there were no other reasons, Xiao Chen would not be willing to fight with such a ferocious beast. It would not end well. He just knew that this earth and fire golden lotus would not be that easy to obtain. Xiao Chen took out a brocade box and carefully moved his body. Just as he put away the earth and fire golden lotus, he sensed a dangerous aura. The most important thing was that it was extremely rare. It could not grow on a large scale like the white jasmine flower. The earth and fire golden lotus had very high environmental requirements. It could only grow in special places. It's fine. I trust you. Whoosh. However, the expression of Yang Qing, who was at the side, changed drastically. Her fine black hair suddenly turned white, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. White snow drifted in the air. However, it did not seem like it had truly matured yet. Xiao Chen did not dare to face it head-on in the depths of this forest. Who knew what other monstrous ferocious beasts would come? Xiao Chen nodded. That was truly dangerous earlier. That black iron demonic ape's movement technique was simply too agile. As it leaped, it did not make a sound. This was simply incredible. The mountain path was an absolutely safe zone. Along the way, no ferocious beasts dared to come here. Inside Buddha-seeking mountain, the Black Lotus mark was weak, appearing and disappearing at times. This made it very difficult for Xiao Chen to determine Xiao Chen's position. Fortunately, the mountain path was already not far away. Xiao Chen's strength was definitely not just at the early stage major primal core realm. It might even be at the peak major primal core realm. Earth and fire golden lotus. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of joy. The earth and fire golden lotus was one of the 6 flowers of the 5 trees and 6 flowers, one grade higher than the white jasmine flower. When cultivating in the Buddhist sect, one's Buddha heart was extremely important. It was helpful in comprehending the various ancient Buddhist scriptures and strengthening one's wisdom. Many Buddhist sect martial techniques even had a direct requirement on one's Buddha heart. If one's Buddha heart was not strong, the might of the Buddhist sect martial techniques would be weakened. Relying on the new fish dragon art movement technique, Xiao Chen dashed wildly, dodging the various attacks of this black iron demonic ape. On the mountain path, Xiao Chen and Yang Qing continued walking leisurely. Occasionally, the Buddhist Surya beads would sense something, and Xiao Chen would enter the forest. The strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain all had the effect of strengthening one's Buddha heart. When they reached a certain level, they would undergo a qualitative change. Yang Feng sincerely felt that he was inferior to Xiao Chen. However, it was impossible for him to give up on the strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain, especially the white jasmine flower, one of the 5 trees and 6 flowers. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and leaped up, vanishing from a tree branch. The golden lotus petals had not even opened yet. It was like a shy girl covering her face with her hands. At some point in time, it had silently landed in front of Yang Feng. This mutated black iron demonic ape actually ignored the taboo and crossed the mountain path. For Xiao Chen to defeat Yang Feng, it was sufficient for him to dominate this Buddha-seeking mountain. After all, he was a true peak true inheritor. He would go to the 10,000 flower garden, the 10,000 weapon pavilion, and the 10,000 book pavilion. Suddenly, the black iron demonic ape's aura soared, instantly reaching a horrifying level. This startled Xiao Chen and Yang Qing at the same time. Just as Xiao Chen was about to say something, an intense roar suddenly rang out. The 30-meter-long demonic ape in the forest stood up again. At this moment, on a slope some distance away from the Buddha-seeking mountain, a white-clad monk frowned heavily, revealing a confused expression. "Senior brother Yang, what should we do? Are we just going to watch him collect all the strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain?" This time, Yang Qing was truly shocked. As she looked at Xiao Chen's sincere gaze, she remained silent for a while before saying, "Thank you. However, there is definitely no conflict of interest between us. After I obtain something from the back mountain of the Buddha-seeking platform, I will leave." Xiao Chen's face sank, and his body shifted back a few steps. Then, he soared into the air and landed on a tree branch. Bang! This time, the Buddhist Sarira pearls sensed something again. Xiao Chen followed the feeling and discovered a golden lotus flower that looked like it was burning with flames. The holy son Ming Xian looked in the direction of the Buddha-seeking mountain, and a light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, his figure vanished. Every time Xiao Chen leaped up, he had to make precise calculations and use his full power before he could dodge that black iron demonic ape's attack. It was soundless and didn't make any sound. Yang Qing's palm strike in the air looked like a beam of flowing light amid the snowflakes filling the air. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the snowflakes in the air released motes of light. Chapter 1686. The Holy Words of the Confucian Tao, Unyielding Might. With a few shouts, 4 figures landed before Xiao Chen and Yang Qing with a vast and boundless aura that was as heavy as a mountain. The leader was dressed like a scholar. He had a fair face and no facial hair, exuding a scholarly air. At this moment, the 4 arrived with their swords in hand. Their scholarly air turned into a righteous air. Their expressions were resolute, and their eyes shone with an unparalleled sharpness. Their auras soared infinitely. In the blink of an eye, they reached the aura of a peak major primal core cultivator. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This unyielding might was somewhat similar to his deity's descending. Similarly, it raised one's aura and strength for a short time. However, this unyielding might merged with the righteous air of the Confucian Tao. It was much better than deities descending alone. The 4 each sent out a sword strike. Sword chi surged out, shaking mountains and rivers as they struck the black iron demonic ape. Boom! Space trembled, and that black iron demonic ape's unparalleled aura was forcefully suppressed. Under these 4 sword strikes, it was knocked back. Apart from the leader of the group, the other 3 paled and gasped for breath as they slashed out with unstoppable might. However, the pale-faced scholar sent out several sword flowers in the air. His sword moved like it was a go, and his sword moved like it was a go stone. Metallic clangs rang out crisply and crisply. Great sword technique. Xiao Chen could not help praising softly as he watched, entranced. The other party's sword technique was truly exquisite. His sword moved like it was a go stone, and he used it like a god. He used all sorts of sword moves as he pleased, not sticking to a single pattern. It looked like a random combination, but in reality, every move contained deep meaning. Every time he sent out a sword move, it was a setup. When the 10 moves were over and the setup was set, that pale-faced scholar sheathed his sword and slowly landed. As Xiao Chen slowly descended, a trembling sound came from the air. Some of the previously unremarkable sword techniques suddenly exploded out. These sword moves gathered into a resplendent sword light and left a basin-sized wound on the black iron demonic ape's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The demonic black iron ape's ferocity didn't diminish despite its severe injuries. However, it stopped for a moment and roared a few times before choosing to flee back into the forest. After confirming that the black iron demonic ape had truly gone far away, the pale-faced scholar led his 3 companions over to Xiao Chen and Yang Qing. Xiao Chen remained calm and collected, waiting to see what this group of people wanted to do. Although the demonic black iron ape was powerful enough to appear in the Saber Dao, Xiao Chen did not need the help of others. Initially, it was only because they had not expected the black iron demonic ape to appear. Furthermore, the The black iron demonic ape's ability to conceal its aura was superb, so they did not notice it. However, since Yang Qing made a move and helped him gain some time to catch his breath, escaping would not be a problem. Even without the help of the four, Xiao Chen could still solve the problem in front of him, so he didn't feel particularly grateful. Most importantly, Xiao Chen felt that the four of them were not simply helping him. It felt like they were deliberately showing off their strength. Many thanks to the four of you for helping me. I did not ask for your guidance, Xiao Chen said as he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Young Master Xiao is too polite. Even if we did not make a move, young Master Xiao would have dealt with it. I am Wang Ce, and these three are my junior brothers. We are all from the Confucian Institution. The pale-faced scholar was rather honest and did not put on airs of taking credit for himself. The Confucian Institution? What is your relationship with Wang Yuming? Xiao Chen asked softly, feeling excited. At the mention of Wang Yuming, pride flashed in the eyes of the other Confucian Institution disciples. They said, "That is my senior brother. We are all disciples of the same teacher." However, senior brother Wang went to a forbidden land. A forbidden land? Yang Qing exclaimed. However, she soon felt relieved. That's right. As one of the three great geniuses, Wang Yuming is indeed qualified to enter a forbidden land. Wang Ce smiled and looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he said seriously, "Let's not talk about this for now. Young Master Xiao, what do you think of our strength?" After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen answered honestly, "Very strong. If we worked together, I would not be able to deal with them easily. This is especially so for young Master Wang. Your sword skills are a great eye-opener. Your sword moves are like Go, and your moves are casual and relaxed, not sticking to one pattern. However, when you reap the harvest, you are swift and decisive. You kill decisively and efficiently." Clearly, Wang Ce was very happy to receive such an evaluation from Xiao Chen. He smiled humbly and said, "It is not worth mentioning. Compared to young Master Xiao's saber skills, I am still much weaker. Young Master Xiao, why is this person so long-winded and wishy-washy? Even now, I still do not know what he wants to do." Yang Qing's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He smiled and replied, "There is no rush. The people of the Confucian sect are just like that." After chatting idly for a while, Wang Ce said, "We all saw young Master Xiao's battle with that profound light temple monk. Actually, if we want to go to the Buddha-seeking platform, there is no need to ally with that group of monks. The righteous qi of our Confucian sect also has a strong suppressive effect on fiendish demons. That black iron demonic ape earlier was a fiendish spirit ape. However, when it faced our Confucian sect's sword techniques, it was still forced to flee." Xiao Chen now understood. The righteous qi and the Buddhist sect's Buddhist might were indeed similar on a certain level. At the same time, Xiao Chen understood the intentions of the other four. They wanted to work with him to go to the Buddha-seeking platform. "Brother Wang Ce, do you want to work together and go to the Buddha-seeking platform together?" Wang Ce nodded and said, "The Buddha-seeking platform is not simple. The fiendish demons in the temples are all intelligent, no different from us. Furthermore, they are already used to the pressure of the fiendish demon battlefield. With the same cultivation realm, the strength they can bring out is stronger than ours." After coming to the fiendish demon battlefield, everyone, including Xiao Chen, had their strength suppressed. It was just a matter of how much. Young Master Xiao saw our strength earlier. What do you think? Do you want to go to the Buddha-seeking platform together? Wang Ce revealed a confident expression, feeling very confident in his invitation. Xiao Chen exchanged glances with Yang Qing. Then, he said, "I'll discuss this with my companion first." The two walked to the side and communicated via voice projection. Xiao Chen said, "Miss Yang, I do not care what you think. I am already very satisfied with the natural treasures in the forest. Right now, we just need to go to the Buddha-seeking platform and take a look at those ancient Buddha statues. That will be enough." Xiao Chen's goal was very firm. It was to improve his Buddha nature and strengthen the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Everything else was just a bonus. Yang Qing entered deep thought. I don't mind, either. However, young Master Xiao, don't be fooled by the benevolent appearance of that Confucian institution disciple. Xiao Chen looked at the other party in shock. This young Qing seemed to have a grudge against the people of the Confucian institution. She had not shown such an expression when facing that group of bald donkeys earlier. After the discussion, Xiao Chen felt confident and slowly walked over. How was it? What's the result of the discussion? Wang Ci asked. Sure. However, if there are any gains along the way, the two of us want 60%. You can only get 40%. In that case, wouldn't the four of us each get only 10%? A Confucian institution disciple immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Wang Ci's lips twitched slightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Young Master Xiao, we are very sincere. In any case, it did not matter. Actually, Xiao Chen could have been more ruthless. 60% or 40% was already a more sincere proposal. That's all, then. Goodbye. Since the other party felt that Xiao Chen was not sincere, there was no point in continuing the conversation. So, Xiao Chen waved his hand and took his leave with Yang Qing. Damn it. Big brother Wang Ci, this so-called white-robed bladesman is really shameless. We helped him out of goodwill, and he actually demanded such a high price. How infuriating. He is simply looking down on the people of our Confucian institution. Elder brother Wang Ci, there is no need to be polite with him. We can just snatch whatever he has on him. Seeing Xiao Chen go far away, the people of the Confucian institution all expressed their dissatisfaction. Wang Ci showed an uncertain expression, rage flashing in his eyes. Aside from Xiao Chen's strength, Wang Ci sought to work with Xiao Chen because of the mysterious item that Xiao Chen had on him. Wang Ci guessed that Xiao Chen definitely had some treasure with a deep connection to Buddhism. Otherwise, he could not have gained so much in this Buddha-seeking mountain. However, Wang Ci was not confident of making a move on Xiao Chen. Based on the girl beside Xiao Chen, she did not seem to be an ordinary person. Just as Wang Ci was at a loss for what to do, a group of people rushed over from below. When he looked up, he saw Yang Feng, whom Xiao Chen defeated earlier, leading a profound light temple disciple towards the summit. The Imperial Light Temple's Zhenxian. Wang Ci immediately revealed a smile on his face. He said indifferently, There will come a time when you beg me. Chapter 1687. There seems to be no path in front. After taking their leave of Wang Ci's group of four, Xiao Chen and Yang Qing continued along the mountain path. Finally, they arrived at the end of the mountain path. There was no path in front, only a tall and precipitous cliff. The Buddha-seeking mountain's peak was on the cliff, the Buddha-seeking platform. The only way to get to the Buddha-seeking platform was to fly up in one go. However, the spiritual energy in this fiendish demon battlefield was boundlessly vast, mixed with the ubiquitous fiendish qi. The space here was much larger than that of a blessed land. Aside from this, there was also a fiendish qi mixed with Buddhist might, looking exceptionally strange. Jumping up here was extremely difficult. Many sect disciples gathered here. As they looked at the 3-kilometer-tall cliff, they all frowned and shook their heads. For now, no one was willing to try. When Xiao Chen and Yang Qing arrived, they did not act rashly. Instead, they calmly observed their surroundings. It should not be a problem for me to jump up. The difficult part is what I will face after I jump up. After carefully looking around, Xiao Chen had a rough idea. However, he did not know what the Buddha-seeking platform looked like or what fiendish demons were inside. Clearly, Yang Qing came prepared. She said, There is a huge temple on the Buddha-seeking platform. After jumping up, you will see the temple gates. The temple has the most fiendish demons of varying strength. The strongest is a tree spirit. I heard that it is a distant sea realm cultivator. Of course, that is news from 20 years ago. I do not know if it is still accurate. A tree spirit was not easy to deal with. A tree spirit that became a tree spirit would have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Furthermore, it occupied this Buddha-seeking platform and gained a Buddhist heart, gaining intelligence. It would be even harder to deal with. Doesn't that mean that there is no way to go up? With a Cloud Sea fiendish demon guarding the Buddha-seeking platform, one would die if they went up. How could they possibly go up? Yang Qing smiled and said, "How can that be? No matter what, this fiendish demon battlefield is a place where the divine vein powerhouses pass down their skills in the end. The fiendish demons will not truly take the initiative. Even if they die, the will they leave behind will formlessly restrict the fiendish demon battlefield. Think about it. If there were no restrictions, how could the Cloud Sea experts of the outside world not enter?" Xiao Chen understood something. "You mean to say that the tree spirit might not make a move personally, but it would be hard to avoid some sort of test. Passing the test left behind by the divine vein powerhouse is the key to obtaining the fortuitous encounter." Yang Qing nodded. "That's right. Who is Xiao Chen? Come out." Just as the two of them were discussing, a loud shout suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. It contained Buddhist mantras. The simple sentence caused everyone's eardrums to tremble and their souls to tremble. Many of them even bled from their nostrils and ears. The Buddhist sect's guardian deity Lion Roar. "It's the profound light temple's people." Yang Qing's expression changed slightly as she looked down. She saw Yang Feng, whom Xiao Chen had defeated earlier, leading a square-faced monk in yellow monk robes. They quickly leaped up and ran over. Zhen Xian. When they saw the square-faced monk, many people immediately revealed shocked expressions. Zhen Xian was a true inheritor of the Profound Light Temple, one of the top 10 true inheritors of the entire Profound Light Temple. His strength was exceptionally terrifying. It was common knowledge that because Buddhist disciples had a solid foundation, their cultivation grew the slowest. Most of them were not famous in the early stages, but once they reached the later stages, their strength would be stronger than their peers. This was the case for the strongest person of the three blessed lands, Zhen Yuan, who suppressed Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming. Although this Zhen Xian could not compare to Zhen Yuan, he was still one of the top 10 true inheritors of the entire Profound Light Temple. Even among the three blessed lands, he could be considered a peak existence among the true inheritors. The crowd was shocked because they had not expected someone of Zhen Xian's status to come to Buddha-seeking mountain, a land of fortuitous encounters that was not considered popular. After a while, everyone understood and focused their gazes on Xiao Chen. They all revealed expressions of understanding. It turned out that Zhen Xian was here to take revenge for their junior brother. Earlier, Yang Feng had been in a sorry state when he lost to Xiao Chen. "You sure came fast," Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he stepped forward and said calmly, "I am Xiao Chen. What can I do for you? I am looking for you." Obediently hand over the Buddhist prayer beads and the Buddhist sect wondrous items in your hands. Zhen Xian charged over with a ferocious momentum, not caring about Xiao Chen at all. Right after he spoke, he charged at Xiao Chen. Zhen Xian clenched his hands into claws and spread his arms, looking like a divine eagle soaring into the sky. His entire body shone with golden light, giving off heavy Buddhist might. As Zhen Xian flew towards Xiao Chen, the cry of a divine eagle rang out in the air. He frowned heavily and sent a claw down. Immediately, a gigantic eagle claw formed by veritable essence energy appeared, clawing at Xiao Chen. A boundless suction came from the claw, kicking up sand and pebbles on the ground as a strong wind howled. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the surrounding crowd felt this suction, they exclaimed and quickly scattered, afraid of getting caught up in the crossfire. How arrogant! Xiao Chen's face sank as he shouted coldly. The 7 deadly sins merged into one, and great Tao energy spread out. Instantly, he stood firmly on the ground, unmoving like a mountain. Just as the gigantic eagle claw was about to strike, the saber strike containing great Tao energy turned into the dragon subduing slash and sent out a berserk chop. Boom! Space trembled. The short exchange between the two created a terrifying shock wave that surged out. Xiao Chen leaped up, looking like a treasure saber being unsheathed. He executed the army-breaking saber technique, forcefully clashing head-on with Zhen Xian. The army-breaking saber technique focused on the word break. It required an indomitable courage. Even if one faced a vast army, one dared to wield their saber and charge forward, killing them all. Zhen Xian's divine eagle claw was extraordinary as well. His body was like a divine eagle. As he moved, he kicked up a boundless strong wind. Zhenxian's 5 fingers were as hard as divine metal. As he moved, he gave off a startling Buddhist might. Dang! Dang! After 10 moves, the two were evenly matched. Zhenxian's initial burst of aura could not increase his advantage, so it slowly weakened. Left with no choice, he soared into the air and returned to the ground. The moment Zhenxian's feet touched the ground, his 5 fingers turned into a palm. Then, he thrust a palm at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, immediately felt the surrounding space twist. A palm radiating Buddhist light headed for him unhurriedly. Break! Regardless of whether it was real or fake, Xiao Chen could not make out what this palm strike was. He raised his saber and executed the flawless saber technique's heaven-swallowing stance. All sorts of mysterious phenomena shot out from Xiao Chen's body. Just as that palm strike was about to arrive, he swung his saber and swallowed it all up. Instantly, Xiao Chen felt his entire body swell up uncomfortably, as if he would explode. The Taiji yin-yang veritable essence diagram in Xiao Chen's dantian spun rapidly. Light and shadows danced in the surroundings, forming an even larger Taiji diagram that merged with the surroundings. Go! After barely suppressing the other party's palm strike, Xiao Chen drew his saber again, mixing the other party's palm strike into his saber light and sending it to Zhenxian. Damn it! Caught off guard, Zhenxian forced out 100% of his strength. A terrifying Buddhist might burst out, making everyone's hearts tremble. Zhenxian punched and shattered the palm strike and saber light. However, his body was forced back 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. His expression turned sullen. Senior brother. Yang Feng paled in shock. He had not expected that even when his senior brother made a move, he would not be able to gain much of an advantage. Facing the other party's full-powered, surging Buddhist might, Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally in front of him and barely blocked it. However, he still took 3 steps back. Zhenxian truly lived up to being one of the top 10 true inheritors of the profound Light Temple. Even in the 3 blessed lands, he would rank within the top 10. Although Zhenxian could not do anything to Xiao Chen did not want to face such a terrifying opponent who used his full power, either. In the end, both sides would end up severely injured. Zhenxian held the advantage in cultivation and physical body, so he might have the last laugh. It was not wise to clash head-on with Zhenxian now. At the very least, he had to wait until he broke through first. Let's go. With a thought, Xiao Chen stopped wasting time. He grabbed Yang Qing's hand and soared into the air, flying towards the Buddha-seeking platform. Wang Ce, who rushed over, happened to see this scene and could not help being startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to escape so easily from Zhenxian's hands. Wang Ce was still waiting for the other party to truly fall into danger so that he could help and bargain. When Zhenxian saw Xiao Chen soar into the air, he immediately became enraged. You want to leave? Scram down here! Zhenxian roared, and a gargantuan divine eagle claw descended from the sky. It tore through the clouds and headed for Xiao Chen and Yang Qing, who were in the air. The range of the gargantuan claw did not give anyone a chance to dodge. It looked like it would grab Xiao Chen and Yang Qing to death. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His figure flashed, and he executed Dharmic World. Then, a saber light chopped into the sky. The saber light directly chopped off the divine eagle's gargantuan claw and fell to the ground. Blood leaked out of a corner of Zhenxian's lips. When he saw the descending divine eagle claw, he quickly dodged with Yang Feng. The area below turned chaotic. No one dared to linger, fleeing in all directions. Chapter 1688. However, it was clearly not wise to face Xiao Chen. However, Zhenxian, who was the easiest to go up, closed his eyes and rested, not moving blindly. The words on the signboard were already illegible. Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike, and the doors rumbled, shaking for a while. However, they did not open. Furthermore, Zhenxian was still waiting for them when they returned. The distribution of benefits was also in his favor. There was no need for Xiao Chen to reject it. When the group looked ahead, it was as Yang Qing said, an ancient, mottled temple. The group was led by a cat demon into the mysterious and ancient temple of the Buddha Inquiry platform. Hovering above the temple was the gigantic head of a female Buddha statue. Floating above the temple, it was exceptionally frightening. Magic skills were left behind by the Buddhist Daoist sect in the previous epoch. In this epoch, the Buddhist sect had returned to zero. The Buddha ancestor was the Mahayana revered Buddha. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "How could they be killed so easily?" The fiendish demons in the temple probably heard the strange movements at the foot of the Buddha-seeking mountain and sensed it long ago. They were just waiting for us. The two black birds that left earlier should be the fiendish demons in human form or their true form. Our movements should have already been exposed. Soon, fiendish demon experts will rush over. Allying with this group of people would be a great help to Xiao Chen, who was about to enter the temple and still had to guard against Zhen Xian. The few Confucian institution disciples at the back could not take it anymore. Wang Ci did his best to calm down. He said, "Good, 73 it is. In that case, we will swear an alliance with the will left behind by the divine vein powerhouses in this fiendish demon battlefield." Xiao Chen said sullenly as he looked down. Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike traced back to the source. Not only did it break Wang Ci's divine eagle claw, but it also chopped off the consciousness and soul that Wang Ci had attached to it. Wang Ci's physical body was not injured, but his soul was significantly injured. In such a state, he could still ascend the Buddha-seeking platform. Wang Ci's face sank, immediately turning unsightly. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Xiao, there is no need to do this. Zhen Xian will recover from his injuries very quickly. If we work with him, what is that?" "Wait a minute." Xiao Chen looked at Wang Ci. Wang Ci was a true inheritor of the Confucian institution and had stayed in the Blessed Lands longer than Xiao Chen. Wang Ci should know a little more. A young girl in white walked out. She had a pair of furry cat ears on her head, and her wild appearance carried a hint of cuteness. "Let's enter the temple first. Without going through a life-and-death battle, there's no way to obtain any fortuitous encounters. This situation, I don't understand either." The Buddhist sects of the martial epoch could not cultivate magic skills, only martial arts. After making their vows, the estrangement between them lessened a little. After all, they were now on the same boat. The two black birds let out strange cries and flapped their wings as they flew into the temple. In the sky, Xiao Chen dispersed his dharmic world and gently leaped with Yang Qing, landing firmly on the ground. Wang Ci and the others immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy, their right hands grasping their swords. "Just look at you, hiding your thoughts and pretending to be magnanimous. No matter how good your swordsmanship is, your awe-inspiring righteousness can't be that high. I don't need to be afraid of you at all. If you want to work together with Zhen Xian, I'll kill you now." Zhen Xian did not think about anything else for now. He sat down and meditated, quickly recovering from the injuries to his soul. "What's going on? This seems different from what I expected. A fiendish demon took the initiative to bring me to seek fortuitous encounters. Did I hear wrong?" Wang Ci's group was not the only ones who saw an opportunity. The other sect disciples, who had been waiting for a long time, also took action, soaring into the air. This kicked up a boundless cloud of dust that spread in all directions, making everyone cough endlessly. Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw something, startling him. When Xiao Chen and the others heard that, they exchanged glances, revealing surprised expressions. Xiao Chen gave those two black birds a strange look. Just as he wanted to do something, he discovered that the black birds had already disappeared, so he could only give up. Amid a loud sound, the huge eagle claw filled with spirituality and Buddhist might suddenly descended. Furthermore, didn't they say that fiendish demons were tyrannical and inhumane? Wang Ci stretched out his hand and scattered the dust. Peering through it, he vaguely saw two figures landing behind the cliff and ascending the Buddha-seeking platform. Seeing Xiao Chen's trump card, Wang Ci made up his mind. Only by following Xiao Chen could he truly gain something. An oath to the will of the Buddha-seeking platform was very restrictive. No one dared to mess around. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw that the sky was dark with dark clouds covering it. Not far away, a stone stele stood with 3 ancient Buddhist characters written on it. Brother Xiao, I've thought it through. We should still form an alliance. You guys get 6, and we get 4. Wang Si shook his head. Don't look at me. I don't know what's going on, either. In the past, a senior brother who survived came out and said that this temple is very dangerous. This temple is full of danger. If 10 people enter, at least half will die inside. Seeing that Xiao Chen was not willing to say more, Yang Qing did not pursue the matter. She could guess some things in her heart. Kaca. Just as Xiao Chen was about to console Yang Qing and tell her that it was just a misperception, a familiar voice came from behind. The Buddha-seeking platform was not easy to climb. Brother Xiao. Earlier, it was 6 and 4. Now, it's 7 and 3. Xiao Chen looked at Yang Qing at the side and discovered that her expression was strange. The young cat-eared girl muttered to herself. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen and the others and said, "Come on in. I will bring you all to search for fortuitous encounters and show you the way." Xiao Chen took the lead and headed for the temple's doors. Xiao Chen's words were like a sword stabbing into Wang Si's heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. He did not know how to rebut. The young cat-eared girl glanced at Xiao Chen and the others. She did not find this strange. Instead, she sized them up mischievously. "Young Master Xiao, what was that earlier?" Yang Qing's heart pounded heavily. The earlier scene was truly an eye-opener. Yang Qing knew a little about it. The 4 great temples of the Central Great Realm all had similar Buddhist sect secret techniques. Flying in this fiendish demon battlefield was already extremely stressful. Furthermore, this Buddha-seeking mountain was not low. Furthermore, one had to face the Buddhist might. Wang Si asked seriously as he strode over. In this fiendish demon battlefield, the will of a divine vain powerhouse was everywhere. It was like the heavenly Tao of this small world. As the sky was dark, at first glance, it looked like a cold Buddha's head floating above the temple. Xiao Chen did not explain too much. "It's just some trump cards. My cultivation is much weaker than Zhen Xian's. To prevent him from pestering me, I directly used them. The fiendish demon battlefield that opens once every 20 years is open again." Xiao Chen rubbed his eyes vigorously. Only then did he discover that it was just an illusion. The ancient temple's doors were tightly shut. The signboard hung in the air, and 2 small blackbirds chirped. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "I know what you are thinking. You must be disappointed that you did not see Zhen Xian injure me. The Confucian sect's righteous qi emphasizes openness. No matter what one's thoughts are, one should be open. That female Buddha statue should be standing in the deep abyss behind Buddha-seeking mountain." Buddha-seeking mountain covered her entire body, only her head could be seen. Right after Zhen Xian spoke, the temple's doors suddenly opened. Fearing that Xiao Chen and Yang Qing would go too far, Zhen Xian led his 3 junior brothers into the air, resisting the pressure from above as they climbed up with much difficulty. When Zhen Xian looked back, it was the heavenly shaking mountains Confucian institutions Wang Si's group walking over with smiles on their faces. Zhen Xian felt suspicious, thinking that Xiao Chen cultivated another secret technique. After all, there were all sorts of strange things in this great 1,000 realms. Although cultivation techniques and martial techniques that could allow cultivators to grow larger were rare, they did exist. Zhen Xian could vaguely make out the words Buddha-seeking platform. "Let's go." Why is the secret technique that fellow executed so similar to the major magic skill Dharmic world recorded in the Buddhist sect's ancient texts? Wang Si immediately revealed an expression of regret. "I was too careless. I should have made a move earlier and killed the 2 blackbirds. The temple was large and occupied a large area. However, it gave off a death qi that made one uncomfortable." The Confucian institutions group hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and following. After saying that, Wang Si took the lead. Yang Qing did not hesitate to follow. Chapter 1689. The group of 6 stepped into the temple and immediately felt a cold and gloomy aura attacking them. They hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. The cat-eared girl leading the way turned her head to look at Xiao Chen and said, "Don't be surprised." Before the old master was alive, We fiendish demons had been managing this temple. We will carry out a test for the disciples who come here to seek fortuitous encounters. Those who can pass will naturally receive various benefits. Old Master? Which old master? Xiao Chen asked cautiously. The young cat-eared girl raised her head and said, "He is the divine vein powerhouse that you speak of. Although he did not create this world, when he subdued this fiendish demon battlefield, he naturally became the master of all the fiendish demons. Even though he has been dead for tens of thousands of years, the will he left behind still influences this world. No demon dares to disobey him. Just like the rules, they have to be obeyed. Those who don't will be struck to death by lightning. There are no exceptions." Upon hearing that, Wang Ci could not help relaxing significantly. It turned out that these fiendish demons had restrictions as well. He smiled faintly and said, "I understand. However, what I don't understand is that most fiendish demons are violent and hostile to our sect disciples. Why do I get the feeling that you don't have the characteristics of an ordinary demon? Or are all the demons in this place like you?" The young cat-eared girl looked at Wang Ci with a strange expression. She said coldly, "To us fiendish demons, most of your sect disciples are tyrannical, not showing any mercy when killing fiendish demons. Every year, there are blind or greedy sect disciples who die on this Buddha-seeking platform." When Wang Ci heard this, he immediately felt embarrassed. "Pretend I never asked. Every hall is guarded by fiendish demons. All you need to do is pass the test and you'll be able to enter. Whether or not you can obtain the treasures in the palace will depend on your own luck." After the cat-eared girl finished speaking, she leaped up gracefully, leaped over a few tall walls, and disappeared from everyone's sight. As Xiao Chen watched her leave, he carefully thought about what the cat-eared girl had said. Wang Ci muttered, "It looks like this place is different from what we imagined. It is not as dangerous as it is rumored to be. Young Master Xiao, why don't we split up?" Seeing that this temple was not as scary as rumored, Wang Ci and the others immediately thought of something else. He didn't want to travel with Xiao Chen anymore. Xiao Chen said generously, "As you wish. Goodbye." Wang Ci and the other three revealed smiles. Then, they rushed in with anticipation, preparing to rush to Wise Heart Palace. "Senior brother, where are we going?" "Of course it's the Hall of Wisdom. We need to be quick. Otherwise, when more people arrive, we won't be able to get anything out of it. Damn it. If I had known that this temple had such rules, I wouldn't have given in to Xiao Chen's mood and given him a 30-70 split. Who does he think he is? He even dares to lecture me on how to cultivate righteous energy." Feeling some regret, Wang Ci revealed some anger on his face. When he thought of what Xiao Chen said to him, he showed a displeased expression. Only Xiao Chen and Yang Qing remained. Yang Qing said, "Young Master Xiao, what brings you to this Buddha-seeking platform?" Xiao Chen said honestly, "I want to comprehend it. I don't have any requests for the enlightened heart tea or other medicinal pills. Originally, I thought that this place would be an ancient holy land of the Buddhist sect. It looks like I was wrong. What about you?" Yang Qing paused for a while before saying, "I'm here to retrieve something. Now that we are here, it is time to part." Xiao Chen did not probe further. Everyone had their own secrets. He nodded and said, "I'll take my leave here, then." Yang Qing glanced at Xiao Chen and smiled bitterly to herself before leaving. As Xiao Chen watched the other party leave, he entered deep thought. Along the way, he had not been able to help Yang Qing much at all. His usefulness to her was negligible. Given that, this girl was indeed loyal to him. Actually, it did not matter if she came alone. Indeed, Yang Qing only wanted to help him out a little. However, she had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Xiao Chen did not need her help at all. Naturally, he did not need her help. Now that they had arrived at their destination, they had their own things to do. Of course, they had to go their separate ways. With the Buddhist prayer beads in hand, Xiao Chen wandered around the temple aimlessly. The doors of the halls that represented fortuitous encounters were all tightly shut. When Xiao Chen probed with his spiritual sense, he would get bounced back. There was an impenetrable energy protecting him. After opening a door and defeating the fiendish demon guarding it, he could search as he pleased. Of course, the different halls might have other tests aside from the fiendish demon guarding them. Xiao Chen did not care about this. His original purpose was to search for a fate with Buddhism, to see if he could comprehend anything that would be of help to the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. However, a good temple had become so utilitarian. Furthermore, there were fiendish demons residing in it. Xiao Chen did not think that there would be any fate with Buddhism left. Even if there was, it would be tainted by the dust of the world and the filth of the human heart. Hence, Xiao Chen was not in the mood to open any of the doors. However, that did not matter. In any case, he had already obtained plenty of unexpected gains before he came up. With the help of those strange flowers and herbs, his Buddha nature was much stronger than before. Furthermore, his veritable essence energy was cleansed by the white jasmine flower. Furthermore, Xiao Chen obtained an even more precious earth and fire golden lotus. No matter how he looked at it, this trip was worth it. As Xiao Chen casually toyed with the Buddhist surya beads in his hand, he entered a different state of mind as he walked through this ancient, dilapidated, sinister temple. His heart was calm, and an invisible Buddhist glow was emitted from his body. Vaguely, it formed a faint connection with the ancient aura in this place. Xiao Chen himself did not feel anything special. He only felt that there was something special about it. He only felt that aside from being cold and dilapidated, everything he saw was the peace of the Buddhist sect. The heart of a pure child. Under the hazy moonlight, the young cat-eared girl sitting on the roof revealed a shocked expression as she looked in the direction where Xiao Chen was. Flap, flap, flap. Just at this moment, a black crow flew over and landed on the young cat-eared girl's arm. Someone else is here. The young cat-eared girl's figure flashed, and the doors of the temple suddenly opened. Then, she appeared out of nowhere and walked out. There were many people outside, but the ones leading them were two bald monks. The young cat-eared girl looked around and fixed her gaze on the monk on the left. This was Zhan Xian, who had just finished treating his injuries. Whoosh! The appearance of the young cat-eared girl elicited startled cries. The various sect disciples behind whispered to each other. Like Xiao Chen and Wang Ci, they did not know what was going on. However, they did not dare to ask anything. The reason was none other than, with Zhan Xian blocking the way, who dared to interrupt him? That would just be seeking death. Are you here to search for fortuitous encounters? Come in with me. Seeing the young cat-eared girl turn around, Yang Feng asked softly, "Senior brother, what's going on?" Zhan Xian's expression did not change. He replied indifferently, "Just go in and take a look, and you will know." After saying that, Zhan Xian strode forward and entered the temple. The various sect disciples behind quickly followed, not wanting to fall behind. The young cat-eared girl repeated what she said to Xiao Chen's group, leaving the group of people exchanging glances with each other. Then, she prepared to turn and leave. Wait a moment. Zhan Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. His gaze locked on the young cat-eared girl, his tone somewhat hostile. Right after Zhan Xian spoke, a formless Buddhist might spread out. Suddenly, it put a huge pressure on everyone. What advice do you have? Zhan Xian asked coldly, have you seen a white-clad bladesman with a young girl who exudes a cold intent by his side? This is not a question that I should answer, nor is it something you should be concerned about, the young cat-eared girl replied softly without changing her expression. Zhan Xian snorted coldly. Interesting. To think that a lowly fiendish demon like you really thinks of yourself as the master of my Buddhist sect's holy land. Whoosh. Right after Zhan Xian spoke, he executed the killing move that he had been storing up power for a long time in one breath. Zhan Xian spread his 5 fingers into claws. His fingers immediately glowed with a golden light, looking like they were made of metal. Zhan Xian's figure flashed, and a divine eagle bathed in Buddhist light spread its wings and flew up from behind him. This allowed the eagle to move as fast as lightning. It did not even leave an afterimage as it charged over to the young cat-eared girl, preparing to grab her. Who could have imagined that this surefire lightning-fast attack would grab nothing? The young cat-eared girl turned into an exquisite white cat and nimbly dodged. The white cat gently leaped up and landed nimbly on the roof. Then, It turned its head to look at Zhenxian. Then, it leaped up a few more times and vanished from everyone's sight. Zhenxian withdrew his technique, feeling depressed. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Little evil creature, you ran fast." Chapter 1690. Zhenxian pushed off with his feet and blocked Wang Ce. The other Buddhist sect disciples surrounded him without saying anything. However, the young cat-eared girl vaguely felt that something was wrong. She casually picked up a Buddhist scripture. Before she could look at it, it turned to ashes in her hand. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen refined almost all the strange flowers and herbs that he had consumed earlier. Cripple him. Wang Ce walked out alone with a cocky expression. The young cat-eared girl revealed a mocking smile. Xiao Chen, who had returned to reality from his transcendent state, broke out in a cold sweat from the true meaning of this saber strike. Strange, whoosh. Most people would ignore this signboard when they saw it. "I'll go over and take a look." Xiao Chen sighed softly and chose to give up. There were really no fortuitous encounters in this place that he could pick up. He quickly sat down cross-legged and held the Buddhist Surya pearls in his hand. Then, he started to comprehend the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolving the mundane. Far away, the young cat-eared girl on the roof looked at the doors of the Wisdom Heart Hall. While in the mundane world, one's heart sought to transcend. Once one's mundane heart was resolved, it was eternal. The esteemed monk who created this saber technique was simply too terrifying. No wonder the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was classified as a forbidden technique in the hidden spirit temple, not favored by the orthodox sects. However, now, Xiao Chen was fully capable of taking a gamble. Zhenxian's sudden attack startled the disciples of the other sects. Only Zhenxian dared to be so bold. Does my heart look good? One of the main reasons why many people could not obtain a Dao tool was that while they were strong, they could not block the attacks of the true inheritors of the other sects. Xiao Chen's vague connection to the nameless temple suddenly became clear at this moment. He pushed open all the doors, and the dust fell off. When he looked around, it was indeed as he guessed. Zhenxian revealed a smile. "It looks like we do not need to go through the test of the Wisdom Heart Hall again." With this thought, Xiao Chen decided to go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion to search for a Dao tool. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the door of a distant palace was open. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, she saw a black heart. It was so black that it caused her heart to palpitate. With just a single glance, the cat-eared young lady's expression changed drastically. What remained in the scriptures were the comprehensions left behind by countless high monks in the heart cultivation palace. However, there were too many of them, and it was impossible to obtain all of them. He could only take one and use it for himself. As soon as he thought of it, Xiao Chen put away the Sarira beads and walked back. In any case, this Buddha-seeking platform was very different from what he had imagined. If even the most glorious past couldn't last forever, then what was the point of living? After rising to his feet, Xiao Chen was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he began to practice the heart of the mundane in the heart cultivation palace. From the number of praying mats on the ground, one could imagine how many people had meditated here in the past. The ancient mottled murals on the walls proved the glory of the past. The huge Buddha statue on the ground could be vaguely distinguished from the exquisite carving. As long as there was a great battle, he would be able to break through, and he would no longer have to be afraid of joining hands with the top disciples of the blessed and heavenly lands to cause trouble. Hey! Although there were all sorts of concerns, there was no doubt about the might of this saber technique. It was compatible with his saber Dao. This was definitely Xiao Chen's strongest move. 4 hours later, all his comprehensions were condensed into 8 words: resolving the heart of the mundane is eternal. This was how human nature had always been. Xiao Chen gently moved the Sarira beads with his right hand. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. As he observed his surroundings, he also used the Buddhist beads to digest the strange flowers and herbs that he consumed earlier, strengthening his heart of the Buddha. This was similar to what Xiao Chen comprehended earlier. No matter how glorious the past was, it couldn't last forever. What was the point of living? Just one Zhenxian alone could deal with him. Furthermore, there was still Yang Feng and the other monks. At this moment, Xiao Chen could not help but feel immense regret. If his companions were still around, he would have been able to escape by working together and using unstoppable might. The black crow flew back to the young cat-eared girl's arm. Then, its figure flashed, and the temple doors opened. Xiao Chen absorbed all the burning scriptures. Immediately, the words of countless esteemed monks appeared in his mind. It was a very simple principle. At the final moment, if others could not obtain it, they would definitely think of ways to prevent you from obtaining it. Such an obsession was because the heart of the mundane was covered in dust. If one could not comprehend the mundane, the various things of the mundane were all fabricated. However, the moment Xiao Chen came out, he saw Zhen Xian and Yang Feng rushing over, leading the monks of the various monasteries of the Potala mountain. Xiao Chen's face immediately sank. Xiao Chen looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on the headless Buddha. Suddenly, he felt a sense of comprehension. Dilapidated, chaotic, and decaying, this was the scene that Xiao Chen saw. Xiao Chen did not go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion first because he had some misgivings. He needed the ability to fight one against many. The Sarira beads in Xiao Chen's hand released a faint light. Slowly, only a portion of the chaotic words remained. Only a portion of comprehension related to resolving the mundane remained. Time was just this cruel. No matter how prosperous one's incense was back then, no matter how many powerful and accomplished monks there were, they could not withstand the mercilessness of time. The result went without saying. No matter what trump cards Wang Ce, had, he had nowhere to run. This time, she could not dodge like when she faced Zhen Xian. Without saying anything else, Wang Ce turned and fled. This was the Black Lotus Church's holy son Ming Xian. Xiao Chen felt that he would break through his bottleneck at any moment. The opportunity of the Buddha-seeking mountain made his accumulations even stronger. Once he broke through, Xiao Chen was confident that he could immediately fight with the top 10 disciples of the Three Blessed Lands. However, the young cat-eared girl could not answer Xiao Chen. The holy son Ming Xian grabbed the young cat-eared girl's neck with one hand and lifted her up. Just earlier, the other three holy son Ming Xian's companions wanted to work together to kill Wang Ce. Who could have imagined that Wang Ce would make the first move? They all died miserably, and Xiao Chen obtained all the gains. The others probably only thought about it and did not dare to make a move. After all, this temple was very strange. Not everyone was as strong and confident as Zhen Xian. Even if the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique did not improve, it would still be able to compete head-on with peak people like Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming. No wonder such a place was empty. There would not be any fortuitous encounters of the Buddhist sect. Naturally, there was no need for fiendish demons to guard it. Just in that instant, Xiao Chen comprehended the true meaning of resolving the mundane in the incomplete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique and branded it in the depths of his soul, making it hard for him to forget. If one was not careful, one might end up falling into the demonic Tao if one was not careful. As for Zhan Yuan, Xiao Chen still could not figure him out. He needed to improve the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique further before he would be confident. A gentle breeze blew, and the scattered scripture leaves on the ground drifted around Xiao Chen before burning up. There was a large pile of tattered prayer mats on the ground, as well as a collapsed headless Buddha statue and some yellowed Buddhist scripture leaves. The place was dark and empty. With one glance, one could see everything clearly, but there was nothing there. If I resolve the mundane, would I still be me? The white-clad monk said to the young cat-eared girl with a faint smile. Senior brother, where are we going now? Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, feeling somewhat confused. His forehead swelled up, and a swastika appeared uncontrollably. Her eyes suddenly released a dense, black gem-like light as she peered through the white-clad monk's clothes. She saw that his ribs were crystalline and transparent, giving off a Buddhist light, looking ethereal and spiritual. After walking for a long time, Xiao Chen had not seen any palace hall whose doors were open in the first place. Most temples were similar to the heart cultivation hall. It was a place where monks meditated and practiced Zen. This startled Xiao Chen. He knew that he had coincidentally obtained a great opportunity. Zhenxian showed an uncertain expression. After a while, he said, "Get a few people to stand guard outside the temple. The others, follow me to the heart cultivation palace." Feeling cautious, Xiao Chen walked over while holding the Buddhist prayer beads. Then, he raised his head to take a look. From the tattered signboard, he could barely make out that this was the heart cultivation palace. As Xiao Chen continued looking in, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. This was a perfect and flawless Buddhist holy body. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, he felt a cold sweat all over his body. This was too scary. This saber strike put an even stronger pressure on him than breaking the mundane. Resolve the mundane. Can the mundane really resolve the mundane? Plop. Greed. Xiao Chen and his senior and junior brothers all died because of this greed. There were too many scriptures, boundlessly messy. When Xiao Chen heard them, it felt like a buzzing noise. He could not understand anything. On the other side, Xiao Chen, who had already entered the depths of the temple, did not know that many people had already arrived at the Buddha-seeking platform. He continued walking casually. When Xiao Chen saw the person who arrived, his eyes lit up. The other party wore white monk robes, looking spotless and extraordinary. He gave off a gentle Buddhist might, inspiring trust. The word breaking the precepts was so bold that it made one feel uncomfortable. Chapter 1691. A trace of irritation appeared in her body for some reason. Her bright eyes turned from pure black to scarlet. For some reason, Xiao Chen's words rang out in her mind. The righteous qi of the Confucian sect emphasized openness. Even if one had any schemes, one had to say it openly. Grandpa Tree had reached the limits of his lifespan long ago and could not use his full power to block that evil Buddha holy son. Lingering here would only attract trouble, which was not what she wanted. Zhenxian entered deep thought. Then, he revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder. This fellow killed his fellow sect members. That's why his heart was broken. At this moment, the young cat-eared girl was already standing on the wall, coldly eyeing the holy son Mingxian. After entering the temple, no matter how strong the other party was, the young cat-eared girl would not fear him. The other fiendish demons did not say a word. They attacked at the same time, surrounding the holy son Mingxian. However, it seemed like there were some restrictions, preventing the holy son Mingxian from bringing out his full strength. The little strength that he displayed was not enough to make the holy son Mingxian retreat. The old face on the wall said in a deep voice, "It is the girl who came with that bladesman. No matter who you choose, you will be able to resolve this calamity." Zhenxian's face lit up in joy. He mainly cultivated beneficence and could not kill recklessly. However, subduing demons could increase beneficence, which was very beneficial to his cultivation. Speak. Did you see a white-clad bladesman with a stern face? If you do not speak, I will gouge out your eyes. The young cat-eared girl nodded. I understand. The holy son Mingxian smiled and said, Interesting. To think that a fiendish demon born in response to a calamity and considered itself the master of the temple. What dense fiendish qi. You fiendish demon indeed revealed your true form in the end. The holy son Mingxian forced his way in. Then, he swept his gaze around, trying to sense the distance from Xiao Chen. However, in the next moment, hundreds of branches shot out of the ground, each of them a lethal weapon. They grew continuously and tangled together, forming a flood dragon that charged at Mingxian. Then, she fell over, dying with a remaining grievance. The holy son Mingxian revealed a smile as he swung his hand. The young cat-eared girl crashed into the wall, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the stone table in the courtyard morphed into a humanoid stone monster. He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying roar. The sound waves shook the entire palace, and many of the monks behind him fell to the ground, covering their ears in pain. However, in the blink of an eye, the cat-eared girl's expression changed greatly. The scripture echoing in her ears entered her sea of consciousness and soul. Bang! The holy son Mingxian muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head and chose to give up. He looked around and said coldly, Come out, then. Stop hiding. I'll deal with them in one go. Soon, the monks said joyfully, Senior Brother Zhenxian, there are 5 wisdom tea leaves and a bottle of Buddhist sage pills in his spatial ring. Withered yellow tree branches hung from the walls. This was where the star venerate level tree spirit was. The holy son Ming Xian frowned slightly. It looked like the rumors were true. There were indeed star venerate level fiendish demons in this Buddha-seeking platform. A palm imprint smashed over, completely shattering the branches, turning them into countless tree splinters that fluttered in all directions. The cat-eared girl, who was doing her best to suppress the fiendish demon blood in her body, showed an extremely unsightly expression. When she saw Zhenxian charge in, she could no longer control herself. Wang Ce was at the brink of death. Although he held his sword and did his best, the many monks still beat him until he was covered in wounds. Furthermore, Zhenxian did not even make a move. His heart shattered, and the fiendish qi invaded him. Zhenxian's life force quickly faded. He looked at the terrifying cat-eared girl covered in scarlet light, filled with dissatisfaction. The cat-eared girl said coldly, showing no expression on her face. However, there was an inviolable will in this place that interfered with his mental energy, preventing him from sensing it. After thinking for a while, she came to an answer and quickly left this place. I can see the answer in your eyes. Tell me, where is he? Ming Xian asked with a smile as he pressed forward. The holy sun Ming Xian floated in the air, showing an outstanding grace and an indescribable grace. Some of the more serious ones even had a tyrannical nature, living off killing. No matter what, they could not break free. However, the immortal epoch was destroyed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation no longer existed. The world was in chaos, and the immortal qi was no longer pure. No fiendish demon could break free from the tainted immortal qi in their bloodlines. Unyielding might, unyielding might. Panic filled the holy sun Ming Xian's face, fear, and confusion. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The cat-eared girl became even more terrifying. A dense scarlet light spread from her body, looking exceptionally strange. That evil Buddha holy sun drew out all the fiendish blood in your body, causing the end of your life. It is almost exactly as the prophecy said. It depends on your choice. Whether you choose a bladesman with a pure heart or the azure lotus holy daughters Nirmanakaya, both can resolve your calamity. The many monks behind paled in fright. They cried out in horror and fled in all directions. The cat-eared girl found this strange. She asked, the azure lotus holy daughters Nirmanakaya? Wang Ce, who was on the ground, showed an unsightly expression. He felt incredibly ashamed and boundless regret. However, the claw mark on his chest caused him incredible pain. At this moment, he could not even get up. The holy sun Ming Xian withdrew his hand and snorted coldly. A look of deep disdain flashed on his face. The shattered rocks on the ground slowly gathered with much difficulty. She did not die. The holy sun Ming Xian was not trying to purify her. Instead, he was using the scriptures to draw out the innately tainted bloodline of fiendish demons. Unyielding might. Once one grasped the Confucian sect's holy words, one would become stronger the stronger one would be. This would allow one's combat prowess to increase greatly in a short time. This was one of the Confucian sect disciples' life-saving means. It was extremely difficult to successfully cultivate. Rumor had it that the Azure Lotus Church's sect ancestor had 3,000 Nirmanakaya cultivating in the world at the same time. When the 3,000 Nirmanakaya obtained the Tao and merged with their true bodies, they could attain a supreme great Tao. A Buddha is born from the heart. All things are fated. You can use this to become a Buddha. You are just a golden jade on the outside but rotten on the inside. You even used an evil technique to temper your physical body. Let's see how you are going to destroy your mortal body in the future and achieve a dharmic body. Grandpa Tree, the people with a pure heart and a dark heart in the ancient Buddhist prophecy have all appeared, the cat-eared girl said with difficulty as she leaned against the wall with a pained expression. Wang Ce used the holy words of the Confucian sect once again. However, he was horrified to discover that his righteous qi did not improve. However, just at this moment, a tree branch suddenly appeared on the ground, charging at Ming Xian at lightning speed. The Nirmanakaya was born according to the emotions of the world's sentient beings. It might be completely different from the true body's character. They might not be the same person at all. This divine vein powerhouse has opened at least 6 apertures. Otherwise, the will that he left behind would not be so strong. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, barely dodging. 3 black crows descended from the withered old tree and turned into 3 strange people covered in feathers. On the other side, the cat-eared girl showed a pained expression as she did her best to suppress the berserk aura in her body. Covered in a scarlet light, she arrived at an ancient wall behind the temple. The cat-eared girl revealed a cold, mocking smile. Isn't this person too naive? If he wants to purify me, he needs to be at least a Cloud Sea Realm cultivator. This place does not welcome you. Sir, please leave. Back then, the evil Buddha Holy Sun felt disdainful. Now, he was right. After killing his fellow sect member, he could not even use unyielding might anymore. Evil Buddha Holy Sun, go. Don't let the filth on your body contaminate this ancient cloud temple. The fiendish demons of the world all appeared after the destruction of the Immortal epoch with immortal chi. This was what it meant to be born in response to a calamity. Your black star cat's eyes are really pretty good. Thanks to your fate with Buddha, you can actually see my heart. That is something that even the profound Light Temple's abbot could not discover. Zhen Xian put away the tea leaves and distributed the medicinal pills to the others. Then, he looked coldly at Wang Ci and said, "You are just a pitiful worm. Just live and die on your own. There is no need for me to break my abstinence for you." Haha. That startled me. It turns out that your heart is broken and you cannot use the holy words of the Confucian sect. A Buddha image sat on a lotus platform behind Zhen Xian. This Buddha image also held Buddhist prayer beads and threw a palm strike. Without even thinking, Zhen Xian raised his arms, and the divine eagle bathed in Buddhist light soared into the sky. With one step, it arrived before the cat-eared girl. Whoosh! The Holy Sun Ming Xian waved his hand and sent out an intense, piercing Buddhist light, blasting the stone monster into countless pieces of rubble that fell to the ground. A star venerate level fiendish demon? Unyielding might. The cat-eared girl looked at Xiao Chen with bloodshot eyes. After pausing for a moment, her figure flashed, heading straight for the back of the temple. The cat-eared girl did not get angry. She continued to look at the Holy Sun Ming Xian coldly with a trace of disgust in her eyes. Zhen Xian laughed loudly and attacked at lightning speed, thoroughly injuring Wang Ci to the point where he could no longer fight. Then, he said coldly, "Search his body." In front of Huishin Hall, the Azure Lotus Church came from the Buddhist and Daoist religions. They believed in the Ajati matriarch. They were very strong and had many believers. However, the Buddhist and Daoist religions did not like them. The so-called Nirmanakaya was similar to the Daoist religion's incarnation. However, it was different. Under the boundless might, the terrifying flood dragon formed by intertwining tree branches suddenly shattered, turning into wood shavings that drifted down like white snow. A white figure descended silently. As Xiao Chen held the Buddhist Surya pearls, he happened to see the scene of the cat-eared girl killing Zhen Xian. The cat-eared girl roared and used her greatest willpower to jump off the wall, no longer daring to stop the Holy Sun Ming Xian. "You want to convert me?" The hand hidden in Zhen Xian's sleeve stretched out at lightning speed. Every fingernail was scarlet, 1 centimeter long, and incredibly sharp. This was the original sin of fiendish demons. They were born in response to a calamity, born impure. Suddenly, Zhen Xian's expression changed when he felt a terrifying fiendish qi. Zhen Xian swept his gaze across and happened to see the cat-eared girl giving off an increasingly dense scarlet light. 3 unremarkable stalks of grass on the ground swayed gently and turned into 2 cold, youthful girls. A handsome man walked out of the bamboo forest in the distance, holding a longsword in his hand. Zhen Xian's sword pierced through Zhen Xian's chest. Then, he ferociously grabbed and crushed Zhen Xian's heart. An old face appeared on the wall. A few willows fell down, soothing the young cat-eared girl's violent heart. As the Holy Sun Ming Xian walked over step by step, his gentle appearance became exceptionally terrifying in the young cat-eared girl's eyes. The young cat-eared girl hid her hands in her sleeves. She did not even look at Zhen Xian's group, wanting to walk past them. A string of Buddhist prayer beads appeared on the Holy Sun Ming Xian's right hand. Then, he held the Buddhist prayer beads between his index and middle fingers and formed a hand seal. The Holy Sun Ming Xian smiled faintly and gently fiddled with the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. Then, he recited a scripture and said, "As I have heard, all life is sinful. The Buddhist Dharma is boundless, delivering all life from suffering." Could it be that the person she chose to resolve her calamity was not Xiao Chen? Wang Ziyi was very talented, having succeeded in practicing it half a year ago. However, he discovered that he could not use it now. "You want to debate Buddhist principles with me? Unfortunately, I do not have time to debate with you now. I will use a faster method." Xiao Chen said that the Holy Sun Ming Xian was narrow-minded but pretended to be magnanimous. There was no need to fear him. The stone monster spoke in the human language with a coarse voice. Ming Xian said with a smile as if he was joking, "Stop nagging. Don't force me." Chapter 1692. When Xiao Chen sensed that startling fiendish qi, he stopped practicing the mundane heart and followed the fiendish qi over. Unexpectedly, the moment he landed, he saw such a startling scene. Xiao Chen was not shocked at Zhen Xian's death. After all, he did not have a good impression of this bald monk. He would not feel any pity for Zhen Xian's death. However, he found it somewhat strange. When he saw that young cat-eared girl earlier, she had not been this strong. Now, she was a little too strong, instantly killing Zhen Xian in one move. No matter how careless Zhen Xian was, he should not have been able to instantly kill her in one move. Clearly, that young cat-eared girl's current state was not quite right. It was like a genius with a great desolate Eon bloodline activating his bloodline. However, the situation of the young cat-eared girl was even worse. That aura was too sinister and uncontrollable. It did not follow any rules. After all, even after activating his great desolate Eon bloodline, Xiao Chen would not be able to hold on for long. He had to quickly withdraw it. If the young cat-eared girl could not withdraw her bloodline, she might self-destruct and die soon. As Xiao Chen watched the young cat-eared girl leave, he entered deep thought. She still had some rationality left. Earlier, she had suppressed her murderous intent toward him. She left in a hurry. Is she trying to save herself or is she trying to do something else? After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen followed. This young cat-eared girl had many secrets. It was hard not to be curious. Soon, Xiao Chen saw the young cat-eared girl in the distance. He did not dare to get too close, carefully following her. The young cat-eared girl used her hands and feet to move quickly. She was already losing control of her fiendish qi. Where are we going? Xiao Chen wondered, feeling suspicious. The young cat-eared girl did not enter the hall. Instead, she moved quickly, venturing deeper. After a while, Xiao Chen's doubts were resolved. The young cat-eared girl left this ancient temple through the back door. With a thought, Xiao Chen's figure flickered a few times, and he also left through the back door. Behind the temple was a vast, empty space. At the edge of the empty space was a deep abyss. In the deep abyss stood the female Buddha statue that Xiao Chen had seen before. It was very tall and looked stifling. "Yang Qing!" Xiao Chen exclaimed softly. He saw Yang Qing standing at the edge of the cliff. She was looking at the Buddha statue, speechless for a long time. The cat-eared girl's target was Yang Qing, and she quickly ran toward her. Hearing Xiao Chen's call, Yang Qing turned her head. When she saw the cat-eared girl covered in scarlet light and completely transformed, her expression changed drastically. "Stop!" Xiao Chen bellowed and quickly chased after her. Having witnessed the cat-eared girl's strength before, he knew just how terrifying she was right now. He could instantly kill Zhen Xian in a single exchange. Against Yang Qing, there was even less to say. Damn it, it was too late. Xiao Chen stopped halfway. He discovered that he no longer dared to rush over to the cat-eared girl and stop her. Without much thought, Xiao Chen executed the divine lightning eye in an instant. 10 violet petals appeared in his right eye and spun rapidly. Thunder rumbled and dark clouds roiled as 10 terrifying bolts of tribulation lightning appeared. The wrath of the heavens was bound to strike with lightning. As a fiendish demon, the cat-eared girl was extremely sensitive to lightning tribulations. The moment the thunderclouds appeared, she sensed the subtle changes in the world. When the cat-eared girl looked up, she saw 10 thunderclouds gathering from all directions, gathering above her head. With a thought, the 10 petals in Xiao Chen's right eye merged into a complete purple flower of lightning. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness flared up. At this moment, the tribulation lightning in the sky also gathered together, sending down a terrifying bolt of lightning, illuminating the surroundings. While all this took a long time to describe, it actually happened in the blink of an eye, with a thought from Xiao Chen. The cat-eared girl's survival instincts made her stop moving. Then, she raised her hands to the sky and formed a clump of dense scarlet light, encasing herself within. Boom! The moment the cat-eared girl did all this, the purple lightning formed by the 10 bolts of tribulation lightning descended at this moment. Bang! The tribulation lightning pierced through the scarlet shield of light and blasted the cat-eared girl into the air. Then, she lay on the ground, screaming in pain. Seeing that the cat-eared girl was severely injured and weak, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He felt mentally fatigued, and his footsteps became somewhat unsteady. Yang Qing's figure flashed and landed beside Xiao Chen. Then, she supported him and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen shook his head. He only felt somewhat fatigued. The might of the divine lightning eye's 4th layer had shocked him. The drain on him had also surpassed his expectations. Xiao Chen's mental energy was completely drained. He could not use it again, nor could he drive Dharmic World. Speaking of which, why did you come to this place? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. This deep abyss, this female Buddha, everything was strange. Yang Qing remained silent for a long time before pointing at the female Buddha. I came for her. Her? Yes. This is the Kasyapa Buddha. Of the 3,000 Nirmanakaya bodies, only one is female. She is known as the Miaoyin Buddha Mother. This Buddha statue is one of the 8 remaining Miaoyin Buddha Mother statues in the Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chen did not understand. What does this have to do with you? Yang Qing looked at the Miaoyin Buddha Mother statue and smiled bitterly. Because I am just someone's Nirmanakaya body. I need to absorb the remnant faith energy of this Buddha statue and then sacrifice myself to complete my true body. Actually, it is not really a sacrifice. The true body is me, and the Nirmanakaya body is me. There is no difference. On the topic of sacrifice, Yang Qing was very open-minded. She did not feel any nostalgia or anything else. Xiao Chen understood. Now, he finally understood the many mysteries surrounding Yang Qing. It was somewhat unfortunate. However, it was as Yang Qing said. The Nirmanakaya was the true body, formed randomly based on the emotions of the world. Although the Nirmanakaya body's character and temper were different from the true bodies, they were still one body in the end. There was no difference. As the two spoke, they did not notice that the severely injured young cat-eared girl was recovering at an incredible speed. Whoosh! The young cat-eared girl recovered most of her strength. Suddenly, she leaped up, moving as nimbly as a cat. Like a flash of lightning, she flew towards Yang Qing. Be careful. Xiao Chen reacted slightly faster. He instinctively stood in front of Yang Qing and grasped the 7 deadly sins in his hand. Damn it! Why are you always ruining my plans? I'll choose you, all right? The young cat-eared girl's remaining rationality raged and dissatisfied. However, she did not have much time left. She could not afford to wait. The young cat-eared girl moved at a speed that Xiao Chen could not see clearly. Her long, sharp, and slender finger tapped Xiao Chen's forehead. The cat immediately controlled all of Xiao Chen's life force. As long as she willed it, she could thrust her finger in, and Xiao Chen would become like a deflated balloon, his life force quickly vanishing. Immediately, Xiao Chen, who held the 7 deadly sins, did not dare to move at all. If you want to live, don't move. The young cat-eared girl snorted coldly. Then, she gently moved her finger and cut open Xiao Chen's forehead. Blood seeped out. The young cat-eared girl moved her finger, using the blood as ink to carve a mysterious mark. Pa, pa, pa. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian gently crushed the rock demon's head with his feet, producing crunching sounds as black blood seeped out. Many fiendish demons died miserably around the Holy Sun Ming-Xian. The other stone shards on the ground were still moving, wanting to gather together, showing their strong life force. Tribulation lightning? The Holy Sun Ming-Xian, who saw all this, ignored it. The sudden appearance of the tribulation lightning attracted his attention. Who is undergoing tribulation? It does not seem like it. It feels like someone summoned the tribulation lightning. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian thought back to the information he obtained. Xiao Chen controlled the tribulation lightning on Thunder Controlling Peak to face Shangguan Lei. A brilliant light flashed in the Holy Sun Ming-Xian's eyes. Then, he revealed an expression of joy. Instead of hiding properly, you dare to search for fortuitous encounters everywhere. You are seeking death. Boom. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian stomped on the ground with his right foot, and a Buddhist might spread out. The many stones still moving stubbornly shattered into powder. The stone monster, which had an exceptionally tenacious life force, was completely annihilated. After doing all this, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian did not rush to leave. He felt a gaze on him from start to end. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian understood. It was that star-venerate level tree spirit. If it was truly capable, it would have come out and destroyed me long ago. Clearly, it feared something, or perhaps it did not have long to live. However, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian could not be careless. He had to guard against the other party risking his life. After thinking about what backup plans to prepare, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian gently leaped up and chased after the tribulation lightning's aura. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian moved strangely fast. His feet did not move at all. Only a black lotus imprinted on the ground seemed to carry him, leaving behind many afterimages. After leaving the temple, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian looked up and happened to see the transformed cat-eared young woman withdrawing her finger. The young woman withdrew her fiendish qi and continuously condensed it in her body. Finally, she turned into a white cat and slept at the side. Before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, he revealed a fatigued expression. Then, he turned to look at the Holy Sun Ming-Xian with shock in his eyes. It's him. Chapter 1693. Before Xiao Chen could figure out what the mark on his forehead was, he held up the 7 deadly sins and stood in front of Yang Qing. When Xiao Chen saw this white-clad monk arrive, 4 words automatically appeared in his mind. This person is hostile. I finally meet you. I'm the Black Lotus Church's Ming-Xian, a profound light temple Yang generation disciple. When Ming-Xian saw Xiao Chen, he did not panic. He smiled faintly and introduced himself. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of surprise. To think that a Black Lotus Church disciple could join an orthodox Buddhist sect and even enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen's mind was in a mess. He really could not figure it out. The orthodox Buddhist sects and the Black Lotus Church, which believed in the evil Buddha, were mortal enemies. To think that this white-clad monk openly joined the profound light temple. Young Master Xiao, what's going on? Xiao Chen did not have time to explain his grudge with the Black Lotus Church. He whispered, go and absorb the Miao Yin Buddhist mother's incense first. I'll block him. If necessary, I'll lure him away. Xiao Chen did not dare to underestimate this Holy Sun Ming-Xian. Not only was the other party's cultivation much higher than Xiao Chen's, but the other party's cultivation was also much higher. Not only was the other party's cultivation much higher than his, but more importantly, the other party felt unfathomable and unfathomable. If Xiao Chen did not break through in his cultivation, he did not have much chance of defeating the other party. If only he had more time. Take care. Yang Qing did not delay. After saying take care, she leaped into the air and jumped off the cliff, heading for the base of the Buddha statue. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian smiled softly and said, not bad. Finally, there are only the 2 of us left. Come back with me. Right after the Holy Sun Ming-Xian spoke, he leaped into the air and flew over, not wanting to drag things out lest something unexpected happen. Right after the Holy Sun Ming-Xian spoke, he left behind many afterimages in the air. Each afterimage looked dignified, like an ancient Buddha forming all sorts of hand seals. A vast and boundless Buddhist might immediately spread out in the surroundings. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's palm pressed down, both real and fake. Immediately, the boundless Buddhist might condensed into a solid golden light and burst out from his palm. Then, it pressed down on Xiao Chen with overwhelming force. In the face of this enormous pressure, Xiao Chen's face was expressionless, as if he was stiff. His entire body was motionless, like a solidified statue. Imperceptibly, the space around him was affected, as if it had turned into a taut giant ice cube. Suddenly, Xiao Chen moved and shouted, "Break!" As Xiao Chen held the 7 deadly sins, he gave off great Tao energy and executed the army breaking saber technique. The army breaking saber technique was most suitable to execute under such immense pressure. The greater the pressure, the more ferocious it would be. Xiao Chen raised the saber from the bottom to the top. He was like a lone warrior holding a spear, facing an army of thousands, piercing through the sky. Kaca! Kaca! The surrounding frozen space immediately shattered. The saber released a resplendent light as it clashed with the Holy Sun Ming Xian's palm strike. The saber strike that Xiao Chen nurtured with his heart burst forth with absolute lethality in the face of adversity. The moment the saber light appeared, the incredibly sharp saber light pierced through the various Buddhist lights and Buddhist might, leaving thousands of holes in them. When the saber light clashed with the palm wind, Xiao Chen held the upper hand, knocking the Holy Sun Ming Xian back in the air. The Holy Sun Ming Xian frowned slightly in surprise. Unexpectedly, the half-step primal core Xiao Chen could erupt with such a strong saber strike. Then, Xiao Chen soared into the air. Now that he held the upper hand in his aura, he grasped the opportunity and smoothly followed up with army-breaking saber technique. The dark clouds in the sky cleared, and starlight fell. As the saber light swept out, it seemed like it would destroy the stars. When the Holy Sun Ming Xian landed, he did not fluster in the face of danger. As he held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, he quickly formed hand seals. A black lotus bloomed under his feet. When the star-breaking saber technique landed, the Holy Sun Ming Xian's body suddenly gave off a bright black Buddhist light. Then, he formed hand seals with his right hand and blocked that unparalleled saber light. Scriptures echoed in the surroundings. The Holy Sun Ming Xian gently raised his right hand, and scriptures gathered. The space around him continuously rose in level, looking like it was turning into the legendary Buddhist spiritual mountain. Change. Xiao Chen felt heavy resistance as he descended. He raised his saber and changed his move in one breath, executing the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and he felt intense pain. All the potential in his body was forcefully squeezed out amid the intense pain, turning into an unparalleled bright saber light that charged forward. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's heart ached, and he revealed a pained expression. The Dharmic seal immediately broke. Xiao Chen did not pause at all. The saber light circled around, and the star-breaking saber technique, which he had just collected, was executed berserkly at lightning speed. Oh no! The Holy Sun Ming Xian thought to himself as he pressed his palms together and retreated. Boom! The instant the Holy Sun Ming Xian pressed his palms together, a similarly ferocious Buddhist might burst out of his body and clashed with the star-breaking saber technique. In the clash, loud sounds rang out in the surroundings. Xiao Chen's aura held the upper hand. The Holy Sun Ming Xian's Buddhist might that he hastily unleashed could not neutralize the star-breaking saber technique. After being knocked back, Xiao Chen broke through the layers of Buddhist might and roared ferociously as he executed breaking the world. The berserk saber light immediately went out of control. The boundless saber might was like tens of thousands of wild horses breaking free from their reins, roaring ferociously and wanting to destroy the world. In this short exchange, Xiao Chen perfectly brought out his exquisite saber techniques and cultivation, catching his opponent off guard. The Holy Sun Ming Xian finally found this excellent opportunity. The moment he executed breaking the world, Xiao Chen knew that the Holy Sun Ming Xian could not escape. The Holy Sun Ming Xian had nowhere to retreat to. Breaking the world swept away all of the Holy Sun Ming Xian's Buddhist might and defensive martial techniques formed by various hand seals. Then, he chopped down on the Holy Sun Ming Xian's shoulder. Dang! A loud sound rang out, and Xiao Chen revealed an expression of shock in his eyes. After the saber cut in by 1 centimeter, It could not go any deeper. Instead, it got stuck in the other party's shoulder bone. What kind of physical body is this? He. You've played enough, right? The Holy Sun Ming-Xian did not care about the wound on his shoulder. He just smiled casually at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen thought to himself, oh no. Then, he let go of the saber with his right hand and tried to retreat. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian smiled faintly and did not panic. He held the index and middle fingers of his right hand together, and a string of Buddhist prayer beads dangled from them. After brewing for a while, he ferociously pushed forward. Bang! After retreating several meters, a shockingly strong force knocked Xiao Chen into the air. His internal organs ruptured, and when he landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen's entire body hurt. Aside from his damaged internal organs, cracks of various sizes appeared all over his body. Some of his outer bones even shattered completely. What hand seal is that? When Xiao Chen saw the Holy Sun Ming-Xian's hand seal, he revealed a horrified expression. In that earlier moment, the force that the other party sent out was already infinitely close to the casual strike of an ordinary star venerate. Feigning weakness before severely injuring the other party with a lightning-fast strike. When Xiao Chen thought about his earlier exchange with the Holy Sun Ming-Xian, he could not help smiling bitterly. Originally, this was the method he used to defeat the Little Thunder Saber. However, someone used it on him. This was karma. This was truly retribution. To think that you still have the strength to fight. Your physical body is extraordinary. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian casually tossed aside the 7 deadly sins on his shoulder and revealed a shocked expression. He discovered that Xiao Chen had actually fainted from his injuries, yet he still had a strong life force. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian could not help feeling surprised. This physique was startlingly strong. While the Holy Sun Ming-Xian was shocked, Xiao Chen was even more shocked. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian's full power attack, breaking the world, only left an unremarkable wound on the other party's shoulder. Compared to your fleshly body, my fleshly body is nothing. Xiao Chen did not care. He stood up with much difficulty, not choosing to give up. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian said indifferently, you are not qualified to compete with my physical body. If not for you comprehended great Tao energy, it would be impossible for you to injure me. What bold word! However, Xiao Chen did not say much. He had not been able to improve his Blue Dragon War body further. He had only forcefully relied on the life juice source to improve his physique. In terms of physical body, he really could not compare to the other party. Do you still want to continue fighting? Just obediently give up, and I can let you suffer less pain. The sect venerate never said that he wanted your life, so you can rest assured, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian said softly, sensing that Xiao Chen still had some trump cards and did not want to push him too hard. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help raging in his heart. He laughed maniacally and said, don't worry. Even if he does not kill me, I will definitely kill him. Sooner or later, I will personally charge into the Black Lotus Church and take the head of that sect venerate. The Kunlun realm's demonic calamity and the deaths of countless brothers could not be in vain. He would charge into the Black Lotus Church not for himself but for the fellow Taoists of the Kunlun realm who sacrificed themselves in the demonic calamity. Chu Yang, Yang Shisan, Fu Hongyao, too many. Ignorant. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian snorted coldly, revealing some disdain. He stopped speaking nonsense and prepared to end the battle quickly. Breaking the mundane. The moment the Holy Sun Ming-Xian moved, Xiao Chen immediately seized the opportunity to suck the 7 deadly sins into his hand. Xiao Chen executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, breaking the mundane smoothly. The surging mundane world and all sorts of scenes unfolded together with Xiao Chen's saber light. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian's footsteps slowed as a warm scene appeared before his eyes. That was the scene of him living with his parents and brothers before he became a monk. These were the most beautiful memories in his heart. No matter what he became under the Black Lotus Church's sect venerate's instructions, he would never be able to forget these mundane events, a worry that he could never sever. Break! Xiao Chen shouted coldly, and a golden swastika shot out from his forehead. A golden Buddhist swastika appeared behind him. A 3-kilometer-long saber light shot out from the Holy Sun Ming-Xian's hand and merged with the weapon in Xiao Chen's hand. Then, the saber light pierced towards the Holy Sun Ming-Xian. Whoosh! The Holy Sun Ming-Xian suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. However, it was already too late. The 3-kilometer-long saber light in the Buddha's hand bore the brunt of the attack and pierced through his chest. Xiao Chen bathed in a Buddhist light. The Buddhist monk's saber followed closely behind, piercing through the Holy Sun Ming-Xian's chest. Puci. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian roared in pain. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen's shoulder. Bang! The two got knocked back at the same time. Xiao Chen's injuries worsened. After he fell to the ground, he found it hard to stand up. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian wobbled but did not fall over in the end. However, the might of breaking the mundane also entered the Holy Sun Ming-Xian's body, causing his complexion to pale and black light to appear. On the ground, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. He had already done his best. If the other party insisted on fighting, then he could only take the risk of activating his Great Desolate Eon bloodline in his current state. However, it was hard to guarantee that the other party might not have a Great Desolate Eon bloodline. Whoosh! Just at this moment, something strange happened. The 30-kilometer-long Buddha image in the deep chasm suddenly shattered into countless specks of dust, scattering in all directions. Chapter 1694. In the boundless deep abyss, the towering Buddha image turned to dust, and a beam of light soared up from below. This was Yang Qing, who had absorbed the Buddha Mother's incense. Before she landed, she threw a palm strike at the Holy Sun Ming-Xian. The palm wind contained a cold intent. Everywhere it passed, it arrived before the Holy Sun Ming-Xian in the blink of an eye. The Holy Sun Ming-Xian did not have time to think. He simply threw a palm strike. Boom! The two palms clashed. Yang Qing knocked back the Holy Sun Ming-Xian with one palm strike, not moving at all. After absorbing the Buddha Mother's incense, her strength soared rapidly. What a strong palm strike! The Holy Sun Ming-Xian took a few steps back before he barely stabilized himself. Shock appeared on his face. After being struck by Xiao Chen's breaking the mundane, Ming-Xian was clearly injured. He could not circulate much veritable essence energy to clash with Yang Qing. Instead of retreating, Yang Qing advanced. She burst forth with a terrifying Buddhist might. The Buddha Mother's 30-kilometer-tall figure appeared behind her, exuding might without anger. A terrifying might spread out, making the injured Ming-Xian feel unbearable. It had been many years since Ming-Xian had such a feeling when facing someone of the same generation. This was truly surprising. What exactly happened for this girl, who was not worth mentioning earlier, to grow so much stronger? She actually vaguely showed the might of a star venerate, catching everyone off guard. Ming-Xian's expression immediately turned grave. The Buddhist prayer beads in his hand released a resplendent black light. A black lotus bloomed under his feet, and a gigantic black Buddha image appeared behind him. Bang! Another palm strike clashed. The two were evenly matched. The Buddha images behind them had a stern expression and a ferocious expression. They fought intensely as well. However, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian was injured. This intense clash instantly deepened the injury on his chest. The saber intent contained in the 7 deadly sins still stabbed into his chest lingered for a long time, continuously invading his meridians and internal organs. What was more serious was that the true meaning of breaking the mundane had severed the most beautiful memories in his heart. His heart was supreme, but it hurt his soul. A strange sense of loss and grief lingered for a long time. The mundane world was hard to break, and obsession was hard to dispel. No matter how strong one's physical body was, the human heart was made of flesh. Yang Qing drifted back with a grave expression. Unexpectedly, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian could still clash head-on with her despite his severe injuries. If Zhongxian hadn't been injured, he would have had to put in a lot of effort to defeat him. With no time to think, Yang Qing shouted coldly and charged over once more. After forcefully clashing for another 3 moves, the Holy Sun Ming-Xian finally could no longer endure. Blood continuously oozed out of the 7 deadly sin on his chest. Drip, drip, drip. It landed on the ground. Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, stood up with much difficulty. He revealed an expression of luck. Fortunately, Yang Qing appeared at this crucial moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although he still had some trump cards up his sleeve, his injuries were too severe and he couldn't use them at all. If he forcefully used it, the consequences would be extremely severe. Even without the other party doing anything, he would still die. The Holy Sun Mingxian was unexpectedly strong. This was especially so for his strange physical body. Xiao Chen wondered how he cultivated it. Let's go. Yang Qing knew when to stop. After forcing back the Holy Sun Mingxian, she no longer pushed back. Then, her figure flashed back and quickly left with Xiao Chen. Damn it! Rage burned in the Holy Sun Mingxian's eyes. For the first time, anxiety appeared on his face. He had not expected such a result at all. Something that should have been in the bag turned out to be an accident. The Holy Sun Mingxian had always taken everything into account. Even when facing a star venerate, he could retreat calmly without losing his elegance. However, today, an insignificant Xiao Chen actually managed to injure him. Furthermore, he was significantly injured. That unremarkable woman had inexplicably become stronger all of a sudden. It was also inexplicable. Kaka. The Holy Sun Mingxian pulled out the 7 deadly sin from his chest. Then, like he was venting his hatred, he used all his strength to break the saber in half and tossed it to the ground. However, this 7 deadly sin had been specially refined and was no ordinary weapon. After it broke, it immediately scattered. It turned into 7 beams of light of different colors and flew towards Xiao Chen, not doing much harm. Damn it! The Holy Sun Mingxian roared furiously, venting all his frustration and dissatisfaction on his feet. Then, he stomped on the ground. A crack appeared on the cliff, trembling endlessly. The crack extended downwards, looking like it would shatter at any moment. The Holy Sun Mingxian looked around and saw the unconscious white cat. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his expression instantly turned cold. Who knew, this white cat felt his gaze and quickly got up. Then, it nimbly chased after Xiao Chen and Yang Qing. It turned out that the white cat had woken up long ago and had been pretending to be asleep. Interesting. After venting the rage in his heart, the Holy Sun Mingxian completely calmed down. His expression recovered its gentle expression as he closed his eyes and started treating his injuries. Clearly, the urgent matter now was not to show off his bravery but to quickly return to his peak. He had to re-evaluate Xiao Chen's strength. Then, he would find the other party and take him down at lightning speed. The demonic bone Saria, the mission that his master gave him, had to be completed. This concerned the great cause of the Black Lotus Church, something that could change the entire Buddhist sect in the Great Thousand Realms. Yang Qing quickly led Xiao Chen down the mountain. After walking for another 2 hours, she did not see the Holy Sun Mingxian chasing after her. Only then did she relax. There was no need to be polite between the two. Xiao Chen did not thank her. He asked, "You did not finish absorbing the power of the Joss flames, right?" It felt too fast. It would be very difficult to absorb all the power of the Joss flames in such a short time. Yang Qing nodded and smiled softly. "I can't do anything about it. That Holy Sun Mingxian is too strong. If I had continued to absorb it unhurriedly, young Master Xiao, you would have died." Xiao Chen felt ashamed in his heart. In his life, he had rarely been saved by a woman. He asked, "Where are you going next?" Reluctance flashed in Yang Qing's eyes. Her expression turned somewhat complicated. "I forcefully absorbed the power of the Joss flames into my body. After a while, my body will explode and I will die." Ah. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he looked at the other party incredulously. He could not accept this. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Don't be shocked. Even if I did not forcefully absorb it into my body, I would have chosen to sacrifice myself after absorbing the power of the Joss flames. It is just a matter of time. Unfortunately, I originally wanted to stay a little longer. Now, I have no choice." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Qing's entire body exploded. However, there was no blood or bones. Instead, it turned into a 9-colored spiritual aura that contained a dense Buddhist light. It flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. This caught Xiao Chen off guard. He was stunned for a long time before recovering his wits. As they chatted, Yang Qing's body exploded. It was really hard to accept. Xiao Chen looked up at the sky and entered deep thought. He did not know if he would get a chance to see Yang Qing's true body again. However, there was a great difference between an emanation body and a true body. Their personalities were very different. Xiao Chen thought for a while and concluded that it was best not to interact with a woman who dared to cultivate an emanation body. She would definitely be someone who was both righteous and evil. Or perhaps, she was an evil cultivator. At the back of the temple on the Buddha-seeking platform, the holy son Ming Xian opened his eyes and saw the 9-colored spiritual energy flying into the sky. After his shock, he revealed an expression of understanding. It turned out to be the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter's emanation body. No wonder. No wonder. That is already a famous expert of the Great Thousand Realms. Exceptionally difficult to deal with, however, since you spoiled my plans, I will repay this debt sooner or later, even if you are the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. On the other side, Xiao Chen still did not feel very safe. He traveled alone and found a quiet place. After leaving behind a simple formation, he calmed down slightly. Right now, there was only one thing to do: break through quietly. In the earlier battle, Xiao Chen had already broken through his bottleneck. If he were too severely injured, he could break through the limits of the veritable personage realm on the spot. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chen swallowed a medicinal pill for treating injuries that Yi Zifeng had given him. The medicinal pill melted the moment it entered his mouth, and a cooling sensation spread throughout his body. The pain in his body immediately eased significantly. Naturally, the medicinal pill that Yi Zifeng had given him was not inferior. Soon, Xiao Chen's strong physical body allowed him to recover from most of his injuries. It is time to break through. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time already. However, when it truly arrived, his heart was calm. Chapter 1695. Advancing from the veritable personage realm to the primal core realm was to merge the 3 essence energies into one and form a core. Xiao Chen's yin essence energy came from the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy he absorbed and refined. Xiao Chen's yang essence energy came from the heavenly yang pill, which was comparable to the 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy. As for veritable essence energy, it was like a mediator between the two. However, it was different. Be it yin essence energy or yang essence energy, their ultimate goal was to temper veritable essence energy, to continuously perfect it. In the end, a cultivator's cultivation was based on veritable essence energy. When merging the 3 essence energies into one, the most important thing was balance, the conservation of yin and yang. Only then could one form a primal core. Xiao Chen had reached this point long ago. The Taiji diagram in his Dantian slowly formed its second cycle, allowed him to not have to spend any effort on balancing it. This was already the most perfect Tao of balance in the current world. It originated from the Immortal epoch's Daoist sects. Now, it belonged to Xiao Chen alone, something he could use. In the Great Thousand Realms, there was a saying, first become human, then become a deity. After transcending mortality and becoming a veritable personage, one would take a brand new step on the long martial Tao. The veritable personage realm was the foundation. It determined how far one could go in the future and how much potential one could bring out. Many people understood this point. However, not many people could do it. Not everyone's physical body could endure the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy. Those who could endure the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy might not have the opportunity to subdue them. Furthermore, not everyone could be like Xiao Chen, enduring silently and maintaining a calm and peaceful state of mind. Even when facing many dangers, the pursuit of the Black Lotus Church, the provocation of the Divine Firmament sect, and the encirclement of the Divine Shield Army, he did not force a breakthrough. Furthermore, he did not rush to make a breakthrough because he wanted to make a name for himself. Xiao Chen let nature take its course, succeeding when the conditions were right. After continuous tempering and adjustment, he finally reached where he was today, step by step. This was because from the start to the end, Xiao Chen had not forgotten his original intention: to search for the moon, to find Liu Ruyue, to find the person he loved the most, to obtain the Dragon Emperor position, and to complete the revival of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Everything that Xiao Chen experienced in the Great Thousand Realms was just fleeting. His final battlefield would definitely be the Central Great Realm, where geniuses gathered and the outstanding talents of the Great Desolate Hundred Races. The heavens would not disappoint those who set their minds to it. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. With a thought, the black and white Taiji diagram formed by Yang Essence Energy and Yin Essence Energy in his dantian slowly merged and shrank. After being cleansed by hundreds of jasmine flowers, his Yin and Yang essence had become extremely pure, sparkling and translucent, emitting a silk-like luster. This was especially true for the Yang essence refined from the Sky Yang pill. It was originally contaminated with the residue of the pill, so the problem could be big or small. After this round of cleansing, the dregs of the pill were completely expelled from the body. There was no longer any hidden danger. Since the Yang Yuan and Yin Yuan energies were too vast and pure, the process of merging Xiao Chen's 3 Yuan energies into one was rather slow. Around him, an even vaster black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared, dancing light and shadow, flickering and disappearing. Amidst the light and shadow, the entire world alternated between black and white, and a unique Dao rhythm circulated. A Daoist rhyme that was different from the Buddhist might was exceptionally mysterious, causing one's imagination to run wild. Time passed by the minute and second. Although Xiao Chen's progress was slow, it went smoothly, without any obstructions at all. This was how a breakthrough came naturally. When the bottleneck was no longer there, one just had to let nature take its course. 4 hours later, the Yin Essence Energy, Yang Essence Energy, and Veritable Essence Energy in Xiao Chen's dantian had already shrunk to the size of a palm. The light they gave off was boundlessly resplendent. The light shone through Xiao Chen's body. His bones, flesh, skin, and even his soul all received great benefits in the process of merging the 3 Yuan energies into one. The flickering light on the surface of Xiao Chen's body intertwined with the surrounding Taiji diagram, vaguely connecting with the entire world. This was the fiendish demon battlefield. Not only was the space here of a higher level, but the spiritual energy here was also several times that of the outside world. Breaking through here was much better than breaking through in a blessed land. This was something that Xiao Chen had not expected. After another 7 minutes, the extremely condensed Yang Essence Energy and Yin Essence Energy finally merged into his veritable Essence Energy. Whoosh! The Taiji diagram, which originally circulated extremely slowly, spun violently at 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times, faster than before. Thousands of beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Chen's body, illuminating the surrounding 50 kilometers like it was daytime. Xiao Chen could clearly see every blade of grass and tree in the surroundings. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had chosen a desolate place in the fiendish demon battlefield, where the situation was constantly changing. Such a large commotion did not attract the attention of others. As that light spun, Xiao Chen felt a brand new veritable essence energy flow continuously in his meridians. Strong energy filled his entire body, making Xiao Chen feel his strength erupting rapidly. This continued for an entire hour before the feeling of his strength increasing abruptly came to a stop. The boundless light in the surroundings suddenly withdrew, returning to his body as if nothing had happened. When the light vanished, Xiao Chen looked within himself and discovered a fingernail-sized crystal primal core in his dantian. The primal core had 9 golden stars carved on its surface. Each golden star flickered with light. Upon closer inspection, it was piercing and bright. One could not look directly at it. A 9-star primal core. This was the most perfect advancement. Even in the Great Thousand Realms, it would allow one to look down on the many outstanding talents. Xiao Chen could not help revealing joy in his heart. After leaving the Kunlun realm and experiencing all sorts of things, he finally managed to condense this primal core. Looking at that completely solidified crystal, Xiao Chen rejoiced. His cultivation directly soared to peak minor primal core realm. When one first entered the primal core realm, The primal core realm was mostly soft. There would even be some viscous veritable essence energy inside. A completely solidified crystal was the mark of peak minor primal core realm. One more step and one would reach the major primal core realm. Only by successfully breaking through could one increase the capacity of the primal core realm. That required continuous tempering, merging the primal core with the power of the world. This was an extremely important step. Many people would never be able to cross this hurdle in their entire lives. However, Xiao Chen felt that his 9-star primal core could contain much more veritable essence energy than that of a regular major primal core expert. Every shining golden star was condensed with incomparably pure quintessential essence. Most regular primal core cultivators had only 2 or 3 golden stars. Even in the Blessed Lands, those with more than 5 golden stars were extremely rare. Rumor had it that Shangguan Lei had only condensed 6 golden stars, and he already stood at the top of his generation in the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and an irrepressible tyranny burst out from them. His aura felt like he had been reborn. This was not something that Xiao Chen liked. However, he had just advanced to the primal core realm and could not control it as he pleased. The tyranny and strength of a 9-star primal core could not be easily hidden. Shangguan Lei was incredibly tyrannical, making many people not dare to meet his gaze, aside from his Thunder Dao and his irascible character. A large part of the reason was his 6-star primal core, which formlessly suppressed others. When I run into that Holy Sun Ming Xian again, I can give him a huge surprise. Xiao Chen was a proud person. Although he was not willing to show it to others, he could not help but feel dissatisfied after being suppressed so miserably by someone of the same generation. Xiao Chen indeed had the capital to feel dissatisfied. A half-step primal core cultivator was already at a huge disadvantage against an early-stage major primal core cultivator like the Holy Sun Ming Xian. Now that Xiao Chen had broken through, it could barely be considered a fair fight. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and looked in the direction of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. He muttered to himself, "I have to go and find a good saber that suits me." If Xiao Chen had a Dao tool earlier, he would not have ended up in such an awkward situation where he could not injure the Holy Sun Ming Xian even after he struck him. Who is it? Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. After advancing to the primal core realm, his senses were extremely sharp. Even the tiniest changes within 50 kilometers could not escape his notice. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and leaped several kilometers, landing at the place where the sound came from. He saw a white cat filled with wildness stepping on the ground. It did not make any sound as it leaped around extremely quickly. Xiao Chen recognized this white cat. It was that young cat-eared girl. When her fiendish qi erupted, she had drawn a strange mark on his forehead before vanishing. Xiao Chen had nearly forgotten about this matter. She came at the right time. The young cat-eared girl's intelligent, black gem-like eyes revealed a surprised expression when she saw Xiao Chen. She was surprised that Xiao Chen had discovered her in advance. What was more, she was surprised that Xiao Chen's strength had changed so much in just half a day. Chapter 1696. As his aura locked onto the white cat, Xiao Chen showed a cautious expression. The scene of the other party killing Zhen Xian with one claw was still fresh in his mind. The feeling that the transformed white cat gave Xiao Chen was even more horrifying than that of the Holy Sun Ming Xian. "Why are you so cautious? The fiend blood in my body has already entered your body." The cat-eared girl's body swayed as she turned back into a pretty young girl. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen with a displeased expression. "What?" This startled Xiao Chen. These words were truly unexpected, somewhat hard to accept. When Xiao Chen thought of the other party's appearance after transforming, his heart could not help but tremble. He did not want to end up like that. The young cat-eared girl rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and said, "You gained something, yet you still want to act innocent. You sect disciples are all like that." When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt somewhat speechless. He ignored the other party and closed his eyes, using his spiritual sense to check for the power of his bloodline. Aside from the familiar blue dragon bloodline, there was only ordinary human bloodline. There was no other strange bloodline. "Is she lying?" Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and he opened his eyes. He discovered that the other party did not show any intention of attacking him when he closed his eyes. Her expression did not change, either. Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "You came to me just to talk about this?" "I did not sense any fiendish demon bloodline." "You can go now." The young cat-eared girl was not surprised. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Naturally, the current you cannot sense that noble fiendish demon bloodline. It will slowly appear as you grow stronger. Fiendish demons are born in response to calamities. They are naturally impure. You are already an impure person. In the future, you have to be wary of others drawing out the fiendish demon bloodline in your body. However, you have a heart of innocence that has been tempered 1,000 times. Even if it is drawn out, you will not end up in a sorry state like I did." Seeing the other party speak so seriously, Xiao Chen's expression slowly turned grave. He checked again but still did not find anything strange. "There's no need to worry too much. To you, this noble fiendish demon bloodline is definitely more beneficial than harmful." Xiao Chen slapped his forehead and said, "All right, I'll believe you for now. Can you tell me where you came from?" The cat-eared girl calmly said, "I never lie. You should have believed me. I am a stray cat that the old abbot of the ancient cloud temple took in. After the ancient cloud temple declined, the 7-aperture sovereign emperor brought me into the fiendish demon battlefield." Xiao Chen was startled. The old abbot of ancient cloud temple was that nameless ancient temple? As for sovereign emperors, Xiao Chen had heard of them. After entering the divine vein realm, they would be addressed as sovereign emperors. They were between sovereign personages and martial gods, so they were qualified to be addressed as sovereign emperors. "I'm the only fiendish demon in the great 1,000 worlds with the original fiendish demon blood flowing in my veins. Of course, I'm no longer one. I had no intention of transferring my bloodline to you, but you ruined my plans time and time again, so I had no choice but to forcefully transfer it to you. It's actually better to leave it for the owner of that Nirmanakaya. I can feel that her real body is also full of desire for the demon blood." Xiao Chen came to a sudden realization. So, when he attacked Yang Qing back then, he wanted to transfer the demon blood to her. If he hadn't saved her, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. However, the old abbot said that everything has a cause and effect. "You definitely have a fate with Buddha. Back then, when he transferred this demon blood to me, he said that the next owner of the demon blood would definitely be someone with a fate with Buddha." The little cat blinked as it looked at Xiao Chen. However, it could not see how he had a fate with Buddha. "I've already said what I needed to say. Goodbye." After saying what needed to be said, the young cat-eared girl turned back into a white cat and quickly left Xiao Chen's sight. A fate with Buddha. It seemed like the lingering soul of the Mahesvara Buddha that Xiao Chen met in the Sky Dome Immortal realm had said something similar. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had coincidentally obtained the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. It seemed like he really had a fate with Buddha. It was impossible for him to have a fate with Buddha for no reason. Never mind. I'll worry about this in the future. Right now, the most important thing is to go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion. I still don't know if the demon blood is real or fake. Xiao Chen had always been decisive when doing things. He knew what was important and what was not. He would not be indecisive. After checking his bloodline again, Xiao Chen set his mind on his way to the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Now that Xiao Chen's strength had increased significantly, he discovered that he could travel very fast. He could leap high in this fiendish demon battlefield without any obstructions. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet. Without needing to gather veritable essence energy, he easily traversed 1 kilometer. After a while, the towering 10,000 weapon pavilion appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Thousands of strands of complete Great Tao energy descended from the top of the pavilion, forming a 7-colored light that competed with each other. When Xiao Chen arrived at the entrance, he felt heavy pressure and found it difficult to move. He had to circulate his veritable essence energy before he could adapt. The vast Tao might extinguished the complacency in Xiao Chen's heart after he advanced. Before the Great Tao, he was still far from it. Xiao Chen calmly entered the first floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Naturally, there were no good weapons on the first floor, only some superior grade profound weapons. However, Those that could catch the attention of a divine vein powerhouse were naturally peak-quality superior-grade profound weapons. Aside from these, there were some special superior-grade profound weapons that would attract the attention of the cultivators here. Those were the profound weapons that some sovereign personages or sovereign emperors once used. As far as Xiao Chen knew, there were 3 grades of weapons: profound weapons, treasure weapons, and Dao weapons. For now, Xiao Chen did not know what weapons were stronger than Dao weapons. Profound weapons were the weakest. However, they were weapons that ordinary veritable personages and primal core venerates used. Those sovereign personages and sovereign emperors must have used profound weapons when they were young. If one could obtain a profound weapon that they used, there would definitely be some Dao left behind. After comprehending it, one would gain many benefits. Hence, although the hall on the first floor was filled with profound weapons, there were many sect disciples who seriously chose and broke the restrictions. There was no competition here. If one was lucky and obtained a superior-grade profound weapon that a sovereign personage used, it would be a great gain. It would not be inferior to a treasure weapon. Every weapon floating in the air looked like it was hovering. However, restrictions surrounded it. One could only draw the weapon after breaking the restrictions. However, the restrictions on the first floor were rather simple. They were not difficult for the cultivators who came here. Xiao Chen raised his foot. The moment he stepped into the hall, the various sect disciples who were choosing weapons felt an instinctive threat. Their bodies instinctively felt threatened, and they either turned their heads or turned around to look at the entrance. Who is this person? He is just a minor primal core venerate. Why does he give off such great pressure? Clang. Just as many people felt confused, 10 sabers of the thousands of weapons floating in the air in the hall unsheathed themselves and stabbed into the ground around Xiao Chen. The sabers trembled and buzzed endlessly. A strange saber intent spread out uncontrollably. It is the Dao left behind by a sovereign personage. These are all profound weapons that a sovereign personage once used. Damn! Where did this white-clad person come from? We worked so hard but could not find a profound weapon that a sovereign personage used. The moment he arrived, he delivered it to us. The 100-odd disciples in the hall all showed shocked expressions as they looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. Some of them revealed greed in their eyes. However, when they thought of the instinctive fear they felt when Xiao Chen first entered, they all dispelled this greed. Xiao Chen shook his head and casually waved his hand. He absorbed all the Dao contained in the 10 sabers. The heroic appearances of many sovereign personages when they were young immediately appeared in his mind. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a sharp light appeared in them. He thought to himself, these are truly weapons that a sovereign personage once used. Even though their cultivations were not high at that time, they still benefited a lot. After the Dao was absorbed, the 10 sabers immediately turned ordinary. The spiritual energy in them dimmed significantly, returning to their ordinary state. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the 10 sabers returned to their scabbards. Clang! Clang! Just at this moment, a familiar figure fell down the stairs of the second floor in a sorry state, grunting in pain. After that figure stood up, he quickly headed for the doors. This was where Xiao Chen was. This person showed a flustered expression. He did not look where he was going at all, nearly crashing into the doors. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and gently placed it on that person's shoulder, firmly pinning him to the ground. That person looked up in shock. When he saw that it was Xiao Chen, his face lit up in joy. Martial uncle. This was the Purple Flame Sect's Ling Yu, who had entered the fiendish demon battlefield with Xiao Chen. Ling Yu, quickly hand over the treasure weapon in your hand. Before Xiao Chen could exchange pleasantries, the disciples who injured Ling Yu rushed over. Chapter 1697. The disciples of the other sects had more or less heard of it, and their hurried footsteps immediately came to a halt. It's him. He is the white-robed Xiao Chen. The words that were originally intended to threaten Xiao Chen turned into all sorts of cries of pain. In the blink of an eye, only 2 true inheritors remained standing. One of the 2 true inheritors, a blue-clad youth, shouted coldly when he saw Xiao Chen fiddling with his short sword. Even if Xiao Chen could face Shangguan Lei, there were more than 100 people rushing over. What was left behind was a group of cultivators from the various sects, who could only swallow their saliva and look at each other in dismay. That Dao tool was definitely even more incredible. The news of the white-robed Xiao Chen defeating the Little Thunder Saber with one saber strike on Thunder Controlling Peak and facing off against Shangguan Lei had set the Black Cave Mountain abuzz. Xiao Chen did not draw his short sword, but he felt a cold sharpness and a weak aura of the great Dao. However, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. I won't hide it from you. Let's not talk about that. Who left these injuries on you? Ling Yu had not wasted all his hard work and time. Xiao Chen, this is not your problem. Just stay out of other people's business. Ling Yu found this somewhat inconceivable. Just earlier, he was still thinking about how to deal with this problem. Several Black Cave Mountain core disciples in the passageway recognized Xiao Chen, and their expressions changed slightly. The veritable essence energy that surged out of Xiao Chen's primal core was weaker than he expected. However, he was still satisfied. Boom. Just this point deterred anyone from acting rashly. Xiao Chen still did not say a word. He sent out another palm strike. This palm strike was even more tyrannical and tyrannical. Like before, he used his full power. However, the might that erupted out was even more ferocious. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Although Xiao Chen was not famous now, Shangguan Lei's reputation was very resounding. Shangguan Lei could face off against Xiao Chen and leave calmly. These people were at least late-stage minor primal core cultivators, and they were all core disciples of the various sects. Otherwise, they would not have dared to fight for peak treasure weapons. Dusting off his hands, Xiao Chen walked straight to the second floor as if he had done something very casual. You can fight back how I did to you. I won't help you. As long as Xiao Chen refused to hand over the ink cloud sword, they could work together. Xiao Chen couldn't help but be curious. What kind of precious weapon could make such a person so angry? Even if it was a Dao soldier, it was probably only SOSO. But after 3 palm strikes, the situation had completely reversed, leaving them dumbfounded. Bang, bang, bang. A large group of people appeared on the stairs of the second floor. All of them were brimming with killing intent, and their cultivations were not ordinary. All of them were core disciples of various sects. 1 or 2 of them were actually true disciples. It seemed like every time he used his full power, he could dig out more of the potential of his 9-star primal core. It was indeed a good sword. The 10,000 weapon pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 3 most popular forces in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen received the short sword. The words ink cloud were carved on the scabbard. Just by holding the scabbard, he could feel the surging energy contained in the sword. This was the difficulty of fighting for a Dao tool and a precious weapon. It was not like subduing a weapon would make it yours. The blue-clad youth turned his head slightly and looked at the other heavenly profound sect true inheritor from the Black Cave Mountain. He said, Brother Zhongyu, don't you agree? Of course, Xiao Chen would not do that. He had already comprehended the Saber Dao's great Dao energy. With this thought, the blue-clad youth no longer showed any fear. A ferocious look appeared on his face once more, and he was about to speak up in agreement with the two. How strong! When Xiao Chen pushed out with his palm strike, 6 stars lit up in the veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. However, the speed of the explosion was even faster. The 100-odd core disciples and the 2 true inheritors on the ground crashed into the wall like sandbags. He is already as strong as Shangguan Lei. How did he do it? The main thing is those 2 true inheritors. I can deal with one. However, with 2 attacking together and the attacks of the others, I can't block them at all. Xiao Chen, why are you still not handing over the ink cloud sword? Are you really thinking of blocking so many of us for your friend? Zhong Yu retorted coldly, making his intentions clear. Zhong Yu was originally Xiao Chen's greatest competitor. However, at this moment, Zhong Yu wanted to work with him. When the disciples on the first floor saw this, their lips twitched. Are those really the core disciples of the various sects? Bang! The veritable essence energy in the palm wind knocked the 2 true inheritors, who had just turned around, into the wall. 5 golden stars flickered on the crystal primal core. If one used it for 3 to 5 years, one would be able to condense a Dao. The comprehension of a cultivator would be even better than obtaining a Dao tool. Is this still the martial uncle that I know? After flipping over the 2 true inheritors, Xiao Chen tossed them to Ling Yu's feet, one in each hand. At the same time, he returned the short sword to Ling Yu. After all, true inheritors were already very strong. In their opinion, if one of them fought against the peak minor primal core Xiao Chen, the odds of victory would be 40 to 60. If the two worked together, they would be able to win. A strong wind kicked up by veritable essence energy howled in the surroundings. The long hair of the 2 true inheritors fluttered wildly, and they found it hard to keep their eyes open. Bang! 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 If the two still dared to stand here, they would be seeking death. Then, they landed on the ground. This strike was very ruthless. They felt like most of their bones had shattered. Infused with the great Dao's might, Xiao Chen drove his veritable essence energy. Resplendent purple energy flowed through the meridians in his body. It was like a surging river gushing endlessly, giving off thunderous roars. All the energy in his body burst forth as he pushed his palm forward. The 2 true inheritors felt bitter in their hearts. They did not dare to say anything more as they turned and fled. They already knew how horrifying Shangguan Lei was. Right now, Xiao Chen's strength rivaled Shangguan Lei's. The crystal stone primal core lit up 6 stars. Their expressions immediately turned grave. This was a treasure weapon that was about to give birth to a great Dao. No wonder everyone coveted it. Before the 2 true inheritors could say anything, they vomited blood and went flying. Without the strength of a true inheritor, they were caught off guard and went flying. After they fell to the ground, they howled in pain. Aside from the Heavenly Shaking Mountain's various Confucian sects, the Potala Mountain's various temples, and even the Black Cave Mountains sects, there were also these people. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chen had no chance of victory at all. One had to be able to face the encirclement of more than 100 people and still be able to flee calmly. This was how people were. If they could not obtain something, they could not obtain it. With the 2 true inheritors holding the line, the other core disciples of the various sects immediately felt much more confident. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his understanding. Then, he walked over and picked up the many core disciples piled together like they were cabbages before tossing them out. Ling Yu wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and took out a short sword. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It looked like he still needed some time to familiarize himself with the full might of a 9-star primal core. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's aura soared. His originally suppressed tyrannical aura was already frightening. Without Xiao Chen suppressing it, it was released to its heart's content. What treasure weapon did you find? It's this. 3 palm strikes. With just 3 palm strikes, Xiao Chen severely injured a group of core disciples and 2 true inheritors, rendering them incapable of fighting anymore. Martial uncle, since when did you become so strong? Ling Yu gaped, speechless for a long time, completely stunned. Bang! With a thought, Xiao Chen sent out another palm strike. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated wildly, and his clothes flapped loudly. His long hair and stern face looked exceptionally scary. Before this strong palm wind, the many core disciples found it hard to move, not to mention working together. Even their freedom of movement was restricted. No wonder Ling Yu was in such a sorry state despite his great increase in strength. Before Xiao Chen's cultivation advanced, he might not have been able to take it. Just the thought of witnessing the birth of a complete great Dao energy at one's own hands was exciting. As long as 1 or 2 people stood out and called on everyone present to attack together, why would they fear an insignificant Xiao Chen? However, the silent Xiao Chen did not say a word. He raised his head and looked at them coldly. Then, a strong aura erupted from his body. Ling Yu recalled that when his martial uncle was a half-step primal core cultivator, he could barely exchange 100 moves with him. Before entering the mountain, Xiao Chen was clearly not this horrifying. Xiao Chen's strong quintessence knocked back the 2 true inheritors who bore the brunt of the attack. The core disciples of the various sects behind them, who were about to chime in, were all stunned. Chapter 1698. They could run about freely. However, the cultivators who came here faced many restrictions. When that person walked out, he did not show a smile on his face as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen. One had only a small wound on its body, a fatal strike that struck a vital point. The other had died a miserable death. The injuries on its body were clearly the result of a combined attack. By the fourth floor, nearly everyone was a treasure weapon. Every one of them was a superior grade treasure weapon. However, there were not many peak treasure weapons. Xiao Chen found this name somewhat familiar. After a while, he recalled it. It was the top true inheritor of the Heavenly Profound sect. This had attracted a Confucian scholar from the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, who had chased after it with great difficulty. In a moment of carelessness, that sword suddenly turned around. Thank you. However, the two corpses simply lay there, while the others ignored them. Their expressions were cold, causing people to feel an indescribable chill. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Nice to meet you. Everyone, there is no need to misunderstand. I will not take this saber. Don't worry." Xiao Chen smiled disdainfully, revealing a trace of mockery. A Dao tool was very mighty. When combined with his veritable essence energy and great Dao energy, its might increased. Ling Yu must have found that short sword on the 5th floor. After being surrounded, he fled to the 1st floor and lured away most of the cultivators. The Heavenly Profound sect's Gongzi Mo? Whoosh. This was a Dao tool with a thick saber on its back. It gave off a heavy feeling. This saber was definitely boundlessly tyrannical, focusing on being bold and unyielding. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. When he looked around, he immediately discovered the two corpses. Before entering the fiendish demon battlefield, Ling Yu had told Xiao Chen to take note of some people. This Gongzi Mo was one of them. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Thank you. You are very fortunate. The Heavenly Profound sect's Gongzi Mo. I met you at Thunder Controlling Peak before. Aside from the restrictions of the 10,000 weapon pavilion, every good treasure weapon had its own temper. If one was not fated, it would be exceptionally difficult to subdue them by force." A strand of sword chi pierced towards Xiao Chen's eyes. At such a close distance, there was no way to dodge it. At the same time, Xiao Chen infused his veritable essence energy and great Dao energy into the saber. The smell of blood. The Dao might of these sabers were all incredibly strong. However, Xiao Chen found it unfortunate that they were not treasured sabers that he could use. In such an environment, subduing a Dao soldier was already difficult enough. No one would be willing to be distracted by something unimportant. Regardless of whether he needed this saber or not, who wouldn't be happy to be acknowledged? The 5th floor was filled with top-notch precious weapons, but there were only a few people subduing precious weapons. Be careful, don't be reckless. Xiao Chen waved his hand and the sword landed in front of the Confucian scholar. "I'll give it to you." They hurriedly retreated and gathered together. They spread out their true origin shields and assumed defensive positions. The scabbard slammed into his abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. His facial features were squeezed together. The value of the Dao tool had already caused these disciples of the righteous sects to completely disregard human nature. Immediately, some people revealed surprised expressions when they saw the direction it was coming from. This small demonstration allowed Xiao Chen to personally experience subduing a treasure weapon in preparation for subduing a Dao tool. There was a total of 3 treasure weapons on this floor, all of them of different shapes. When Xiao Chen entered the 2nd floor, there were still profound weapons hovering in the air. However, there were already a few treasure weapons among them. There were only 20-odd people in the pavilion, making the great hall seem rather empty. The Dao tool chose its master. Any bladesman would feel happy when they saw this scene. One of the 3 treasure weapons seemed to sense Xiao Chen's gaze. With a whoosh, it flew over to him. The sword immediately trembled like a wild horse, trying to struggle free of Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen did not even look at it. His figure flashed as he entered the 3rd floor. Most of the treasure weapons on the 3rd floor were profound weapons mixed in. Nearly all the 6th floor was filled with Dao tools. Even if they were not Dao tools, they were treasure weapons like the ink cloud sword. With a thought, The Dao tool on the ground sensed Xiao Chen's killing intent and charged at Gongzi Mo whoosh. The treasure sword came out of its scabbard on its own. When the sword came out by 1 centimeter, it gave off a piercing light. The sharp sword light made one's heart tremble. For example, the person who subdued a treasure sword. The sword flew around in the air, moving freely in this 10,000 weapon pavilion, which gave off immense pressure. The Confucian scholar resting on the ground reminded Xiao Chen out of goodwill when he saw that he was about to go to the 6th floor. Xiao Chen could sense the bloodline of one of the great desolate eon's 10,000 races. Furthermore, that person's cultivation had reached late-stage major primal core realm. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt many cold gazes. The 10 true inheritors of the various sects, who were subduing Dao tools, all stopped what they were doing and looked at him coldly. Subduing a treasure weapon was an extremely difficult process. It might even be dangerous. The weapons that were not subdued in the 10,000 weapon pavilion were all hot-tempered horses. The 10,000 weapon pavilion was a natural horse farm. Xiao Chen forcefully clamped down on that formless sword qi with 2 fingers, turning it into a tangible sword light less than 1 centimeter away from his face. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. He looked around, searching for a Dao tool that was suitable for him. Xiao Chen ferociously clamped down with his left hand and drove the veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core, lighting up 6 stars on his 9-star primal core. When the Confucian scholar on the ground saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. The other cultivators subduing treasure weapons were startled. Xiao Chen pressed his hand on the sword hilt and smashed the entire sword into the ground. The scabbard sank into the ground by 1 centimeter, but it no longer moved. The greatest taboo was being interrupted and sneak attacked. Every time an outsider arrived, the people subduing the treasure weapon would be very careful. The less trouble, the better. Xiao Chen's target was the 7th floor, the highest floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. He did not want to get embroiled in a fight before he entered. This Gongzi Mo did not give Xiao Chen any face at all. He said indifferently, "In the fiendish demon battlefield, strength speaks for everything. This is not thunder controlling peak. Don't play any tricks." A huge force spread out. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he clenched his fist tightly. However, he showed no intention of letting go. The true inheritors that dared to be here were definitely not like the 2 people on the 1st floor. While they might not be comparable to his sect's Hua Yunfeng, they were at least at the true profound realm. In an instant, 10-odd elite true inheritors stared at him. Even Xiao Chen felt some pressure. Xiao Chen let go, and the sword light shattered like ice. Then, he pushed his left hand forward. Although the Heavenly Profound sect was a rank 3 sect in the Black Cave Mountain and could not compare to the Purple Flame sect, the top true inheritor was definitely worthy of his reputation. After observing for a while, Xiao Chen gained a rough understanding of how to subdue a weapon. Then, he headed for the 6th floor. Xiao Chen did not have any direct requirements for the saber. He only wanted one thing: fate. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "You want it? In that case, I'll give it to you." Everyone focused on subduing the Dao tool they wanted, not bothering about anything else. Even when Xiao Chen entered, he only gave it a quick glance. The Dao tool shone brightly, and Gongzi Mo's expression changed as he forcefully caught this saber. This Dao might spread out, and the pressure on the 6th floor was immense. Gongzi Mo was immediately knocked back, and blood leaked out of his lips. "Haha. You think you can give up just because you said so? Do you think you can speak? Subdue this saber and give it to us. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving alive." Sometimes, when a treasure sword was unsheathed and released a strand of sword qi, one might even lose their life. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Comprehending the saber Dao's great Dao energy on his own was rather interesting. "Friend, there will be Dao tools if we go up another floor. The pressure there is even greater. If we are not careful, we might really die." Clang. When the others discovered that Xiao Chen did not show any signs of making a move, they continued to subdue the peak treasure weapons. Their expressions were focused and strenuous. That Confucian scholar stuttered in shock. He had not expected happiness to come so suddenly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to subdue this treasure weapon so easily. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he looked at the treasure sword that the Confucian scholar chased earlier. Then, he narrowed his eyes and grasped it. Xiao Chen's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the 5 or 6 people present. They stopped subduing the treasure weapons and looked at him warily. It was like taming a fine horse. It was not as easy as one imagined. If one ran into one with a bad temper, one might even end up hurting oneself. A weapon that caught one's eye and aroused a strong desire in one's heart was the weapon that one wanted. Of course, if one truly subdued a Dao tool, then these people would pay attention to one at all times and suddenly attack. After charging up to the 6th floor, Xiao Chen clearly felt the pressure increase. His feet felt like lead, making it difficult to walk. He had to constantly expend veritable essence energy to resist this pressure. When facing a Dao tool that Xiao Chen got along with, Xiao Chen still dared to threaten him. He was overestimating himself. Unfortunately, you cannot handle it. Chapter 1699. After sending Gongzi Mo flying with a single strike, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. No one on the 6th floor dared to look down on him anymore. Gongzi Mo paled. He hesitated about activating his great desolate Aeon bloodline to regain his face. However, who knew that after Xiao Chen comforted the Dao soldier, he went straight up to the 7th floor without even looking back. 7th floor. It turned out that Xiao Chen's target had been the 7th floor all along. The true inheritors of the various sects present were all stunned. Their faces sank, and they all revealed surprised expressions. The 7th floor was a place that even they did not dare to go to. Everyone knew that the 7th floor stored the best Dao tools. However, the people who dared to go to the 7th floor were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns in the 3 blessed lands. Not only did they have to be strong, they also had to be courageous and charismatic. The 7th floor was filled with Dao soldiers. As dozens of Dao might layered over each other, it was boundlessly majestic. Under that pressure, he still had to subdue the Dao soldiers. If he was not careful, he would die on the spot. You are famous in the blessed lands, dazzling among your peers. You are even more famous in the entire Grave Sea cluster. You already have a bright future ahead of you. As long as you follow the prescribed order, you will be able to become an important figure in the sect. In the future, you will be able to roam the Sea of Clouds freely. However, now that you have come to the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion's 7th floor, you must have the determination and courage to believe that you are already dead, that all the glory has nothing to do with you. Without great courage, no one would dare to go up to the 7th floor. For example, Gongzi Mo was strong enough and had the bloodline of the desolate 10,000 races. However, he didn't dare to go up. There was no other reason. It was because he cherished his life. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen, who had just been threatened, turned around and directly stepped into the 7th floor. The thought of using his great desolate Aeon bloodline to take a gamble immediately vanished. Now, he felt a stifling sense of defeat. When facing such a courageous person, even if he used his great desolate Aeon bloodline, the other party would still dare to fight with his life on the line. Cowering before the battle, how could one talk about victory? Xiao Chen, who had charged into the 7th floor, did not care about what Gongzi Mo thought. He was a person who did not dare to enter the 7th floor. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't put him in his eyes. This person wasn't worth remembering. The entrance to the 7th floor was a barrier formed by a curtain of water and light. If one wanted to enter the 7th floor, they had to pass through the barrier first, which was equivalent to setting up a threshold. Before this barrier, Xiao Chen felt a surging might and pressure that felt like a surging wave. Just by standing there, he felt an immense pressure, making it difficult for him to move. Hua! A figure appeared on the water screen. It was Xiao Chen himself, looking at him coldly. With a thought, Xiao Chen immediately guessed the purpose of the water screen. Only by killing himself could a dead person enter the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion's 7th floor. Only those who had forgotten about life and death and dared to fight with their lives could enter the 7th floor. Immediately, Xiao Chen sucked in a breath of air. Those who dared to enter the 7th floor, aside from those who were extremely strong, were all ruthless people who dared to risk their lives. They did not care about the glory in front of them. They only wanted to obtain a Dao tool and fight for their future. Their vision was no longer limited to the Cloud Sea cluster. This kind of person was the most terrifying. However, fortunately, Xiao Chen was such a person as well. He desired this kind of competition, which could make the hot-bloodedness in his body surge again. Spreading out his great Dao energy and forgetting about life and death, Xiao Chen strode forward and passed through the water screen. Kaca. Xiao Chen's figure on the water screen immediately shattered. After entering this door, he no longer cared about life and death. What a strong pressure! The moment Xiao Chen entered, he felt an immense pressure everywhere. The air pressed down on him like waves. Xiao Chen. Just at this moment, a soft exclamation rang out. Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was the top true inheritor of his sect, Hua Yunfeng. At this moment, Hua Yunfeng was subduing a treasure sword. Normally, Hua Yunfeng was calm. Now, he found it difficult to move, feeling a mountain-like pressure. When Hua Yunfeng saw Xiao Chen arrive, he revealed a look of surprise on his face. Xiao Chen nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Then, he started to observe the environment of the 7th floor. The 7th floor was very vast, especially with the few people scattered around. It appeared even more spacious. Another difference from the other floors was that the ceiling was extremely high. When one looked up, one could not see the ceiling clearly. It was at least 3 kilometers tall. Furthermore, due to the support of the Dao Might, when one looked up, one would get the misconception that it was infinitely tall. All the Dao tools formed a small circle in the middle and climbed all the way to the ceiling. Including Xiao Chen and Hua Yunfeng, there were only 8 people on the entire 7th floor. The Potala mountain had a total of 3 monks. Aside from Hua Yunfeng and Xiao Chen, there was a woman who cultivated righteous qi and 2 other Confucian scholars from the heavenly shaking mountain. That woman had delicate features and looked valiant and formidable. She looked even more righteous than the male Confucian scholars. When she saw Xiao Chen looking at her, she smiled faintly and continued subduing the Dao tool that she wanted, a Confucian sect sword. The 3 monks ignored Xiao Chen's arrival, focusing on subduing the Dao tool that they wanted. As for the 2 Confucian scholars, they only glanced at Xiao Chen indifferently and ignored him. However, it looked like the situation was not good, including Hua Yunfeng's. Subduing the Dao tool was still a long way off. The Dao Might here was too strong. They could not even bring out 50% of their strength. The various Dao tools were even more unruly and unyielding, showing their pride. For example, one of the 3 monks was trying to subdue a heavy bronze Buddhist staff that glowed with Buddhist light, and after a few attempts, he failed. After a few attempts, not only did he not manage to touch it, but he even got severely injured. Fortunately, the monk's indestructible iron body had already reached a certain level, so it was not a big problem. It is time to find the Dao tool that I need. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the pillar formed by the Dao tools in the middle. Then, he looked from bottom to top, carefully searching. This saber has no scabbard, showing off its sharpness. It does not know how to endure. Not suitable. This saber has no edge and is very heavy. It is the first choice for vital qi cultivators. Not suitable. The Dao contained in this saber is the flame Dao. It has nothing to do with me. Not suitable. Not suitable. Not suitable. Not suitable. Xiao Chen rejected 10-odd Dao tools with one glance. Then, he looked higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he had finished choosing everything he could see. Whoosh! Enduring the immense pressure, Xiao Chen could only soar into the air and continue choosing. Those who bite off more than they can chew will fall sooner or later. Nan Jin, one of the 2 male Confucian scholars, looked at Xiao Chen with increasingly higher standards. He coldly eyed him in disdain. The others also revealed mocking expressions at Nan Jin's actions. Xiao Chen truly did not know his limits. The Dao Might of the 7th floor was boundlessly vast. Even standing on the ground was difficult. To think that Xiao Chen dared to fly up. He was truly suicidal. Brother Xiao Chen, don't be too rash. This place is different from the outside world. If you accidentally trigger the rage of the Dao tools, you might be affected by the attacks of many Dao might. It is best to be careful. Hua Yunfeng could not bear to watch this. However, Xiao Chen was an honored guest of the Purple Flame sect, after all, so he warned Xiao Chen out of goodwill with a slight frown. Many thanks for Brother Hua's warning. I will be careful. Xiao Chen thought to himself, although these people have abandoned their obsession with life and death, the cautiousness in their bones cannot be changed. If not for the special reason that he could not find a Dao tool that he liked, Xiao Chen would not have taken such a risk. However, Xiao Chen would never compromise. The saber was a bladesman's second life. All the more, he could not afford to be careless. He absolutely could not choose a random saber. If he wanted to choose, he had to choose one that he liked. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring out the full might of the saber. A vast Dao might surged over. Xiao Chen felt like he was carrying a mountain as he soared into the air. The pressure was immense. Whoosh! Suddenly, for some reason, a prideful sword drew out by 1 centimeter. A strand of intense, dazzling light, accompanied by a strand of sword qi, stabbed at Xiao Chen. This caught Xiao Chen off guard, startling him. Fortunately, he had been careful, remaining cautious. Xiao Chen threw a punch with all his might, shattering this strand of sword qi. However, his fist was dripping with blood. The injury was too horrible to look at. Even his bones were exposed. This showed how sharp the sword light was. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword qi shattered into countless pieces that flew in all directions, creating a strong gust of wind that caused the environment in the 7th floor to become even worse. This brat is really seeking death. The other male Confucian scholar, Gong Sun Po, shook his head and continued subduing the sword that caught his eye. Slowly, Xiao Chen figured out the pattern. After he reached a certain height, he would get attacked by a Dao tool every 100 meters. Hence, after ascending for less than 1 kilometer, Xiao Chen was already riddled with wounds. His white robes were stained with blood. Slowly, the expressions of the others changed as they looked at Xiao Chen. They all felt a horror in their hearts. This white-clad man's will was too tenacious. The Dao tools here were the best of the best, not much different from each other. There was no need to fly so high and take such a huge risk, all for the sake of a saber that caught their eye. The Dao tools that these people chose were not to their liking. However, as long as they were passable, it would be fine. As long as one could bring out a Dao tool, it would already be an incredible matter. It would definitely shake up the entire Grave Sea. In the future, one would be confident of advancing to the Cloud Sea realm, gaining boundless glory. Xiao Chen's stubbornness was truly foolish. Where did this fellow come from? Why does he not have the air of a famous sect at all? Hua Yunfeng's heart pounded. Right now, Xiao Chen looked like a barbarian to him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spear appeared at lightning speed, thrusting at Xiao Chen in an irregular manner. A spot of cold light flashed in the surroundings. The expressions of the 7 people below changed. This spear was too fast and too cold. It was merciless. They could not dodge it. The piercing cold light made everyone close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that Xiao Chen had already grasped the spear. However, Xiao Chen forcefully pushed the spearhead back by 2 centimeters, avoiding a vital point and stabbing into his shoulder. Cold qi entered Xiao Chen's body, and the great Dao energy of the Ice Dao spread throughout his body. His body immediately wobbled, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. His 9-star primal core bore the brunt of the attack, getting sealed in ice. Xiao Chen's limbs turned cold, and his entire body turned stiff. His body slowly fell. The ice froze his other injuries, making him completely numb. Buzz! 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 The spear still trembled endlessly. Even after the sudden strike, its energy did not diminish. Instead, it poured into Xiao Chen's body in an unending stream. I've gone too far, despair welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. His limbs turned numb. It felt like even his blood was frozen. He could not activate his great desolate Eon bloodline even if he wanted to. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen's consciousness turned hazy, a bright saber light flashed above the Dao tool pillar. Xiao Chen's originally lifeless eyes caught sight of this saber light and saw half of the Dao tool. In the next moment, the saber light vanished, and he could no longer see it. An intense, irrepressible desire immediately welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's the Dao tool that I spent so much effort to find. I absolutely cannot give up here. I absolutely cannot. Chapter 1700. The most tenacious will from the bottom of his heart allowed Xiao Chen to withstand this boundless pressure, not giving up even in the face of adversity. Influenced by this will, the frozen blood in Xiao Chen's body slowly started to surge and flow in his body once more. After recovering his qi and blood, Xiao Chen used all his strength and shouted. Then, he grabbed the spear with his right hand and ferociously pulled it out. Like he was venting, he tossed the spear to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frost froze all over Xiao Chen's body and fell to the ground. He regained his mobility, and the energy of his 9-star primal core broke through the ice. In the next moment, Xiao Chen circulated his veritable essence energy, expelling 80% of the cold qi. A resplendent flame burned on Xiao Chen's palms. Hua Yunfeng, who was about to make a move to save Xiao Chen, felt startled when he saw this scene and stopped. After tossing the spear away, Xiao Chen's aura soared. He roared ferociously and flew forward at lightning speed, heading for the treasure saber that interested him. Could this fellow have really succeeded? Such a scene, a startling counterattack, excited the others. Some of them felt anticipation, some of them envious, and a faint murderous intent lingered in their hearts. Xiao Chen, who was going against the flow, made a breakthrough in his aura, reaching a whole new level. This made his aura flourish. Saber light and Dao might spread all over his body. His white robes were stained with blood, adding to his elegance. His body was covered in wounds, showing his glory. The only woman present could not help but reveal a hint of admiration in her eyes. Compared to the elegant and scholarly Wang Yuming, this person seemed to be more manly. The heavenly shaking mountains Wang Yuming was handsome, elegant, and outstanding. He was the dream lover of many women in the heavenly shaking mountain. Of course, this woman only felt this out of pure admiration and did not have any other intentions. She did not even have any other thoughts about Wang Yuming. This person's name was Bai Yu. Before entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he was one of Wang Yuming's 3 great opponents. I see it. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. After reaching 2 kilometers, he peered through the layers of Dao might and saw the treasure saber that was imprinted in his heart. The saber was sheathed. It was 4 feet long, straight and tough. It was an extended Dao tool that looked like a horizontal saber. Perfect. Other than perfect, Xiao Chen couldn't think of any other words to describe it. This was the companion he dreamed of. Bang! But just as he got close, the saber suddenly moved. With lightning speed, the end of the scabbard stabbed into Xiao Chen's chest. Poochie! In the air, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he plummeted toward the ground at a speed several times faster than when he had arrived. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Xiao Chen felt as though his entire back was falling apart. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. Pu. When the scholar named Nan Jin saw Xiao Chen's miserable appearance after falling from the heavens to the bottom of the valley, he could not help but mock him. I thought he was some kind of shocking figure, but it turns out that he's only SOSO. Hee hee. Nan Jin smiled coldly and ignored him, continuing to subdue her Dao tools. However, Xiao Chen's Dao tool did not look like it would submit at all. After it exhausted its energy and stamina, failure was only a matter of time. Hua Yunfeng walked over with a bitter smile. He stretched out his hand and said, I respect you for being a man. Xiao Chen, who had fallen to the ground, was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. When he heard this, he could not help but smile. He took Hua Yunfeng's hand and pulled him up. Xiao Chen took out the 2 medicinal pills that Yi Zifeng left behind. Xiao Chen consumed one and gave the other to Hua Yunfeng. Phoenix Blood Pill. This is the holy pill for treating injuries that Martial Grand Uncle obtained in the Great Thousand Realms. Hua Yunfeng smelled it and immediately recognized it. However, he did not accept it. You are not keeping it for yourself. Given your tenacity, even if you fail again, You will not give up, right? Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly and said, I already consumed it twice. If I consume it again, the effects will be much weaker. Most importantly, I only have one chance. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that the saber would only give him one more chance. If he failed, he would never succeed. It would be very difficult for Xiao Chen to gather his aura 3 times. Doing it in one go would be the best. However, Xiao Chen failed. It was hard to avoid his aura weakening a second time. A third time, no matter how strong his will was, it would hit rock bottom. Some things could not be changed by a person's will. After all, the body was made of flesh and blood. When Hua Yunfeng heard that, he accepted the Phoenix Blood Pill. That is too unfortunate. You should choose something else. It might not be the best. Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with determination. I do not know if it is the best or not. I only know that it is most suitable for me. If I cannot obtain it, I will leave the 10,000 weapon pavilion. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng could not help feeling stunned for a while as he watched Xiao Chen focus on treating his injuries, not discouraged at all. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng muttered to himself, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Bai Yu, who had been paying attention to the two, was also stunned for a while. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? The others had long since stopped paying attention to Xiao Chen. They did not believe that Xiao Chen, who fell to the ground in a sorry state from that gentle strike, had any chance. As Xiao Chen closed his eyes and treated his injuries, he quickly thought about the reasons for his earlier failure. The first was that he was too severely injured and lacked experience. He got injured the first time he encountered the Dao Tool's attack. After that, he continuously dodged every 100 meters, accumulating strength, causing his injuries to erupt. By the time he got close to that treasured saber, his combat prowess was already less than 20%. The second was that he did not expect that Dao Tool's attack speed to be so fast and ferocious. The Dao Tool did not give Xiao Chen a chance to react at all, stabbing him down. The final reason was that Xiao Chen's will was not strong enough. The instant the Dao Tool struck him, the cold assaulted his body. Xiao Chen's primal core and blood froze. His first reaction was to give up. After entering this door, he had already given up on life and death. If he still gave up, he would simply be lying to himself. Whether he truly had the boldness to risk his life or not, whether he truly had the determination to go all out in one go, was the key to success. Did he? Yes. Xiao Chen asked himself 3 times in his heart. Each time, it penetrated deep into his soul, into his bones, and into the surging hot-bloodedness in his entire body. After repeating it 3 times, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the treasured saber at the top. Xiao Chen did not hesitate at all. With a howl, he charged up decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Xiao Chen ascended, he resisted the pressure, advancing without retreating. As he ascended, the Dao Tools along the way attacked him continuously every 100 meters. However, this time, Xiao Chen did not dodge. The more he dodged, the more cautious he became. Under the suppression of the Dao might above him, his injuries became even more severe. This was because every moment he delayed worsened his injuries by 100-fold. As Xiao Chen ascended, he absorbed all the attacks from the Dao Tools. However, because he was too slow, his injuries only accumulated and did not erupt. His combat prowess did not decrease. It was as if a monstrous flood had accumulated to a terrifying degree, but it had just touched the dam. The moment it touched the dam, it was safe. In the next moment, when the flood's energy erupted, the dam would collapse. Right now, Xiao Chen felt the same way. He only had 3 seconds to recover to his peak state. In these 3 seconds, the accumulated injuries would erupt, and his injuries would be even more severe than the previous time. However, these 3 seconds were sufficient. These 3 seconds were what Xiao Chen lacked. He looked at the unruly Dao Tool and saw the treasured saber stabbing at him at lightning speed again without hesitation. With Xiao Chen's peak combat prowess, the lightning-fast speed of that treasured saber seemed much slower in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed it firmly before the Dao tool could injure him. Rumble. The treasured saber struggled continuously in Xiao Chen's hand. The entire hall of the 7th floor started shaking intensely. The treasured saber erupted with startling energy. Xiao Chen showed a ferocious expression as he gritted his teeth. Veins popped out on his arms as he refused to let go. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. It looked like the 3 seconds would be up soon. The horrifying injuries from dozens of Dao tools would erupt. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's clear eyes shone with a golden light. He opened his great desolate divine eyes and instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline. The tyrannical dragon might of the ancient blue dragon spread out from Xiao Chen's body. He shouted ferociously, sounding like a true dragon roaring. Get down. Xiao Chen held the treasured saber with his right hand and ferociously pulled it down. Bang! 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 The Dao tools formed a circular pillar. As Xiao Chen descended at lightning speed, there was a loud sound. Boundless Dao might fluctuated, and the descending Dao tools were knocked away by Xiao Chen. Dang! The final second passed. Xiao Chen knelt on one knee while holding the scabbard. He stabbed the end of the scabbard into the ground. All the injuries and the repercussions of activating the blue dragon bloodline erupted. Xiao Chen could no longer hold back. All the skin on his body ruptured, and blood spurted out. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the scabbard and slowly fell. The blood washed away the dust, revealing an ancient word on the scabbard. Tyrant. From the moment Xiao Chen opened his eyes to the moment he landed, only 6 seconds had passed. Many people turned their heads and discovered that Xiao Chen was already holding a Dao tool. He tyrannically knocked away hundreds of Dao tools before landing on one knee. A berserk aura spread out. Together with the blood-soaked Xiao Chen, everyone was startled. Nan Jin, who had chuckled at Xiao Chen earlier, was stupefied. Her eyes nearly fell out. What's going on? The 3 monks blocked the aftershock of Xiao Chen's landing. Their expressions were as shocked as if they had seen the Kasyapa Buddha. Their movements completely froze. Hua Yunfeng felt somewhat agitated, showing an excited expression. Xiao Chen really did it. The heavenly shaking mountains Yu looked around at the Dao tools that Xiao Chen knocked away. He felt somewhat speechless. This person was truly too tyrannical. Too ruthless. They were already ruthless enough, daring to take the risk and enter the 7th floor. However, compared to Xiao Chen, they were far from comparable. At the same time, the hundreds of layers of Dao might encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion were also disrupted. The Dao might went out of control, and a berserk aura swept out in all directions, stirring up winds and clouds. The entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled. A terrifying mysterious phenomenon enveloped the 10,000 weapon pavilion, spreading to every corner of the fiendish demon battlefield. Amid this chaotic and mixed Dao might, only a tyrannical aura was exceptionally clear. Everyone who felt it trembled in fear. Chapter 1701. On the 7th floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion, Xiao Chen held the tyrant saber. His entire body was bathed in blood, on the verge of collapse. Not only were there many different great Dao energies in the injuries that had accumulated in his body, but there were also great Dao energies that were either icy cold, scorching hot, lightning, or disdain. There were dozens of great Dao energies, not just one. There were also the repercussions of activating the blue dragon bloodline. When the layers of great Dao energies exploded together, it was like a dam bursting, unstoppable. Xiao Chen's strong blue dragon war body and strong and resilient physique were like a dam bursting in a flood. Xiao Chen allowed the many terrifying Dao energies to run rampant in his body. His body was like a pool of stagnant water. If he did not control it, it would be extremely horrifying. In the next moment, he would explode and die. This was not an exaggeration at all. The might of a Dao tool was horrifying in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chen endured dozens of different great Dao energies in one go. When they layered over each other, it could be said that his body was filled with demons. All the blood vessels in Xiao Chen's body burst, and blood oozed out of his body. He looked like a horrifying blood person. Hua Yunfeng reacted quickly. While the others were still in a daze, he took advantage of this chaotic moment. His figure flashed and arrived beside Xiao Chen. Then, he placed a palm strike on Xiao Chen's back. At this crucial moment, Hua Yunfeng sent a mouthful of warm veritable essence energy into Xiao Chen's body. Hua Yunfeng was fire attributed in the first place. Although he did not comprehend the fire Dao, he already grasped the flame domain and could control fire energy as he pleased. This mouthful of warm veritable essence energy was a life-saving straw. It temporarily neutralized the various chaotic great Dao energies in Xiao Chen's body. It gave the body a precious chance to catch a breath, and the originally stagnant body functions began to improve. Xiao Chen's originally stagnant body was like a highly efficient and precise machine moving slowly. Whoosh! Just at this moment, many murderous gazes landed on Xiao Chen at the same time. The appearance of a Dao tool would definitely change the ranking of the three Blessed Lands geniuses. To put it more accurately, it might even affect the ranking of the various factions for the next few hundred years. Be it to themselves or to their sects, it would have a direct impact. The outstanding talents here, be it the monks or the heavenly shaking mountains Confucian scholars, were all decisive and intelligent people. They instantly felt a murderous intent. You leave first. I'll hold them off for a while. There was no point in saying anything more. Hua Yunfeng turned around and arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he threw a palm strike and sent Xiao Chen flying toward the entrance of the 7th floor. Hua Yunfeng had always been a calm and scheming person. He cherished his reputation. His character was very well demonstrated on the thunder controlling peak. He would help Xiao Chen to the best of his ability. Beyond a certain price, they would consider all sorts of consequences and make their move. But now, when it came to the interests of the sect, he was incomparably decisive. At this moment, they had to protect Xiao Chen. No matter what, a Dao soldier had landed in their sect. It was definitely better than ending up in the hands of the other sects, even if they did not obtain the Dao tool. After sending Hua Yunfeng flying with a palm strike, Xiao Chen leaped into the air, using the momentum to leap out of the entrance. He turned his head and looked deeply at Hua Yunfeng, who had helped him delay the others. This person was worth befriending. With just a glance, he quickly turned around. Given the current situation, if he stayed here, he would definitely die. Not only would he not be able to help the other party, but he would also be a burden. Hua Yunfeng probably had some life-saving means and would not die so easily. The instant Xiao Chen turned his head back, his face sank. He discovered that the valiant female disciple of the heavenly shaking mountain was already waiting here. Bai Yu was very intelligent. After she sighed when Xiao Chen obtained the Dao tool, she immediately knew that this was an opportunity. Her figure flashed out of the chaotic 7th floor and arrived at the entrance, waiting for her prey. Xiao Chen's first reaction was to draw his saber. However, when he did so, he could not draw it out of its scabbard. A stunned expression appeared on his face. A confident smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. It looks like you did not have time to completely subdue this saber. Hand it over, then. Boom. However, who knew, after Xiao Chen revealed a stunned expression, he simply held the sheathed tyrant saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering oneself first before shattering others. Xiao Chen was already injured to begin with. When his heart shattered, all sorts of intense pain appeared, pushing the pain from the heartbreaking stance to an unprecedented level. The sharpness of this move surpassed all the previous ones. Bai Yu revealed an extremely shocked expression. She had not expected Xiao Chen to dare to clash head-on despite being so severely injured. When the weapons clashed, Bai Yu did not suffer any injuries on the surface. However, her chest instantly shattered, and the intense pain made her tremble. There was no way to draw it in the first place. I was just lying to you. Xiao Chen did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he directly knocked Bai Yu into the air and quickly descended. Bai Yu fell by the wall, clutching her chest. She showed an expression of unbearable pain. She had never experienced such intense pain in her life. Xiao Chen entered the 6th floor. The many true inheritors immediately discovered the blood-soaked Xiao Chen. They all showed stunned expressions. Then, they looked around and fixed their gazes on the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand. Their hearts immediately raced as two exciting words appeared in their minds. Dao Tool. The strongest person here, Gongzi Mo, thought quickly, wondering if he should use his great desolate Eon bloodline to gamble. However, when he thought about how Xiao Chen knocked him back with one move earlier and how helpless he felt, he feared that Xiao Chen still had a desperate move. If he attacked now, both sides would end up injured, and the others would benefit. However, anyone would be reluctant to give up just like that. Should I attack? Should I attack? Should I attack? Gongzi Mo felt conflicted. Bang! How could Xiao Chen care so much? When he saw Gongzi Mo's unfocused gaze and restless thoughts, his figure flashed and he stabbed the scabbard into Gongzi Mo's chest. Gongzi Mo was knocked into the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled, and his eyes filled with horror. When Gongzi Mo saw Xiao Chen's ferocious gaze and tyrannical aura, he felt that death was so close to him for the first time in his life. He was hesitant, decisive, and soft. The opportunity was right in front of him, but this Gongzi Mo could not grasp it. It could only be said that despite his strength, he was still trash in the end. I'll spare your life. Xiao Chen, who no longer had the strength to continue attacking, said coldly. Then, before the others could react, he quickly rushed down. Gongzi Mo held his wound and heaved a long sigh. He felt that it was good to be alive. However, Gongzi Mo suddenly thought of something, and heavy regret appeared on his face. That bastard attacked so ruthlessly and decisively. If he could kill me, how could he not kill me? He was simply injured and could not continue killing me. The blockhead Gongzi Mo finally became smart for once. However, he was heavily injured, so he could not give chase. Gongzi Mo roared, "Bunch of fools. What are you all standing there for? That bastard is injured. Quickly chase after him. He holds a Dao tool. How can we let him off?" The true inheritors of the other sects startled to their senses. They all showed regretful expressions, frightened by Xiao Chen. Now that Xiao Chen reminded them, they immediately came to their senses and gave chase. The vast sixth floor was now empty. Only Gongzi Mo remained. He clenched his fist as he lay on the ground, continuously pounding the floor. Damn it! Damn it! Why did I hesitate? That earlier moment might have been the best opportunity for Gongzi Mo to obtain a Dao tool in his life. However, not only did he not accomplish anything, but he even got severely injured by Xiao Chen. Furthermore, he even had to thank Xiao Chen for sparing his life. Gongzi Mo's thoughts were in a mess. Regret and hatred filled his heart. His lips twitched, and he could not breathe properly. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Capture him. He holds a Dao tool. When Gongzi Mo reached the fifth floor, he could no longer muddle his way through. The cultivators of the various floors all startled awake and chased after him, not willing to let up for even a moment. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he held the tyrant saber. Aside from occasionally causing some chaos, he did not linger. However, the chase did not stop. There were people from the sixth floor, the fifth floor, the fourth floor, the third floor, the second floor. Instead, the number of people chasing increased. Gongzi Mo managed to reach the first floor with much difficulty. Kill him. He holds a Dao tool. Countless shouts came from the second floor, startling the cultivators on the first floor to their senses. Greed appeared in their eyes as they looked at Xiao Chen, preparing to pounce over. A nameless flame immediately flared up in Xiao Chen's heart. The moment it flared up, it burned even more fiercely. The sixth floor, the fifth floor, the fourth floor, it was one thing for those people to chase after him. However, the weakest disciples of the sects on the first floor were like ants. Yet, they dared to bully and humiliate him. This was intolerable. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and spread out his Dao energy. Then, he slammed the tyrant saber on the ground. Clang! A boundless tyrannical aura spread out, controlling the profound weapons on the first floor to shoot out with Dao energy. The profound artifact saber that contained Dao energy wasn't something that the people on the first floor could block. In that instant, miserable cries rang out. The cultivators launching themselves at Xiao Chen were either injured or knocked into the air. They were either injured or sent flying one after another, falling to the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. This was especially so when a group of people got knocked into the air. Under Xiao Chen's control, they happened to block the entrance to the second floor, buying him some precious time. Xiao Chen turned around and gently drifted out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. After he landed, he did not even look back as he rushed forward. Boom! Just at this moment, the 1,000-odd beams of Dao-Might light encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion vanished, leaving only a scarlet beam of Dao-Might light. The light coalesced into a majestic and tyrannical figure. When that figure roared, the entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled intensely. Then, that figure laughed loudly, looking tragic and stirring. Amid the desolation, there was a mocking look of disdain for life and death. That lingering laughter rang in the ears of everyone in the entire fiendish demon battlefield. After the laughter faded, that figure seemed to feel incredibly delighted. It turned into boundless scarlet light and returned to the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand. The sky instantly turned dark. Boundless darkness encased the fiendish demon battlefield. Only the scarlet light on Xiao Chen's body soared into the sky, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Damn it! Now, I can't leave even if I want to. Amid the scarlet light, Xiao Chen felt helpless as he held the trembling tyrant saber. Although he knew that this might be some kind of inheritance, this was not the right time. After a while, the scarlet light vanished. However, the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand became even heavier. At the same time, Shangguan Lei, Wang Yuming, and the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan, who were hundreds of kilometers away from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, all felt this Dao might. Chapter 1702. In a desolate area of the fiendish demon battlefield, black clouds shrouded the land, thunderclouds surged, the air was filled with miasma, not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, crushed stones stood in great numbers, and in the distance were undulating mountains. Occasionally, fiendish demons roared ferociously as they came from the mountains to a forbidden land of the fiendish demon battlefield. The environment was vile and demons were everywhere. Very few people walked out alive, and there were no fortuitous opportunities within. Other than demons, there were more demons. However, to some people, cruel and brutal demons were the best opportunity. At this moment, the plain of rubble was filled with rows and rows of demon corpses. There was no end to them. Many of them had even been eroded by the wind, leaving only their skeletons exposed. Amidst the strong winds, a tall and sturdy figure holding a saber dripping with blood was looking into the distance. A peak major primal core fiendish demon had just fallen before him. Wounds covered this fiendish demon's body, and it was not wearing any armor at all. Crackle! Lightning flickered around his body, giving off crisp sounds in the air. This person was none other than the Purple Flame Sect's Shangguan Lei, the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. In the extremely distant sky, the Dao might was chaotic, stirring up winds and clouds. A tyrannical aura swept through the entire fiendish demon battlefield. Dao soldiers appear. Shock flashed in Shangguan Lei's eyes. In the entire fiendish demon battlefield, no one had managed to take away a Dao tool in the past 1,000 years. A moment later, he grinned, making people feel that it was exceptionally scary. Master's teachings were indeed correct. Temper yourself in peace and constantly surpass yourself. Opportunities will always appear on their own. While he was in the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiao Chen had to improve every day. Otherwise, he would have to endure the pain of lightning corroding his heart. That kind of pain was enough to make one wish they were dead. After trying it once, they would never want to try it a second time. Hence, when Xiao Chen came to the fiendish demon battlefield, he did not seek out any fortuitous encounters, completely immersed in killing fiendish demons. He enjoyed the thrill of the hot-bloodedness brought by the battle between life and death. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen's strength had risen to peak major primal core realm, only one step away from the Cloud Sea realm. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly. He was determined to obtain this Dao tool that appeared. Su su su. As Xiao Chen stepped on the corpses strewn all over the place, he moved 1 kilometer with each step, heading for the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Eventually, his speed increased. With every step he took, a corpse would be crushed and dust would spread everywhere. In the 10,000 flower garden, he relied on his own strength and the folding fan left behind by his master. In this place, Wang Yuming swept through all directions, and no one could contend against him. The huge garden was almost completely occupied by him. All kinds of exotic flowers, rare herbs, natural treasures, almost everything that could be found was found by him. If there were some places that were truly too dangerous and impossible to enter, the harvest would be even more astonishing. When something strange happened in the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. A trace of doubt appeared on his handsome and refined face. Dao soldier? To think that there really was someone who obtained a Dao tool. That was originally Xiao Chen's next destination. Who knew that someone would get there first? Xiao Chen had already heard about the difficulty of obtaining a Dao tool from his predecessors. One could not obtain one just by having sufficient strength. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Originally, he wanted to sweep through the 10,000 flower garden and refine the exotic flowers, rare herbs, and natural treasures he obtained. When his strength improved again, he would be absolutely confident of subduing a Dao tool. Who knew, however, that's fine. It might be easier to obtain in your hands. Wang Yuming smiled faintly, revealing heavy confidence. Then, he slowly opened the folding fan in his hand and soared into the air. Thousands of flowers looked very beautiful, competing with each other in beauty. As the fresh flowers danced, Xiao Chen moved through the hundreds of flowers. Not a single leaf touched him, looking indescribably elegant and free. Bang! 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 The profound light temple's Zhen Yuan was publicly recognized as the strongest existence in the three blessed lands. Zhen Yuan's choice was the same as the purple flame sect's Shangguan Lei's, tempering himself among the fiendish demons and not searching for fortuitous encounters. Zhen Yuan bared his upper body. His bronze-colored muscles looked like they were painted gold as he fought an intense battle among the fiendish demons. When Zhen Yuan attacked, he gave off a Buddhist light, appearing ferocious and tyrannical. The chest of the fiendish demon that Zhen Yuan punched cracked like broken rocks, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Zhen Yuan's fist technique was completely different from the Buddhist sect's martial techniques, a mixture of real and fake. His moves were bold, complementing his indestructible iron body that he had cultivated to an extremely high level. Zhen Yuan, who was surrounded by the fiendish demons, appeared exceptionally relaxed. His expression was as calm as still water, not showing any joy or anger. Dao tool. When Zhen Yuan sensed the mysterious phenomenon caused by the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he frowned slightly, revealing a grave expression. He was not very interested in the Dao tool. Instead, he was thinking about something else. A Dao tool did not appear for 1,000 years. Once it did, it would definitely be exceptionally precious. It would definitely cause a chain reaction, triggering a huge storm. Is there going to be a change in the fiendish demon battlefield? While Zhen Yuan felt doubtful, the many fiendish demons surged with killing chi, taking advantage of this opportunity to charge over. Boom! Zhen Yuan punched the ground, and a golden fist light shot out. Buddhist might erupted, and a huge swastika appeared on the ground. The fiendish demons charging at Zhen Yuan got blasted away, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they were purified on the spot. When the fiendish demons landed, only rows of peaceful corpses remained. After making up his mind, Zhen Yuan leaped into the air and rushed in the direction of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dust on the ground sank. A huge Buddhist swastika appeared on the flat ground, looking like it had existed since ancient times. Xiao Chen, who had not gone far from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, did not know that he had startled the top geniuses of the three blessed lands. Even if he knew, he would not have time to care. At this moment, the scarlet Dao light that suddenly appeared above the 10,000 weapon pavilion entered the tyrant saber, making it exceptionally heavy. The tyrant saber's movement technique was significantly affected. The mysterious phenomenon startled the cultivators of the various sects near the 10,000 weapon pavilion. This was especially so in that moment earlier. The sky had turned dark, and only that scarlet Dao light encased the tyrant saber. Everyone knew that the Dao tool was in Xiao Chen's hands. As far as the eye could see, there were figures moving in all directions, all of them leaping towards his location. After all, this was the fiendish demon battlefield. The level of space was different. No one dared to fly continuously. Xiao Chen did not need to sense it to sense that there were no blind spots. No matter where he went, he would run into people. As long as he encountered some obstruction or delay, he would be surrounded. At that time, even if he was very capable, only death would await him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's internal injuries were severe, and he was not even 10% of his peak strength. Earlier, he had charged out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion in an incredibly dangerous manner. Then, he ran into such a situation. Xiao Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. That beam of light really did him in. Brat, you are really incredible. To think that you dared to play with yourself so ruthlessly and still not die. This is truly a miracle. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, making the somewhat despairing Xiao Chen rejoice. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul. The mysterious dragon seal hidden in the 9-star primal core, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul sitting cross-legged, spoke at this crucial moment. Senior, when did you wake up? When you broke through to the primal core realm, I woke up automatically. Originally, I wanted to teach you some things. When I saw you fighting for the Dao tool, I did not startle you. Your performance is pretty good. If it is not what I love, what is the use of it? A man should have the air of a man. Senior overpraises me. Does Senior have a way to quickly recover from my body's injuries? Xiao Chen asked in anticipation. If he were not injured, no one would be able to stop him from leaving this fiendish demon battlefield if he wanted to. How did he end up in a situation where even a group of ants could surround and kill him? Haha. Do you think I'm a deity? Dozens of great Dao energies intertwined. You already have the blessing of the blue dragon bloodline by not dying. Yet, you want to recover quickly? How naive. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's emotionless words immediately dashed Xiao Chen's dreams. I cannot help you recover from your injuries. However, I can help you absorb the great Dao energy in your body. However, you have to find a place to treat your injuries quickly. Don't overdo it. Otherwise, you will really end up crippled. After all, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor carried the hope of the blue dragon bloodline. He could not leave Xiao Chen to die. This was the greatest help he could offer. All right. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could absorb all the great Dao energies that made Xiao Chen uncomfortable, preventing him from driving his veritable essence energy. At the very least, his injuries would not worsen, and he could recover 20 to 30% of his strength. With the tyrant saber in his hand, Xiao Chen would have some hope of escaping. Whoosh! The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul moved at lightning speed. A vast suction came from the dragon seal. The dozens of great Dao energies in Xiao Chen's body flew uncontrollably to the dragon roar hidden in his primal core. Ah! Xiao Chen could not help crying out in pain. It felt like dozens of sharp knives were moving around in his body. It was not something that ordinary people could endure. Xiao Chen let out a soft cry. Then, he gritted his teeth and stopped screaming. He picked up the tyrant saber in a direction with fewer people and quickly ran over. All right, good luck to you from now on. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's weak voice came from the dragon roar. Xiao Chen immediately felt much more relaxed. At the very least, he could circulate his veritable essence energy slightly. His meridians were no longer blocked by the great Dao energy. However, the injuries to his meridians had not healed yet, so he did not dare to use his veritable essence energy rashly. If he used too much force, he might end up killing himself. Right now, his body simply could not withstand too much damage. Xiao Chen. It's really him. Is that a Dao tool? Just at this moment, 7 or 8 people appeared in front and coincidentally met with Xiao Chen. All of them showed pleasant surprise on their faces. There was 1 peak minor primal core cultivator, 4 middle stage minor primal core cultivators, and 3 early stage minor primal core cultivators. All of them were core disciples of rank 3 sects. With one glance, Xiao Chen figured out the other party's strength. He did not hesitate to make the first move. Kaca. Kaca. The heavy tyrant saber struck the people who spoke and knocked them back, causing them to vomit blood. In one exchange, Xiao Chen tore an opening. While his companions were still stunned, he flew away. Damn! After him. Relying on the tyrant saber's sudden increase in weight and the horrifying Dao might, Xiao Chen dragged his injured body forward without stopping, charging forward. True inheritors. After clearing 5 stages, Xiao Chen's face sank. As he looked at the people blocking his way, he frowned. No matter which sect's true inheritors it was, they would not be able to obtain victory in a short time. As long as these true inheritors paused for a moment, they would be able to delay for a moment, and the large group of pursuers would immediately surround them. Dong! 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 Who knew how many people had gathered behind him? However, the heavy footsteps and the trembling of the ground told Xiao Chen that danger had not left. Hand over the Dao tool, and I'll let you go. The person who arrived showed a cautious expression, not revealing any openings. He was also very careful when facing the injured Xiao Chen, not giving him any opportunities. That's impossible. The saber was the dignity of a bladesman. If one lost their dignity, what was the point of living? Xiao Chen showed a determined expression as he raised the tyrant saber and charged forward. If there was still a chance, he would not give up. You are seeking death. When that true inheritor saw that Xiao Chen still dared to charge over, he smiled coldly and prepared to kill Xiao Chen. Puci. Suddenly, a white afterimage appeared behind that true inheritor. Caught off guard, a scarlet light appeared on that true inheritor's neck. In the next moment, blood spurted out, and he fell over. When the white afterimage appeared, it was the young cat-eared girl that Xiao Chen had parted ways with. Now, she suddenly appeared again. Come with me. Right after the true inheritor spoke, the young cat-eared girl turned into a white cat and ran in front, leading the way. Chapter 1703. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before following them. At this time, the injuries on his body could not be effectively suppressed. If this dragged on, it would only get more and more hurtful. This kitten in front of him had to believe him for once even if she didn't want to. Following behind the cat-eared young lady, Zhongxian moved swiftly, taking many turns here and there. Surprisingly, he managed to perfectly avoid the encirclement, not running into a single enemy. Many times, he even brushed shoulders with the disciples of the various sects, but in the end, he was never discovered. An hour later, the cat brought Xiao Chen to a valley where hundreds of flowers were blooming. They entered deep into the valley and stopped in front of a hot spring. The cat-eared girl reverted to her human form and looked at Xiao Chen. They probably won't be able to find this place for the time being. You should take a break. Xiao Chen was mentally fatigued. The tyrant saber became even heavier in his hand. Thank you for saving me, the cat-eared girl said calmly. In any case, you saved me once, so I have to repay you, right? This hot spring has a miraculous healing effect. Sometimes, when I go out and get injured, I will come here to soak in it. You should quickly heal your injuries. I have tried my best to help you to this point. They will find this place sooner or later. Xiao Chen understood that while the fiendish demon battlefield was large, it was also small. The disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield were not elites or outstanding talents. Xiao Chen could make a rough estimate based on his location and some other conditions. There were also quite a few people proficient in tracking. If they worked together, it would not be difficult for them to track down a person. If all of them came, the cat-eared girl alone wouldn't be able to stop them. Clearly, she wouldn't be able to help him to the end. Xiao Chen was already very grateful that he was able to help him by so much time. Naturally, he had no more complaints. When the young cat-eared girl saw Xiao Chen enter the hot spring, she revealed a startled expression in her eyes. Unexpectedly, he had kicked up such a huge storm in the fiendish demon battlefield right after leaving the temple. Dao soldier. In the past 1,000 years, no one had managed to obtain a Dao tool from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, much less a peak Dao tool. Ordinary Dao tools could not possibly cause such a huge mysterious phenomenon. In the past, Dao tools had been taken away. However, none of them had been like what Xiao Chen did, shaking up the entire fiendish demon battlefield. When that peerless tyrannical aura stirred up the winds and clouds in the surroundings, every cultivator felt their hearts tremble. Who wouldn't fear such a Dao soldier? Who wouldn't be tempted after learning that Xiao Chen was seriously injured? No one. The thousands of people who entered the fiendish demon battlefield were all tempted, including the core disciples of the rank 3 sects. The weakest existences all revealed their ambitions, wondering if they could be lucky enough to secretly obtain it. Once he obtained this saber, even if he could not use it himself, he could exchange it for the sect or trade it away. He would also be able to find a huge fortune for himself. In the past, all the cultivators who obtained a Dao tool had reached the Cloud Sea realm at the very least. 50% of the possessors of Dao tools successfully comprehended their own Dao, what more the superior grade Dao tool in Xiao Chen's hand. The fortuitous encounter and value it represented was self-evident, and it absolutely surpassed any of the previous encounters. Perhaps choosing him was the right choice. The young cat-eared girl muttered. Then, she turned into a white cat and left again. Soon, someone would find this place again. She would not be of much help if she remained here. Being able to help Xiao Chen find a place to rest temporarily was already a great help. In the hot spring, as the hot water entered Xiao Chen's body, his entire body felt extremely comfortable. The wounds on his body warmed and healed at a visible pace. Brat, this hot spring is only somewhat effective on external injuries. It is not of much help to your internal injuries. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind again, telling him the bad news. Xiao Chen replied, I can feel it. These injuries will take at least half a month to recover completely. The wounds left by those great Dao energies will be hard to treat in a short time. When Xiao Chen checked the wounds left by the various Dao tools in his body, he felt horrified. The price he paid to obtain the Tyrant Saber was truly horrifying. In the past, Xiao Chen had always used great Dao energy to attack his opponents. This time, he suffered. Furthermore, it was dozens of great Dao energies. The Dao marks were hard to remove, and they were everywhere in his internal organs and meridians. Even if his injuries healed, he could not circulate his veritable essence energy as he pleased. If he used too much force, his injuries would worsen, resulting in a permanent hidden injury. Not to mention 6 stars, he could not even light up a 9-star primal core. Xiao Chen even had to continue suppressing his strength. He could circulate only half of his veritable essence energy. I can remove the Dao marks in your body. However, I will need some time. Quickly recover from your internal injuries. Leave the Dao marks to me. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice sounded somewhat weak, but it was heavy and forceful. Xiao Chen did not dare to delay. In reality, this was not the time to relax. 2,000 or 3,000 sect disciples were searching for Xiao Chen outside. Many cultivators with special bloodlines and good tracking skills were slowly narrowing down the search area. The people searching for Xiao Chen outside the valley were split into 3 groups. One group was the sect disciples of the Black Cave Mountain, one group was the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars, and the last group was the Potala Mountains monks. The leader of the Black Cave Mountains' many true inheritors was the Divine Firmament sect's second strongest person, Berserk Saber Liang Zimo. Since Shangguan Lei was not around, he held the highest prestige. The leader of the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Confucian scholars was the Confucian institution's Meng Qi. For some reason, the Heavenly Shaking Mountains Bai Yu, who was second only to Wang Yuming, did not participate. The leader of the Potala Mountains Profound Light Temple's Zhen De was rumored to be Zhen Yuan's junior brother. The two of them were disciples of the Venerable Xian Bei. 4 hours later, the 3 groups gathered outside the valley at nearly the same time. All sorts of signs indicate that the trail of Xiao Chen's aura reached this valley and broke off. It is very likely that Xiao Chen is hiding here, the Berserk Saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. Frenzied Saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. His eyes were burning with passion. Liang Zimo had heard that the Dao tool that Xiao Chen obtained was also a saber. As a bladesman, he was even more interested in it than the others. The Confucian institution's Meng Qi hugged his sword as he looked at the valley. He said indifferently, "It looks like we all came to the same conclusion. However, this valley is rather large, and mental energy cannot probe too far into the fiendish demon battlefield. If he intends to hide from us, it will not be easy to find him. A ruthless look flashed in Liang Zimo's eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "What's so difficult about that? Bring Hua Yunfeng out." Before the strange gazes of the other Blessed Land's true inheritors, the injured Hua Yunfeng was tied up and brought to the very front. Under the temptation of the Dao tool, the Black Cave Mountain's true inheritors, who were supposed to be allies, actually attacked their own people. This was truly shocking. However, when the Confucian institution's Meng Qi thought about it, he understood. Within the Black Cave Mountain, the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flame sect were both rank 4 sects. They had always firmly suppressed the Purple Flame sect. If the other party obtained the Dao tool, the Divine Firmament sect would be under the greatest pressure, followed by the other sects of the Black Cave Mountain and the other 2 Blessed Lands. Before the temptation of a Dao tool that could change the ranking of the various major factions, what did the Verbal Alliance count for? Actually, it was reasonable for the Divine Firmament sect to do such a despicable thing. The berserk saber Liang Zimo gathered his breath and shouted ferociously, "Xiao Chen, I know that you are in there and can hear me. Your senior brother, Hua Yunfeng, is in my hands. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you do not come out, I will break one of his fingers until I chop off one of his arms." The thunder might of Liang Zimo's body rang out like thunder, echoing endlessly in the valley. Inside the hot spring, Xiao Chen heard it immediately. His expression instantly changed drastically. Without thinking, he rushed out of the hot spring while holding his saber. "Brat, you have not gotten rid of even half of the Dao marks in your body. Don't be rash." The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's somewhat anxious voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The warm spring water washed away the blood and fatigue on Xiao Chen's body. After 4 hours of recovery, his injuries had already healed significantly. The only problem was the Dao marks left in his body by the many great Dao energies. Ignoring the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and zoomed in. Then, he saw Hua Yunfeng, who was pushed to the ground. Damn it! As Xiao Chen held the tyrant saber, a murderous intent leaked out of his eyes. If not for buying time for himself, how could Hua Yunfeng, and the other 2 be in such a sorry state? Chapter 1704. Inside the valley, Xiao Chen could not stop the murderous intent in his eyes. He found it hard to calm his heart or calm his anger. Possessing a Dao tool was the original sin of being hunted. Xiao Chen could only accept it. However, he could not tolerate such underhanded methods. Before coming, Hua Yunfeng had formed an alliance with the Divine Firmament sect true inheritors. "Xiao Chen, your time is up. Since you do not show yourself, don't blame me for being cruel." The Divine Firmament sect's berserk saber Liang Zimo showed a sullen expression. When he saw that there was no movement in the valley, he could not help feeling enraged. He raised his saber and prepared to chop off one of Hua Yunfeng's fingers. Hua Yunfeng's expression was unsightly, but he did not show any fear. He only thought that the ugliness of human nature was even more terrifying than he imagined. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Xiao Chen would not come out. If Xiao Chen came out, he would definitely die. For Hua Yunfeng to become the top true inheritor of the Purple Flame sect, he was much calmer than ordinary people. This Liang Zimo looked enraged and ready to kill Xiao Chen at any moment. However, even if Liang Zimo were 100 times more courageous, he would not dare to do so. No matter what, the Purple Flame sect was a rank 4 sect. Liang Zimo could not bear the consequences of killing their top true inheritor. At most, he would just cripple one of his arms. Liang Zimo's greater purpose was to infuriate Xiao Chen and force him to show himself. This was an overt plot. Hua Yunfeng saw this more clearly than anyone else. He despised this underhanded method in his heart and hoped that Xiao Chen could see through it. "Stop!" Holding up the tyrant saber, Xiao Chen rushed out of the valley and looked coldly at Liang Zimo. When Xiao Chen looked around, he immediately felt a heavy weight in his heart. The true inheritors of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain and the Potala Mountain were actually gathered together. When Xiao Chen looked behind him, he saw many core disciples hiding everywhere, hoping to take advantage of the excitement. The appearance of the Dao tool attracted nearly all the disciples who came to the fiendish demon battlefield. At this moment, they all gathered outside this valley. Liang Zimo's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, "White-robed Xiao Chen, you are indeed a man. I thought that you would hide in this valley forever." Xiao Chen looked coldly at the other party. Then, his gaze landed on the two Divine Firmament sect disciples pressing down on Hua Yunfeng. Killing chi surged out from his gaze. This immediately caused the two of them to tremble in fear. For some reason, they pulled Hua Yunfeng back 2 steps. "Release Hua Yunfeng. Whether you want the Dao tool or my life, everything is negotiable," Xiao Chen said through clenched teeth, enunciating every word. Liang Zimo grinned. "Untie him." The 2 true inheritors immediately loosened the ropes binding Hua Yunfeng. Liang Zimo stepped forward and grabbed Hua Yunfeng, saying, "Hand over the Dao tool. I will give him to you." The Confucian institution's Meng Qi and the Profound Light Temple's Zhen De raised their eyebrows, and their expressions changed slightly. The two seemed to have a telepathic connection. They exchanged glances and sent voice projections. "To think that this Liang Zimo is using us as decorations, wanting to take the Dao tool for himself. Zhen De, what do you think?" Meng Qi sent a voice projection. Zhen De replied, "Both the Buddhist sects and the Confucian institution have very few people who use the saber. Let's work together. After we obtain this saber, we can auction it off at sea and give it to someone who truly uses the saber. After maximizing the benefits, we can split them evenly." "That's what I was thinking." The two hit it off and reached a simple agreement. Whoosh. Without much thought, Xiao Chen tossed the tyrant saber in his hand at Liang Zimo. Clang. The instant the saber was tossed, the melodious sound of a treasure saber being unsheathed rang out in Xiao Chen's heart, spreading throughout his entire body. It was like some sort of emotion had awakened in his body. Liang Zimo did not notice this at all. Wild joy appeared in his eyes as he caught the tyrant saber and kicked Hua Yunfeng away. Then, he retreated to the protection of the Divine Firmament sect true inheritors. How heavy. However, the moment Liang Zimo caught the tyrant saber, he felt like he had caught a mountain with his bare hands. He could not react at all. After catching the tyrant saber pulled him to the ground with a plop, and he fell flat on his face. Clang. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Confucian institution's Meng Qi. He drew his sword, and a sword light shone like the red sun. Righteous Qi surged out as he thrust it at Liang Zimo. The Profound Light Temple's Zhen De leaped into the air and swung the Buddhist staff in his hand, grasping the end. The mountain-like staff head tore through the air, giving off a terrifying howl as it smashed at Liang Zimo. Damn it! Liang Zimo brought out his will of thunder, and his entire body flickered with electric light. He cursed in his heart and used all his vital qi and veritable essence energy. Finally, he managed to stand up while holding the tyrant saber. Liang Zimo smiled coldly and grasped the saber hilt with his right hand, ready to draw it. However, when Liang Zimo pulled, he discovered that he could not draw it at all. His expression changed drastically. Puci. Without giving Liang Zimo any time to react, Meng Qi's sword pierced through his chest. The Buddhist staff in Zhen De's hand ruthlessly smashed Liang Zimo into the air. Before the tyrant saber could warm up, a shockwave shot out in a direction that Zhen De and Meng Qi did not expect. After him, the entire place immediately turned chaotic. Everyone focused their gazes on the tyrant saber as they flew towards it. Saber. My Dao tool. Liang Zimo lay on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and wounds covered his entire body. He appeared dispirited and dispirited. Blood leaked out of his mouth as he coughed continuously. The planned attacks of two peak true inheritors were not that easy to deal with. They immediately inflicted severe injuries on Liang Zimo. This was especially so for Zhen De's mountain-like Buddhist staff. The vast strike landed on Liang Zimo's body. All the ribs in Liang Zimo's body shattered, and his internal organs shattered. This made the wound from Meng Qi's sword even more slippery. At this moment, Liang Zimo did not even have the strength to stand up. The most helpless thing was that no one cared about him. Everyone was chasing after the tyrant saber, rushing over in a frenzy. Seeing the chaotic scene, Xiao Chen led Hua Yunfeng back to the valley entrance and removed the restriction on Hua Yunfeng's body. Whoosh! Hua Yunfeng heaved a long sigh. Then, he sighed, I should not have shown myself. It is truly not easy for a bladesman to meet a treasured saber that suits me. This was especially so after Hua Yunfeng personally saw how much effort and price Xiao Chen paid for this saber. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. That saber has only one word, tyrant. However, I tried 3 times and failed to draw it. Instead, when I tossed it out earlier, it came out of its scabbard. Hua Yunfeng showed a strange expression. It came out of its scabbard? I didn't see it. Xiao Chen pointed to his chest. It was here. Just earlier, I understood why I could not draw this saber. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, I held the saber and left, abandoning senior brother Hua to flee alone. After that, I lost the feeling of being a tyrant. Even though I forcefully subdued this saber, it felt ashamed and was not willing to be used by me. The true way of the tyrant is not to show off and fight viciously, to dominate the world. Instead, it needs to have a pure heart, to value relationships and righteousness. It needs to have the pride and courage of a tyrant, and even more, the feelings and boldness of a king. Only then can it be called the way of the tyrant. Hua Yunfeng entered deep thought. Then, he nodded and said, What you said is not what I like. What is the use of it? It is the same for sabers and swords. In the past, I often read in ancient texts that some famous sabers and swords directly shattered after changing owners. In the past, I thought that was just a story. Now, it looks like the rumors are true. Between this gain and loss, Xiao Chen gained a lot. In the 10,000 weapon pavilion, it looked like he obtained a Dao tool. However, in reality, he did not manage to subdue the tyrant saber. Holding it in his hand, aside from attracting boundless disaster, he did not gain anything. Now, while it looked like he lost the tyrant saber, he gained the tyrant saber's acknowledgement. Xiao Chen had already unsheathed it in his heart. Regardless of where it was, this saber already had Xiao Chen's mark on it. Suddenly, a pained grunt entered Xiao Chen's ears. When he looked over, his lips curled up in a mocking smile. Hua Yunfeng followed Xiao Chen's gaze and could not help smiling. Heaven is watching what people do. This Liang Zimo sneak attacked and injured me while I was fighting with the 6 experts. Now that he ended up like this, I can only say that he deserves it. Brother Xiao, what do you plan to do next? Xiao Chen's eyes were clear. He already had a plan in his heart. I'll let this situation be a little more chaotic, luring out those ambitious people. I'll treat my injuries properly and recover to my peak combat prowess. Be it Shangguan Lei, Wang Yuming, the profound light temple's Zhende, or the Black Lotus Church's holy sun hiding in the dark, they were all tigers and wolves and could not be underestimated. Using this tyrant saber to draw out all these threats was simply the best. After all, aside from Xiao Chen, no one in this vast fiendish demon battlefield could draw out the tyrant saber. What was mine would still be mine in the end. Chapter 1705. The appearance of the tyrant saber incited many people to fight over it, giving Xiao Chen an excellent opportunity to rest. He did not need to worry about anything else. He could focus on treating his injuries to prevent any hidden injuries that he could not get rid of in the future. Back then, Xiao Chen's experience in the Kunlun realm was still fresh in his mind. Now that he was in the Great Thousand Realms, he had to be careful not to make the same mistakes as before. Martial Uncle. Senior Brother Hua. As the two chatted, the core disciples and true inheritors of the Purple Flame sect all rushed over. The originally anxious group of people relaxed significantly when they discovered that the two were fine. This group of people from the Divine Firmament sect is really too much. We have to take revenge for this. To think that they took advantage of senior brother Hua while he was down. After learning about Hua Yunfeng's experiences, the many true inheritors all felt aggrieved, rage burning in their hearts. Back then, at the Divine Firmament sect's thunder controlling peak, they had agreed to form an alliance to fight the Heavenly Shaking Mountain and the Potala Mountain. To think that they used such despicable means for the sake of a Dao tool. This was simply despicable, despicable. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Of course, we have to take revenge. However, now is not the time. Now is actually the best time to search for fortuitous encounters. The disciples of the other sects are all going to fight for the Dao tool. This is an opportunity for us. Ling Yu asked, feeling confused, "Martial uncle, why are you not anxious at all? Right now, the most important thing is to help you snatch the Dao tool back." A peak Dao tool was the greatest fortuitous encounter. All the disciples of the sect would benefit from it. There was no greater fortuitous encounter in the fiendish demon battlefield. Otherwise, the other sect disciples would not be like this. Every single one of them seemed to have gone mad, fighting to the death, and fighting to the death. Even those who were not in the mood to fight ran over to join in the excitement, trying to fish in troubled waters. Hua Yunfeng smiled mysteriously. "There is no need for you to worry about this. Xiao Chen has his ways. After I recover my strength, I will bring everyone to sweep through the various lands of fortuitous encounters." No matter how the others fought, they could not draw the scabbard. This tyrant saber had already recognized Xiao Chen as its master, and it already bore his mark. Sooner or later, it would return to Xiao Chen's hands. There was no need to worry. Many disciples were skeptical, but they were satisfied with this arrangement. With Hua Yunfeng leading the way to seek fortuitous encounters, there would definitely be a great harvest at this juncture. 1 hour later, with the aid of the medicinal pills, Hua Yunfeng's injuries healed rapidly. He led the Purple Flame sect's true inheritors and core disciples to bid farewell to Xiao Chen and leave the valley. Although his injuries were terrible, his cultivation was not as terrible as Xiao Chen's. With the help of the elixir, he recovered very quickly. With the help of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, Xiao Chen continued to clear the Dao wounds left by the Dao tool in his body. His heart remained as still water, calm and unperturbed. On the other side, the fight for the Dao soldiers had completely descended into chaos and white-hot. Meng Qi and Zhan De had wanted to join forces to suppress them, but they were not strong enough. Even though the two of them had joined hands, they were still unable to dominate the scene. In the end, the two of them actually began to fight. Each of them had their own selfish motives. How could a verbal alliance last long? Damn, what a heavy saber. I can't pull it out at all. Haha. I managed to snatch it. It's mine now. Amid the chaotic crowd, the tyrant saber kept changing hands. However, no one could successfully pull it out. Instead, they ended up bringing trouble for themselves, getting surrounded and attacked. Just when it looked like there would never be a winner, a clap of thunder suddenly roared in the sky. A tyrannical, heart-stopping aura came from the distance, accompanied by the claps of thunder. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and thunder rumbled endlessly. "Where are the Divine Firmament sect disciples?" A loud shout rang out. The Divine Firmament sect's Shangguan Lei finally rushed over from the Forbidden Land. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As Shangguan Lei bathed in the lightning, he looked like an aloof war god, looking down coldly at the various sect disciples below. "It's Shangguan Lei." Shangguan Lei appeared. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The moment Shangguan Lei spoke, startled cries rang out in the chaotic crowd. The Divine Firmament sect disciples responded to Shangguan Lei's question with excitement on their faces. "Senior brother Shangguan, you finally came out. This tyrant saber will definitely belong to my Divine Firmament sect." The moment Shangguan Lei landed, the Divine Firmament sect disciples crowded around him, boosting his aura. "Senior brother." The many disciples respectfully greeted Shangguan Lei. When they felt the peak major primal core aura from him, the people around them all felt immense pressure. Shangguan Lei swept his gaze around, and a formless pressure spread out, forcefully silencing the 2,000-odd sect disciples present. No one dared to meet Shangguan Lei's gaze. Even the profound light temple's Zhan De and the Confucian institution's Meng Qi, who fought the fiercest earlier, avoided each other's gazes. They did not dare to clash with Shangguan Lei, feeling shocked in their hearts. How terrifying! To think that he is already a peak major primal core cultivator. Just this cultivation alone is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. How exactly did he cultivate? After reaching the major primal core realm, one's cultivation would progress extremely slowly, reaching peak major primal core. In the entire Grave Sea cluster, one would be considered an expert. After all, the sect masters of some rank 3 sects in the outside world were only at this level. However, Shangguan Lei's potential was clearly not limited to this. Furthermore, he was still so young. He would definitely reach the Cloud Sea realm in his lifetime, becoming a star venerate or even higher. Zhenda thought to himself, right now, this Shangguan Lei's aura actually looks even scarier than senior brother Zhen Yuan's. What exactly did Shangguan Lei experience in the past few days for his improvement to be so terrifying? Meng Qi felt the same way. When he compared Shangguan Lei to Wang Yuming, he felt that the originally evenly matched situation was about to be broken. Shangguan Lei was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. His gaze never left a disciple holding the tyrant saber. That was the top true inheritor of a rank 3 sect in the Black Cave Mountain. Under Shangguan Lei's gaze, he felt immense pressure. Sweat continuously leaked out of his forehead. Shangguan Lei recognized this person. He looked straight at the other party's bright eyes and suddenly shouted, "Ma Tianliang, are you seeking death? Why are you still not handing over the Dao tool?" Shangguan Lei's voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking people's hearts and entering Ma Tianliang's soul. It felt like a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in Ma Tianliang's sea of consciousness. This startled Ma Tianliang into trembling, and the tyrant saber in his hand flew out uncontrollably. Whoosh! The crowd scattered. No one dared to get close to the Dao tool lest Shangguan Lei target them. Everyone scattered, leaving behind a large, empty space where the Dao tool was. Now, no one showed any interest in the item that everyone fought for earlier. They could only watch in dissatisfaction. "So, it is a tyrant saber. With your appearance, you think you are fit to wield this saber?" When Shangguan Lei saw the ancient words on the scabbard, he revealed a mocking expression, making Ma Tianliang feel ashamed. "Only I, Shangguan Lei, am fit to wield this saber." The word tyrant was deeply engraved in Shangguan Lei's heart. He showed a stern expression, exuding strong self-confidence and a tyrannical aura of thunder. No one dared to block Shangguan Lei, automatically opening a path for him. That might not be the case. Suddenly, a cool voice rang out. Wang Yuming landed, holding a folding fan. He had finally rushed over from the 10,000 flower garden. "It's senior brother Wang. Senior brother Wang is finally here." The people of the Confucian institution immediately became excited. The others also showed joy on their faces. Finally, someone who could suppress Shangguan Lei's limelight appeared. "Wang Yuming, you dare to compete with me?" Shangguan Lei shouted coldly as he looked at the descending Wang Yuming with a murderous intent in his eyes. Wang Yuming opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. "Others might fear you, Shangguan Lei, but why would I, Wang Yuming, fear you?" Shangguan Lei's eyes flashed. He suddenly discovered that this Wang Yuming had already reached peak major primal core realm. Wang Yuming's aura was no longer as overbearing as before. He said, "This saber is perfectly compatible with my Dao. It was born for me." "Wang Yuming, what is the point of you going?" Wang Yuming said indifferently, "There is no need for you to worry about that. I have my own reasons for making a move." "Interesting. Do you really think that you can compete with me just by relying on some natural treasures to advance to peak major primal core realm? Receive my saber strike." A saber appeared in Shangguan Lei's hand as he leaped into the air, sending out a saber light. The saber light flashed, turning the sky as resplendent as the sun, disappearing in a flash. "Purple chi comes from the east." Wang Yuming closed the folding fan in his hand, and the righteous chi in his body turned into the rising sun, sending down strands of pure purple chi. He used his veritable essence energy and righteous chi to clash head-on with this saber strike. Kaca. A crack appeared in the folding fan, and Wang Yuming took 3 steps back. He felt his arm go numb, and his expression could not help changing drastically. "How can this be? My cultivation is the same as his. Why is there such a huge difference in strength?" Shangguan Lei smiled coldly. His cultivation came from mountains of corpses and seas of blood of fiendish demons. Wang Yuming relied on external items to advance. How could he compare to Shangguan Lei? An ancient loyal heart like the sun and the moon, a body of righteous chi traces the spring and autumn. After putting himself at a disadvantage with one move, Wang Yuming quickly took out the 2 lines of the poem his master left in the folding fan. The crack in the folding fan mended, and a vast righteous chi poured out. Wang Yuming's cultivation soared again, bursting out with an aura that rivaled that of a star venerate. Xiao Chen exchanged another move with Shangguan Lei, forcing back the other party, who was closing in on him. Shangguan Lei somersaulted in the air and landed, causing the ground to tremble. He looked at Wang Yuming and said, "No wonder you are confident to compete with me. However, let's see how long this broken fan of yours can help you." Shangguan Lei did not fear Wang Yuming, whose aura soared to that of a star venerate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the two faced off, a figure suddenly appeared, standing on a lotus flower. His figure was like a phantom, and he grasped the tyrant saber before Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming. Tyrant saber? This was the strongest person of the 3 blessed lands, the profound light temple's Jin Yuan. As he held the tyrant saber, he showed a grave expression. This saber is an inauspicious item. Although every master ruled the world, they all died under their own saber. Aside from the tyrant saber, it has another name, the saber of misfortune. This saber needs to be handed to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping. Zhen Yuan held the tyrant saber as he looked at Wang Yuming and Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei mocked, "Do you think that I will believe your words? Stinky monk, cut the crap and hand over the saber." In the clouds, a vertical eye quietly flew away. In the valley, Xiao Chen opened his forehead and sent the heavenly eye back into his forehead. Then, he revealed a doubtful expression. Tyrant saber? Saber of misfortune? Chapter 1706. The saber of misfortune? Xiao Chen stood up and muttered to himself, feeling confused. Then, he asked the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul, "Is there really such a saying? Do you believe it?" Although the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's voice in the dragon seal was weak, it still contained some disdain. Xiao Chen made up his mind. In that case, this monk is here to deceive me. Naturally. I have interacted with this group of bald donkeys too much. They are always talking nonsense, acting like they are the only sober person in the world. It is just a different path. There is no need for too much explanation. However, every master of that saber did end up committing suicide. Xiao Chen immediately felt speechless. After all that talk, it turned out that Jin Yuan was telling the truth. That is indeed the case. However, that monk said something about handing it to the Buddhist sect for safekeeping was clearly selfish. Can't you tell? Furthermore, why did all the masters of the tyrant saber end up committing suicide? That is just arrogance and conceit. Their understanding of the path of an overlord is wrong. The path of an overlord is never about ruling the world alone. If one stubbornly insists on doing things their own way, wanting to trample on the entire world, not leaving others a path to survival, how could the heavens leave you a path to survival? Even if these people did not obtain the tyrant saber, they would still end up in a miserable state. Xiao Chen understood. So, it is not the saber that has a problem. It is the person wielding the saber that has a problem, magnifying the flaws in their hearts. That's right. For example, that person here is called Shangguan Lei, right? I don't know which master taught him. With such a temper and character, even without the tyrant saber, he is destined to end up in a miserable state, taking the wrong path. If he happens to obtain the tyrant saber, he will definitely end up in the same state, committing suicide. Then, as the rumors spread, the reputation of the saber of misfortune will continue to spread. Do you think you can blame it on the saber? After the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's explanation, Xiao Chen's doubts cleared up. It was as he expected. Xiao Chen had already recovered from his injuries. The 3 experts of the Blessed Lands had all appeared. However, there was still one person who had yet to say anything. The Black Lotus Church Holy Son was still hiding somewhere, waiting for Xiao Chen to show himself. It looked like this fellow was even more cautious than Xiao Chen thought. To think that a Dao tool did not tempt him. Forget it, even if he doesn't appear, I'll have to show myself. If the Black Lotus Saint still thought that his strength was limited to the Buddha-seeking platform, then Xiao Chen would teach him a harsh lesson. Set off, snatch the saber. Moving like the wind, Xiao Chen executed the steps of the new fish dragon art, advancing quickly in this fiendish demon battlefield, where the spiritual energy was vast and the pressure was immense. On the other side, Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming did not believe what the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan said. Xiao Chen believed that Xiao Chen had selfish motives and just wanted to bring the Dao tool to the profound light temple. As Zhen Yuan looked at Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming, he entered deep thought. If these two worked together, he might not be a match for them. However, it did not matter if this tyrant saber was the saber of misfortune or not. In a very short time, Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming's strength would increase tremendously. This was not a good thing for the profound light temple, which was in competition with them. The Buddhist sects also needed incense and fame, as well as their own faction. It wasn't that he was far away from the mortal world and untainted by dust. Zhen Yuan also had a direct competitive relationship with these two. Be it public or private, he could not let the other party obtain this saber. However, it would not be easy to resolve this matter peacefully. Zhen Yuan thought for a while before saying, "I have a suggestion. I wonder if the two of you are willing to hear it." A cold light flashed in Shangguan Lei's eyes as he said, "Speak." Wang Yuming nodded, willing to hear it. "Brother Shangguan, if I give you the saber, are you sure you can block Brother Wang and I working together?" Zhen Yuan asked as he looked at Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei remained silent for a while. He felt unconvinced in his heart, but he still answered honestly, "I can't block it." Then, Zhen Yuan looked at Wang Yuming. Wang Yuming shook his head and said, "Same. All right, if that's the case. Since that is the case, then the three of us will make a gentleman's agreement. Whoever of the two of you can block a palm strike from me will get this saber. If you cannot block it, then it will belong to me, and the profound light temple will hold on to it." Shangguan Lei smiled coldly and said, "However, what if the two of us block it?" Zhen Yuan smiled and said, "In that case, I will withdraw from the fight for the Dao tool and lead the disciples of the Potala mountain far away from this conflict." "Good. It is settled, then. The three of us will swear an oath on the will of the dead sovereign emperor. Whoever breaks the oath will die a violent death." Wang Yuming did not even think about it before directly agreeing. No matter what, Wang Yuming felt that receiving a palm strike from Zhen Yuan would be no problem. Shangguan Lei did not hesitate either. If he could not even receive a palm strike from Zhen Yuan, then he really did not need to live anymore. "Good." Zhen Yuan revealed a faint smile. After the three agreed, they prepared to swear an oath. The others present all revealed startled expressions, wondering if Zhen Yuan had gone crazy and underestimated Shangguan Lei and Wang Yuming. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. The fight for the Dao tool, which had lasted for a long time, was finally coming to an end. Everyone knew who the Dao tool would go to in the end. Was the monk Zhen Yuan just boasting again? However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The tyrant saber in Zhen Yuan's hand suddenly trembled uncontrollably, trying to struggle free. A vast tyrannical aura swept out from the saber scabbard. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, kicking up boundless dust. It was like there was something extremely attractive to the tyrant saber, making it struggle for all it was worth. Even Zhen Yuan could not control it. "Come back!" A shout rang out. The tyrant saber flew out with a whoosh, heading for the owner of the voice. The expressions of Zhen Yuan and the other two, who had finished discussing and were preparing to snatch the tyrant saber, changed drastically. They did not know what happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three soared into the air and chased after the tyrant saber. However, halfway through the chase, they suddenly discovered a white figure standing on a small hill in front. This person stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the tyrant saber. Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen looked at the three people who had been chasing him, he admired the interesting expressions on their faces. Xiao Chen could not help smiling. "I say, the three of you are trying to decide who this saber belongs to in public. Have you asked the original owner?" Shangguan Lei's face sank. "I was wondering who snatched this saber." "So, it is you. I was just wondering where to look for you. Now, You deliver yourself to me." Before Shangguan Lei finished speaking, a saber appeared in his hand. Then, he used instant flash to charge at Xiao Chen. Wang Yuming entered deep thought. He gently closed the folding fan in his hand, not attacking rashly. On the other hand, Jin Yuan's expression was the most interesting. His plan looked like it would succeed. Unexpectedly, it failed in the next moment. Anyone would feel upset and depressed at such a feeling. Fortunately, Jin Yuan came from the Buddhist sect and possessed a stronger mental state than ordinary people, so he quickly calmed down. Seeing Shangguan Lei charge over, Xiao Chen's face sank. Without even thinking, he placed his hand on the saber hilt. In the next moment, he drew the saber. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, a bright saber light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. 2 different Great Dao rings immediately appeared behind Xiao Chen. One was the Thunder Great Dao, and the other was Xiao Chen's Saber Great Dao. The two intertwined and merged. When the Saber Dao and the Thunder Dao worked together with Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, it was simply a perfect fusion. Shangguan Lei's expression turned grave. He no longer dared to hold back. He roared, "Purple Thunder 7 strikes." As Shangguan Lei's saber descended from the air, he hacked down 7 times in a row. Every time he did so, he would attract a bolt of thunder that shook the heavens. The thunder rumbled, causing the ground to tremble. Rumble. After the 3 saber strikes, the world felt like only majestic thunder remained. The sky changed color, and thunderclouds churned. The air turned dry. As the saber in Shangguan Lei's hand absorbed more and more lightning, it turned bright and piercing, looking like the blazing sun. Every saber strike drove boundless lightning-attributed energy. Every saber strike was Shangguan Lei's peak strike. However, every time he attacked, it would surpass the previous peak. When Shangguan Lei's saber descended, 7 peak-level lightning strikes layered over each other. The saber strike landed. When Shangguan Lei's saber landed, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and attached itself to the saber. Before this terrifying saber strike landed, it pressed down on the slope under Xiao Chen's feet, causing it to sink in. Resolving the mundane, after drawing the tyrant saber, Xiao Chen did not hold back, either. The other party's Purple Thunder 7 strikes could threaten a star venerate level existence. If Xiao Chen got careless, even with the tyrant saber, he would still be the one defeated. A swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. At this instant, his expression no longer showed any humanity. Surpassing the mundane, the 7 emotions and 6 desires no longer existed. Resolving the mundane, achieving eternity, the tyrant saber showed neither joy nor sorrow. It was like an iron-faced Buddha that saw through the fickleness of the world as it swung down. A tall Kasyapa Buddha image appeared behind Xiao Chen. As he swung his saber, he drew his Buddhist monk's saber and mercilessly swung it. It was clearly a Buddha, but it did not contain any gentle or warm Buddhist intent. This was different from any Buddhist sect martial technique. This was the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Shangguan Lei, who was fighting with Xiao Chen, felt a sense of guilt in his heart for committing a great sin. Even the benevolent Buddha was heartless to him, killing him. He could not help feeling horrified, and a weak opening appeared in his mental state. When the 2 sabers clashed, this weak opening widened with the clash of the 2 powerful martial techniques. Kaca! A melodious clang rang out, and the treasure tool in Shangguan Lei's hand broke. Blood leaked out of a corner of Shangguan Lei's mouth. The instant his saber broke, his aura plummeted. Then, Xiao Chen's 2-layered Dao might knocked him back. As Shangguan Lei stood firmly on the ground and looked at the broken saber in his hand, his expression turned extremely unsightly. There was even a terrifying saber wound on his chest. This saber strike had chopped through the bones and flesh of his chest in one breath, nearly chopping him in half. However, no blood spurted out. This was because the saber intent was too tyrannical. It remained in the gap, blocking the recovery of the wound and preventing blood from spurting out. Plop! Shangguan Lei cried out silently in pain. Then, he fell to the ground and fainted. As for Xiao Chen, his arm was already numb, and his palm had cracked. The bones in his right hand, which held the saber, cracked in the instant they clashed. If he had lasted any longer, his entire arm would have been crippled. Clang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said with a cold expression, "This is my, Xiao Chen's, saber. Aside from me, no one else has the right to decide its fate. Not even you, Jin Yuan." Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan was raring to go. Clearly, he wanted to take this opportunity to attack.